let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel your eyes. Even when I'm gone, let's circle far from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars and we'll never be apart.
Is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
It's a new dawn, it's a new day for the League of Legends Entertainment Championship. I just decided to rename after last night, so just roll with it, okay? A lot of hands shaking in game, some handshakes missed afterwards, and a couple of oopsies according to Oscar, but Fnatic will live to see another day. And today, the Blue Wall is back, and they might be angry after what happened last weekend. Let's keep it cool in the kitchen, Casey, okay? Calist versus Upset is back in a new episode of Who Won the Divorce, and only one of them will get another shot at G2 in the Grand Finals tomorrow. But before we dive into the banger of the matchup we have ahead of us, let's see how well we actually know the Rift in a special edition of League Guesser.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Here comes the Crow Storm! It's not back, it's Decolo, but the quest is people! Oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
Welcome everybody to Fnatic versus KC. The Fnatic fans are really happy yesterday after that slugfest that they lived to fight another day, and they are up versus the other fan favorites of KC. Fnatic may have had the upper hand in that best of one, but we'll see how they do today. And I know tensions are high, so I needed to step in for a second and I don't know, make everybody a little calmer, a little relaxation exercises before we get into the best of 5. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put our analysts to the test on Summoner's Rift in this edition of League Guesser. Basically, behind us on the wall, we'll see a spot on Summoner's Rift, and they will have to decide where exactly that is by putting a magnet on the board and letting us know. I will have you know that one of these two teams tried extremely hard and was studying right up until the buzzer. It's this team. Oh. Also, this team also pitched the game. So let's see. If whoever's closest gets a point, if you're both wrong, you don't get any points. Let's go. Here is our very first location on Summoner's Rift.
This is not calming me down. This is very stressful.
I believe that's red buff.
No, it's not it. That's not it. But that is it. There we go. Can you see it?
I can see it. I can see it.
My God, this is
Oh, it's the new
Okay.
red.
Some details over here.
I think it's around here.
Yeah.
No, I would say this. No.
Yeah, no, I think that might
This
be
one,
On this side, definitely.
it's giving this.
either there.
It's giving this is hilarious.
No, hold up.
Oh no, hang on. It might be up here somewhere, actually.
Ooh, 10 seconds.
Are you kidding
It's
me?
it's one of these two.
I want to put this here. No?
Yeah. But just whack that. That'll be fine, right?
8,
Wait, let's
believe in you.
7,
because this is
6.
You'll make the call.
Yeah, I know. It's really annoying me.
I made a call.
Okay, Finn made a call,
Did I
and
fumble?
yes, I think you may
Oh,
have
no.
fumbled.
Oh,
I think you may have fumbled because the reveal is coming, and I think you're very close because it's below.
God damn it.
No studying.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. Didn't even need the
It
flag.
wasn't
Very
that
nice.
far though.
No,
I mean,
but they're closer and ask for
yeah,
the
they
rules.
are.
Yeah, we kind of
Closer, we're
dropped the
on
ball
top
on
of
that
it.
one.
Unfortunately.
Go on,
All right,
gotta-
1 point to this
gotta-
team.
gotta-
This is our next one. Oh, a bush.
Oh,
There's tons of those.
so let me have a think.
Oh God, they're choking.
It's gonna be something along here, right?
They're
'Cause
choking.
we'll see bouts of it, right?
What's this?
Wait, hang on.
Are you cheating this?
No. We've never done that in our lives.
No.
Okay.
Come on, think about the context
All up
clues.
there,
Where
yeah,
are their
yeah,
bushes?
You've got that there. You've got that there, and you've got
Yeah.
the stand down there, right?
You can clearly see
I
the lane path.
oh,
10
hang on.
seconds?
No, it's I think it's. Oh no, it can't be. It
10.
can't
Take the wheel.
no.
Take the wheel, Goldberg. I'm
9.
scared.
Has to
I
be
don't know, bro.
8.
There,
7.
maybe?
You up here.
It's too big, no?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Oh, no,
actually.
no, is it? No, it's not.
I actually like it.
4.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
2.
I don't like it at all.
Give us a finger there. Okay, let's reveal.
Oh,
but
no.
I think you both are not doing that.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, who's the closest though?
Oh, good point. Who is the
we're
closest?
definitely close.
Clearly not them.
We are so much
But are they
closer.
too far away?
So much closer.
Yeah. You're definitely.
It's in the
Yeah.
same
I don't even need this.
ballpark.
I don't need this.
Same. If this map
No,
was split
they're
right
closer.
now,
We were slightly. I'm
They're
so glad
closest.
we were slightly less fraudulent than them.
I know.
Yeah.
but
At least
set
like we knew which
expectations high.
quadrant. it was
Okay,
in.
here's the
Okay.
third one.
Oh, that's
we
easy.
didn't have to study for the
Yeah,
test
that's
either.
easy.
Let's
That's
calm
easy.
down over on the
So
other
it's
side for a
either
second.
there or
Very
there.
aquatic. Oh, this one right here. Where are the shrooms at? Yeah.
I reckon it's here. I actually think it's.
I would say there
No, no.
because look at
Yes,
these.
yeah, you're right. You're
look
right. You're
at these things here.
absolutely right. It is. It is
Yeah?
bang on there. You're absolutely right. It's bang on there.
10, 9. They're both done. So confident and so wrong. This is twisted tree line.
Damn it! No! Are you kidding me?
I know. And I asked for
What? I was wondering what that bush was.
Unfortunate.
I actually used to play
Next
that way
one.
too much too.
We're not going to waste too much time. We also want to get to the match, but we need a winner, so this is the last one. Here we go.
Oh, that actually might be something like right up here.
Looks extremely spooky.
This is some sketchy stuff.
This is
guys.
spooky.
I reckon it might be right up here.
That's okay. That's the only thing I did
That's,
work on.
that's the only thing I think it might be.
All right, 10.
Wait, is it going to be like right up
9,
here
8,
or down there?
7,
I think that's.
up, 6,
I think it's there. I think it's there.
4,
Unless I've completely injured it and it's like here instead.
2.
Oh my god. That was way too confident for how unsure I was, Gunvor. You seem sure, bro.
Wait, in the Nexus?
I thought it was on the fountain.
No!
Oh, no, we practiced this one as well.
Practice this one.
We
I thought it was
practiced.
like behind,
I mean, we
behind where
didn't
the fountain
pass.
is.
Wait,
All
hang
we have
on.
learned is that we're
Wait,
really
so how
proud of the
far
map.
are you off?
Oh my god, it's the whole map.
That's crazy.
It's the whole map.
They got it right? Wait, no, they were.
Got it
They
right.
are this far away, and
How
you
did we
guys,
mess up that?
you guys are definitely not farther away.
Yeah, I
Hang
think we're
on.
a bit closer.
Oh, whoa,
Yeah.
jeez.
Oh my god.
You
I
guys
can't
win.
believe that was
measurements.
so bad.
I don't know how to.
That is a stupid
You
game.
guys didn't
It was-
study
you
hard
know,
enough, clearly.
Cheers.
Why did we pitch
appreciate
this?
that. For the first time ever.
Yeah.
Good job, friend.
Good job, friend.
You are great at this.
Great job. I think it's time that
I
we
really was confident in it. Yeah.
that we stop this game, and it's very embarrassing for Lore, who pitched this game and lost the game. But now we're gonna get into KC versus Fnatic, and what better way to do that than to kick us over to an interview with Yike, with a very intelligent and beautiful interviewer. Yes, welcome to the pre-game check-in at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint with Yike ahead of KC versus Fnatic. Hello, Yike. Super exciting day for us fans. How big of an occasion for you, knowing that if you book this ticket, you get to face G2 again tomorrow. It's up versus another fan favorite, Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this game is very important. I'm going to play versus my old teammate, Mickey X. And yeah, Fnatic is looking very strong. And I think GT is also looking very strong. But I really want my revenge. I think Mickey wants it too, but I hope it's going to be me who play against him in the finals.
Yes, we'll see indeed. Both wanting that revenge. Is there any revenge of that sort we need to speak of against Mickey? Is there any animosity or not really?
I mean, Mickey and me were kind of in the same boat, so not really. I mean, it's like a fun match between me and Mickey. I hope it's going to be a fun match between us and maybe some banter, but I don't really care so much about it.
Okay, I see. Banter, can we expect some all chatting or what's?
I don't know if we're going to all chat, because usually the team that all chats nowadays gets hit by karma, so I'm going to avoid the all chatting, but probably after the game, me and Mickey will talk about it.
That makes sense. I watched your interview with Armand Luc last week after the match versus G2, and you were saying that you feel like you had to work specifically on the approach to Fearless and that you have a lot of responsibility in keeping the oversight in the draft and all that. That seems like a lot to do for a jungler who's also calling a lot to me. Could you tell me a little bit about what your responsibilities are?
Yeah, I mean, for sure in Fearless, since I'm one of the most experienced ones, I want to help out the team as well a lot. But I think the adaptation in Fearless now is looking better. And in game as well, I think there's going to be new champions, and I have to be very confident playing like every kind of champ, because as a jungler, you have to be in the game and you have to communicate a lot, and I'm going to do my best to do that.
Okay, when it comes to some of the younger guys on the roster, we saw that Kalist didn't have his ideal series versus G2, right? Things like that. Is that anywhere can you help in that department? I want to ask, if you have so much on your plate already.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted Abin, and I want to help like Kalista and Vladi a lot because they're for sure they're very young, and I really want to help them to prove themselves to be they can be the best in the league, and I think they're already proving themselves already. But yeah, I'm always there helping them between the games, everything. I just want them to feel happy.
Okay, can you make us fans even more excited for this? It's going to be a slugfest. We've seen people tweeting already. What can we expect? Are we going to get the full 5 games? I know that you would probably rather avoid that, but what does it feel like to you?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to avoid the 5 games, but I think 5 games will be very fun. I think the draft will be crazy, and I think both teams would probably cook a lot. So I don't mind 5 games, but hopefully 3-0.
We'll see. We'll look forward to it. Thank you so much, Jake.
Thank you.
5 games, delicious drafts. That is what we want here for this series between KC and G2. Not G2. Am I foreshadowing tomorrow? We'll see. We see Fnatic entering the studio right now. Hello, Upset. Excited, honestly. A marathon for Fnatic, as we said it. Overcame Koi yesterday. They have to take on KC today. And I wanna talk about what happened last week, actually, against G2. That was really hard to watch. I know that Kalist felt really, really bad about this series and the level he displayed there. How do we explain it?
Yeah, and it's really nice to hear from my good friend, the Youngler for KC, to see that he's still really helping his younger teammates to go through these pressure situations, because when you come into Fearless, I don't think he's very experienced in a Fearless draft, but he still is the one that has to show that maturity, and he's the one that needs to step up when it comes to this, because he has the most experience in his team. I still think of Yike as a rookie almost coming in, because it was so recently he joined G2, but now taking these and filling these big shoes, really impressive, and I really like the humbleness he shows.
But I also think the very things that went wrong last week was rather some of their approach to drafting as well. It was not a lot of games where they had an outdraft against G2, and I think they were kind of had a reality check as well, because in ERLs, Targamas and Kalist could easily slam that Yasuo center. They had their secret tech with the Nila as well. But a lot of the comps that they just were blind picking it, also the Draven, for example, G2 had an answer to it every time, and it made the game very difficult for them to play.
It is something that we're going to have to be expecting, especially when it comes to the bot lane. And here, I want to look at Targamas, who had a stellar split so far, but who looks like he's shining on specific kind of champions. He can play a lot of things, but there's some elements that fit KC's compositions more.
Yeah, but the thing is, you look at that, and you're right, his champion pool is very big. But if you add the statistics to it, I think it's very clear, not just for Targamas, but for KC, what they need him to be on.
Yeah, I really feel like KC really works the best when Targamas is playing these engaged and has some kind of autonomy in his lane. For him to be able to team up with Yike and both of them having tools to look for fights. Because I feel like when he's playing the engaged, or not the enchanters, I mean, he's more playing a follow-up kind of style, and that doesn't seem like something that suits him very well. We see here the stats, 10-2 on the engaged support, 1-4 on the range supports. So I really want to see them empower him in the draft today, coming up against Fnatic.
And how's that? Yeah, how's that going to come in Clash versus Fnatic? The bot lane was popping off yesterday. Mickey with the save at the Nexus, as we saw. But overall, a bot lane having a really strong series overall, even if it didn't show in upset stats. What can we expect for this bot lane and for Fnatic for them to strike back against KC and not give them the tools that they need and want to overcome them?
I think we can expect a better Fnatic bot lane. Throughout the lower bracket here, they've really scaled with all of the games. I think they had some really messy games in the beginning yesterday, but it got better over the course of the series. And I think having this lower bracket run for them really helps them regain that confidence that they clearly lost after their first loss to G2. So I think coming up against this one, you're playing against a scary Fnatic bot lane.
Yeah, I also feel like Mickey is probably the player in Fnatic that really works best in a Fearless scenario. Here he performs one of the 12 tasks of Hercules, defending the base 1 versus 4 in a rel. I don't see a lot of supports that would be able to do this, and this was really the clutch factor by him coming in here, holding this Nexus, and then finally coming back in his game. I really want to see more creativity by him in Upset, because I think Upset really showed his strength on his Seri in the game 4 or game 3, I don't remember which game it was. But he really just shows that this is an old Upset classic, that he has these champions in his pocket ready to dig out in the later games. I think that's just such a powerful tool.
Yeah, and Fnatic's biggest enemy and weakness has always been themselves. And I think when you add the element of Fearless, we even saw that yesterday, which what I think was the Game 3 draft with the Razork on Lee Sin, and a very difficult draft to pilot in general. They need to be able to really retain themselves and find a calm in this series to be able to deliver their best performance, because the moment they get too emotional or flustered or they get chaotic, that's where Fnatic, they lose themselves in that chaos.
And Grabs was saying it himself. His plan is throwing left and right for the last 9 games. He's come together now, because just like them, they have no idea of what's coming. And I feel like it has been the trend for Fnatic so far, so let's see if they can clean up their gameplay, because KC is one series win away from the Winter Split Finals, and it's up to their prodigy Kalis to drag them over the finish line. If it wouldn't be for Upset and their senior lineup, Fnatic still have a lot to prove if they want to host the Summoners Cup. The Summoners Cup will be in 9 months. The LEC Trophy, rather. Bonne chance, Fnatic, pour tenir tête à KC et leur mur bleu. The Winter Lower Final starts now.
Both turrets gone as Jojo's on the Nexus. Razork ulti's up, but it's going to be in vain. Jojo's trying to get around. He's still autoing. He's dead. They were halfway through the Nexus. Then Fnatic bounce back just like they always do.
So you can be whatever you want in life, but now I see that they was feeding me lies. They're all caught.
Thing that I've seen, I definitely think K-Corp is the stronger team. Maybe we'll just face Fnatic anyway, just because they always end up there somehow. KC is a bit of a crazy team, and I think right now they're starting to put themselves at the top. And I think if they can keep improving like this, there will definitely be a huge rivalry between G2 and K-Corp, and maybe we'll even overtake the Fnatic G2 one. But for now, I'm definitely looking at Fnatic.
Cap's still looking for more. They're not climbing that blue wall as G2 go to the finals.
I think Fnatic in a good day, they are really, really good, and they are probably better than G2, I think. And I'm really excited to play against Fnatic.
Oh, they've got it onto Jojo! He can't hit the arm guard. He's taken out Super. Gonna hit him. Massive three-man knockup. The Berserk, the hostile takeover. Kami wipe. Movistar Koi off the rip.
Koi was playing way better today than against K-Corp. I think obviously K-Corp is for sure top 15, but I was more scared of Koi than K-Corp, honestly.
Found Upset with an ulti, firing the Elyoya, and Elyoya's ulti doesn't hit. The knockback is big and Upset. The new addition of Fnatic is rolling over their reverse sweep chances. Fnatic will get a chance to make another finals against the Blue Wall tomorrow.
Yeah, Targamas finds him again with the Hex Flash, and Caps is down.
I want the G2 Fnatic era to end, and I would want to be the next competition for G2, so I would love it to be G2 versus KC.
Unfortunately, you're gonna have to face me in the loser bracket, and as you know, I am the ultimate loser. I will take you out with no mercy. Don't worry about it, the off-season is quite short, so you're gonna be back in action in spring. You know, better luck next time.
And here we are, moments away from this incredible best of 5 between Fnatic and KC as our players take to the stage. I'm Dracos, joined by Dagda and Jack Spectra. Whew. Exciting. Very exciting. The fans clearly also hyped up. We got Blue Wall, we got Fnatic showing up.
It does feel very weird to me though coming into this, because if I looked again at the regular season, it was Fnatic who I'd go, ah yeah, clearly these are the guys that should be going on to face G2 in our final tomorrow. But with the recent performance from Fnatic, it feels like it's on them to upset Karmine Corp, because they have been Mr. Consistent, it feels like.
And that's what makes this series for me so exciting, that we have a Fnatic that hasn't looked the best, while K-Corp, in contrast to last year, is coming in as the favorites. And I think the showing they had against G2 was much stronger than what Fnatic had against G2, even though they both lost. So I'm really excited for the series.
And I mean, look, compared to last year, there's so much optimism when it comes to KC. Yes, they lost to G2. Yes, it was definitely not as close as I think they hoped that it would be. But Yike talked about it in the interviews, right? They learned so much. They're coming back, ready to show what they've learned, how they've adapted. And this is a Fnatic that's going to need to keep that momentum from yesterday going if they want to make a run, if they want to face G2 tomorrow.
But it also feels like there's just massive step up from individual players, right? Vladdy looking phenomenal in the last series. Targamas looks like a new player in the support role. It feels like so many individual pieces of KC are stepping up, but now have to see what individual pieces are going to be taken away from them.
Yeah, and I want to see in this draft here if it's going to be like... So I feel like we've seen two approaches. I feel like G2 have tried to go with more innovative style, while both of these teams so far, when they faced against G2, just pick the standard power picks, you know, the Skarner, the Ambessa, these things. But I want to see, do we have something exciting and spicy game 1, or do we just stick to the formula?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, because the early Taliyah ban means to me maybe they're looking at something like an Azir in the mid lane here to try and take it for Vladdy. Vladdy's definitely prepared the control mages in that mid lane, but Maokai still up and available. It feels like it's a no-brainer to go for it.
Oh, they might decide. So this is probably the trade here between the Austir and the Maokai, and they actually end up going for the Azir, which for me is a bit surprising. I feel like Maokai has been the premier jungler, and immediately, as you can see, Fnatic takes that away alongside the Ezreal.
Maybe they feel like the Azir pick is doing double duty as it's been one of Humanoid's most successful picks, so you are simultaneously denying that away. The question to me is, what are you going to do about this Ezreal? Upset, overstepped in 1 or 2 fights yesterday, but mostly was a menace on this pick. But now you've got the Cassante, you've got the Ivern, topside completely sorted for KC.
And you can see both of these teams, they have a plan. These lock-ins are coming in so fast. The Ivern, the Cassante, they had a real reason to give away this Maokai, and the same on the side of Fnatic. I think both teams so far are really happy with these first 3.
Yeah, it feels like both sides are getting everything they could have hoped for coming into this. Now it just feels like for KC, you try and put a bit more pressure on towards the mid lane, especially now you have Azir, you can continue to ban away some champions into him.
Yeah.
On the other side, it's about making Rel comfortable on the bot lane.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see, like, what does Humanoid have against this Azir? I feel like, for me, he's looked okay, but he hasn't really shown that much versatility apart from the Azir. So, with 2 bans especially coming towards him, does he cook up something interesting?
I'm curious because you do have the AP jungler there, right? So you can always go back towards the Corki, which is something he's been strong on. Also been playing a lot of Smolder in that in solo queue. We've seen it from him as well. So maybe it's just going towards that AD mid and potential Rumble for us going in again in the top side.
I mean, I do think the Corki pick could be valuable, but I wouldn't be surprised if KC take it away. I think Smolder into Azir, really hard matchup. So I would be surprised if he goes for that. But if you go AP as well, actually they take away the Rumble to try to deny that AP top. So we'll see if they decide to look in an AP mid or AP top here. That'll also decide the rest of the draft.
Both solo laners, a single target ban for Fnatic. Who are they going to blind for?
Oh, they go to Smolder, actually.
Yeah, so they will go for Smolder. And my other question was, so we saw an unbelievable Gwen performance from Oscar in yesterday. So yes, you get rid of one of the AP carries on top, but now you have that potential Gwen that comes through on the opposite side. You've already got great setup. Feels like that could be the option here.
That is true, but yesterday it was like an insane Gwen game against 3 tanks. This time it's a little bit harder since you're up against probably only the Cassante. It might be a Leona or something coming in through support. But I'm very curious about this Smolder pick. I think this matchup, we saw it in the LCK. It was the Nongshim that played it into Chovy's Azir, and he got 3 kills early game, and he still couldn't play the lane. I think as a Smolder, this matchup is very difficult, and I think Yai should camp mid lane.
Wouldn't be surprised to see it. Can obviously get very active in the map early on. Varus could be the option here. Obviously, the most recent performance we saw from Kalist, a bit unfortunate, was against the Blitzcrank this time around, though. Expect a return to form for the young AD carry. The final option now for Oscar. You said it before, right? Pretty great playoffs so far. They save him this red side counter pick super late so he can see the entire composition.
I think something like a Jace here, maybe, and you just go for kind of a poke comp would make a lot of sense. Or you could...
No, okay, Gragas, yeah.
Okay, Gragas as well, makes sense. Get some AP in, get some peel. I like both compositions, but I think the KC comp for me, like Ivern, Leona, and just the DPS of Azir, Varus, and Cassante 200 years, I mean... I think I prefer KC.
Yeah, I think the ease of execution is there for KC. They have an easy way to retake a lot of space using Ivern and the Daisy. Essentially do it, you've got good front to back, and if you're able to set that up, which has been the bread and butter for KC, I think you're in a good spot. I think it's more on Fnatic to see if they can slow down the pace of the game and give this Smolder time to really come into its own.
Yeah, I do think if you can get to that 225 stacks without being too far behind on the Azir, then you just get to a point, that Smolder, where you're just wave clearing so well that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I think that's the problem with Fnatic. We haven't really seen them be good at slowing down the pace of the game, right? Even when they've taken picks like the Smolder, my biggest gripe with them has been they constantly try and play onto side lanes to play around the Smolder rather than just letting the Smolder farm. So I think this is going to be a question mark for me, is whether Fnatic can take that pace out of the game.
Yeah, one thing that I do think is nice about this game is that 99%, I'd be very surprised if either team swap here, because you have 2 bot matchups that are quite fine, and you have 2 tanks in the top lane that are fine playing against each other.
Look, don't get my hopes up too much. Let's wait till we're in. Would love to see some standard lanes. Here we go. Game 1, a spot in finals versus G2 on the line. KC versus Fnatic.
Yeah, and I'm super excited here. Upset on Ezreal. I think he's one of his best champions, and Kalist Virus. I'm really happy that he ended up going the lethality Virus, even though he has the Ivern, just because I think it makes Humanoid's life so much harder. It makes Upset's life so much harder. And even though they have 2 tanks, I think Gragas is kind of a fake tank. So it's like fine to peel through.
And a lot of this is going to be interesting to see if this early game blows open at all. There is a lot of room for playmaking. This isn't some of the competitions we saw yesterday. There was very limited engage options. Both sides have pretty solid engage, a little bit more on the side of Fnatic. But I'm also nervous. It's game 1, very important best of 5. We've got Azir and Smolder mid lane. Maybe it's just the handshake farm fest that none of us were waiting for, but we might end up with anyway.
What, you don't dream about this all the time, no?
I mean, the thing is, when you're playing this Azir into the Smolder, or maybe they're going for a lane swap here, or Mickey just wants to clear this ward and go back to bot. Yeah, okay, so he's going to go back to bot here, but playing this Azir into the Smolder, you really want to try to bully him early game. I think the first few levels for the Smolder, he's fine, but after Azir starts to get the Lost Chapter and get his first bases off, it gets really hard for the Smolder.
Nice sidestep coming in from Kana. KC fans want blood. They're not messing around. That's the most anyone has cheered for a Kazante sidestep. He's keeping it going too. This is miserable for Oscarina, and it's not going to get any easier, at least in the immediate lane, as Mickey and Upset trying to fight for a bit of control here on the bottom side. Varus not opting for Halo Blades, instead opting for Comet. Does just get outranged by Ezreal in a lot of those trades.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what's going to happen here on the bottom side, because you can already see where Razork is pathing. He's going to be moving down towards his bot half, whereas for... and one of the things that we got to see from Kalist, unfortunately, was not the best of series from him against G2. Definitely got punished on this Varus pick, so I'm curious if Fnatic want to try and go for a similar story here of play around this heavy engaged bot lane and hope that you can pick off Kalist once more.
Yeah, I do think, though, that this is a much, easier game to play Varus. I think in the other one, he had the Varus Lulu into the Blitzcrank, and yeah, if they didn't in the first few levels, then I think the game would have been fine, but it's a very snowballing matchup, right? If Blitzcrank gets ahead, he just takes over the whole map. And I also think it was such an uncharacteristic series from Kalist, and I hope he reflected on that series, and he's coming back today with a much stronger performance.
Yeah, overall, not the series that he's looking for. This is obviously the total stats from that series, but it was really just that one game that brought him down, and an uncharacteristic performance, an opportunity to level up. We'll see if that's how it functions versus Fnatic today, because Upset and Fnatic feel kind of like the beginning, the start, the appetizer for what's in front of them, but surely from the Fnatic perspective, Kalist probably feels the same.
Yeah, I think it's a bit unfortunate for KC with the way the last one went, but it hasn't exactly been high hopes for Fnatic on the opposite side either, so I think it's definitely an opportunity for both sides to, again, show their worth, right? I think a lot of people coming in, looking at KC saying they have been more consistent, so we expect them to have a better performance, but for Fnatic, kind of just right some of the wrongs where people have thought they've stolen away a couple of these wins, so I want to see a strong early game and make sure that we actually get Razork having that impact in the early stages, because I think that's the main point that has been missing for me.
Yeah, and you see Yike here actually opening towards bot. Curious to see if he can maybe try to fight for this crab, but he does have the smite, but I think Razork's going to take it away.
Upset very quickly running out of mana here. Does have inspiration, but no biscuit in inventory.
I think it's just going to be Upset catching this wave and then recalling.
Just leave. Targamas already invading, trying to control a bit more of the vision. No big threat here as Kalist is also likely to recall.
Kind of nice there by Mickey, cancelling the base of Kalist by trying to threaten holding the wave.
But overall, pretty quiet early game. Yeah. It's safe to say. Once Upset has a tier, we'll be able to spam a little bit more in lane. Curious to see how effective Kalist is on the lethality Varus, right? Was orb walking on people, was gliding in a lot of his on-hit games. See if he can have that same Q accuracy.
I do think you're pretty happy, though, as this first few levels as Kalist. It's pretty nice when you're able to get this push and get the first recall against Ezreal, because Ezreal's level 1 is really obnoxious. But they've navigated it pretty well, and they even have kind of a freeze here, as Fnatic's bot lane wasn't able to fully crash the wave.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what happens when we get to the mid game with Kalist, because essentially he's just going to be on wave clear duty, right? And he's just going to shove in these waves. So my eyes are actually going to drift across to Targamas to see how he links up with Yike, because I think a huge amount of this mid game is going to be KC trying to punish this Smolder in the side lane. So if you can get off to a good start, and if you can get that tempo advantage, I think that really opens up this jungle support to try and play for sides.
This is very interesting, actually. They're swapping because bot lane was frozen, and to fix that, they just have Oscarina in TP bot and then go top to play for Grubs. A really smart decision here by the Fnatic bot lane. I'm curious to see now, will KC just concede the Grubs, or will they trade for Dragon, or will they try to push out this Gragas and then actually move and fight it?
It's going to be tough in terms of timing and wave control. You've only got about 45 seconds, so the wave spawning in 10, or the wave currently going, and the next wave spawning in 10. So it looks like the trade will be the answer. And Fnatic may be looking to contest this. They've already sent Mickey down. They're leaving Upset to farm up top on his lonesome. But they've really got no one in the area, no real vision control. So we'll just concede first straight to KC.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's just about trying to set up that vision control on this top side for the Void Grubs as they spawn in 15 seconds. Razork also kind of needs to make his way up into that direction, so I think it will eventually just be a trade, but I am curious what Yike is going to try and do, because he has a couple of seconds now where, well, Razork is still on this bottom side, so I wasn't sure if they want to try and play more around this bot lane, or if they wanted to try and move up and actually look for a contest in these Void Grubs.
Yeah, they could try to contest the Void Grubs, because Fnatic's actually really slow, but they do have, like, full prio on top here with the Astral Rel. But they're actually not able to get control of River here. Fnatic looking a bit disjointed.
Razork trying to get a bit of control. Double sweepers used. Target
Looks like they're going to give it. They're recalling on Azir. Yeah, they're going to give it.
KC, I think, not wanting to overextend.
And now we have the...
Oh, Body Slam doesn't quite hit, but the slow does. Kalista might be in trouble here. Flash away.
Wow. That's just a flash lost on the Varus right there.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Kalista overextending. And this was something that, I mean, look, it was a lot of worlds that we ended up seeing that Gragas can punish some of these AD carries. And Sama got to know all about it, but it's just a good play from Oscar in it.
But it feels quite awkward. It's like my Leona is not with me against this Gragas, but we're also not contesting the Grubs. So couldn't we just then instead punish the Gragas? It feels a bit disjointed.
I think overall, it feels like both teams a little bit scattered here in this first game, safe to say. Yeah. This is one of the struggles of the Varus, whether it's lethality or on hit, right? Is you don't have the same kind of freedom that Ezreal has to just know that you can arcane shift out to safety if someone does try to focus you. Kalista much more vulnerable, and certainly doubly so now as the flash is gone.
I'm also really, if you look at the CS on both ADCs, Kalista's down 20 CS. How did this happen? It looked,
pushback. Humanoid now in trouble. Trying to dash his way through. Managing to move in. A little bit of healing coming in from Mom, but the Ignite already there. Mickey trying to finish this kill for himself. Was hoping to get something away, but Vladdy's still standing. This is going completely wrong. Yike now coming in as well, but Mickey will be able to mount away.
Great turnaround by KC. Fnatic tried desperately to make something happen, but KC able to get that kill, plus the flash from Humanoid. He flashed to see if he could try and secure it, but disaster in the mid lane.
That was brilliantly played by Vladdy and a really good predict by Targamas as well. Being able to counter gank this nicely. And Upset's the one actually picking up this mid wave, furthering his lead a little bit. So that feels good for him.
And one of the things that I thought we'd see is Fnatic just, instead of trying to make the play mid, play onto Kalist. Like, he's already behind, he has no flash. Your Maokai's just hit 6. You can go for a gank on towards that top side and try to punish this Varus even more. But the fact that you end up turning around that play in mid for KC means that Fnatic kind of have to take a step back over the next few seconds, and it buys that time for Kalist to be in a more comfortable situation.
And this is one of the concerns with the Smolder, right? Is that while he can have some okay laning phases, I mean, you see what he does in a gank like that, right? There's not nearly enough damage. There's no CC to support either. You're just not going to be able to outmatch the Leona and the Azir together. And so for now, Humanoid just on farm duty, kind of as expected, but we'll see what he's able to do in a side lane if he can just survive and stack safely, because there's still a huge amount of time before that flash comes back up, and KC are in a position where they could capitalize.
Yeah, now my worry is that this laning phase for the Smolder up against the Azir is just going to get more and more difficult, as he's still far away from getting that 125 stack, so it's actually really important for Smolder as he gets the big AoE to be able to clear waves. And I think if Vladdy plays this well, he can just permanently get pushed against the Smolder and just poke him down.
Yeah, and especially as Kalist, you can already see he's getting some good damage onto Upset. You just open up Targums to roam as Mickey wanted to put some pressure there. But again, I think you just continue to keep control of this top side. You can play for Void Grubs in minute 15. KC have, again, this ease of execution that now is only amplified by how the early game's gone.
Body slam to try and stop the Q3 coming in from Kana. Then Token
nice trades by Kana.
But this has been positive, right? Oscar doing a lot of work in the 1v1 matchup versus Kalist, but Kana doing quite well, trying to bait out the early body slams, using the shielding just to stay healthy. And
you know,
once that first item's completed, it's going to be
for
tough.
Fnatic, it's kind of hard right now. They're kind of having 3 losing lanes, with the Varus getting pushed in mid, Azir in top, and the Cassandra bot. Wonder how they're going to get out of this.
And this is one of the strengths of the Varus, right? Even when you're a little bit behind. Level 7, 4 ranks in that queue, you can just take mid-prio. Queuing through the entire wave, you get a little bit of backup. It's pretty easy to sustain that.
I do like this move from Mickey, though. He went for the quicker reset and now is able to get into the jungle as KC are on the reset timer. So this should open up Fnatic at least some window of opportunity. Mickey going to deny Vladdy access to tower. So these are the type of plays that Jack was talking about, like trying to find windows to Yeah,
that's really nice.
Get some timing on the map. So nice call by Mickey there.
Do want to point out, if we look at items, we have first item on Yike and first item on Vladdy. Oh, Targamas might be in trouble.
Targamas, a little bit of damage going in. Mickey, but none of the real damage dealers are
Not
here.
too much damage here.
That nearly hurt him.
And while I'm not excited generally about Leandri's Maokai, a little bit more effective in the jungle support ganks, at least in terms of damage output.
Fnatic have first move to topside here. They might look for a dive.
Already coming in. Vladdy going to try to step forward and get out of it, but does still manage to get rooped up. Max duration. Very long range, pushing them back under tower, but crucially, the right person is tanking. Fnatic able to make that happen, but now Targamas trying to keep Razork in the area, but there's no one else here. Razork doesn't know that, but he does have unending despair, so don't think there's an angle here for Targamas.
Yeah, it was kind of a hope and a dream from Targamas, but you're not really going to be able to do much. So nice job by Fnatic. They're playing towards that Wincon and Humanoid, getting him a little bit of CS, a little bit of time, plus trading for the Void Grubs. Well played by Fnatic.
Yeah, this was really nice by Fnatic. You might look a bit weird, but what actually happened is they first zoned out Targamas. That was the first trade we saw, which then didn't allow Targamas to actually cover his mid laner, and Yike was on the Drake, but now Targamas going for
Targamas going all in. Him and the Grubs trying to tag team Razork. Razork going in. Little redemption.
Does a redemption predict?
I mean, it's just an actual Dunkmaster Ivern. He literally just alley-oop, slam dunk, Harlem. That was dirty.
That was sick.
That was... Like, whatever, however you feel about all chat trash talk, I feel like that was infinitely more disrespectful. Okay. That's the power of the, like, 10% max out.
But yeah, I think you're still kind of, like, for Fnatic, you get the 5. Unfortunately, the kill did go across, but... Oh, Kalist actually.
Trouble. Oh, really good flash here.
Excellent ulti. Mickey instantly punished. Kalist clean with it. Beat of Warfare going over to KC.
Oh, it's so nice seeing an ADC flash, rel Q flash. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
And I gotta say, KC bottom lane kind of taking the game into their own hands in the last minute here. The 1v1 jungle versus support from Targamas with a little bit of backup from Yike into that beautiful outplay from Kalist. Really good responses. Fnatic no longer quite as comfortable with their game plan of just support Humanoid. It's a few more weak points on the map now.
But KC predicting essentially trouble for Vladdy have all started to move up, but it's a great ward from Fnatic. They know many members are here. Is Oscar going to TP into this? He started to back away, but like this is still a 3v3. I'm not sure if Fnatic win.
They get spotted by the Smolder W. I think they're just going to back out. Now's the battle for control, and Varus has first push on mid here, so he could look to move to top.
They don't use all their cooldowns on Azir. I don't think they have the damage to win this fight.
They're trying.
Smolder moving in. Redemption now coming as well. Mickey desperately trying to finish that first kill. Yike taking it out of the equation. That's something. Managed to get one and now immediately walking away. All cooldowns burned.
And a bit of a misstep from Yike here. He doesn't actually position far enough back. Like how you want to play this Leona Ivern comp is that the Leona just can't die, essentially, right? With the Ivern shields. But if you get to gold Ivern, he's one-shot.
Yeah, it was kind of bizarre. Like, even I looked at Vladdy still having his ultimate available. Wasn't sure if he wanted to shuffle them under the tower. It felt like KC kind of surprised by how many members of Fnatic had stepped up there, despite seeing most of them on the map. But we get to see it here as we move on through. Like, Razork clears the ward. They should have spotted Mickey there, but
Yike is just not backing off enough. He's like not far enough back. He needs to be where Vladdy is so that he can actually disengage here. But he's the same position and the same line as Leona. And Mickey just does a beautiful engage.
And just the edge of that additional root hitbox too. It looked like Targamas was going to be able to tank it, but it's just steps a few 2 pixels too far forward.
This is what we wanted to see from Fnatic, though. We said in draft, look, you have to play around this Smolder. You need to be the ones that are kind of keeping him safe in a side lane. And not only is he like surviving, he's thriving, honestly, in this side lane. Hasn't gone past the 1-2-5 stack that Jack was already talking about, so going to start to farm up really effectively now. As long as Fnatic can keep it up, I think they can get this Smolder to be a real threat in this game.
Yeah, so far this game has really showcased to me why this support jungle from Fnatic is so good. Because I was really worried about the Smolder, but as you said, he's doing great. He's nearly got the 10 stacks per minute. He's halfway onto his second item. That's a pretty happy dragon right there.
And being able to keep that pace up, getting that additional ability haste coming in from Essence Reaver too. despite the early death, despite falling prey to that early gank. Flashback off cooldown, so that much safer as Fnatic now fighting a bit more for some mid-prio here. Dragon's still a minute and a half away, but Herald less than a minute now.
I think that's the big one for me, though. The fact that you've already gotten 2 dragons as KC means you're able to force a potential fight from Fnatic at these upcoming dragons. And yes, you're at an okay spot in the side lane for Humanoid, but he's not at that team fighting level right now, and may actually be in a little bit more trouble here.
Humanoid might be caught here.
Hungry for stacks. Trading, getting the flash for the ulti there. And the big thing is, Vladdy's fine with that, right? The next fight, Humanoid going to be so much more vulnerable on the side lane.
The thing is, though, Fnatic has full control of this top side for the Herald, and Vladdy is half HP with no ultimate. I think they should drop this Herald, just play for Drake. It's your 3rd one. You can contest the blue buff, but I hope they drop the Herald.
Well, it's in 12 seconds, and they're still walking in. So I don't know if you're going to get what you want, Mr. Spectre.
We'll see.
But for now, mid-prio still remains the name of the game. Don't want to concede too much here as Upset's fighting for control of the wave.
I think the double reset from Smolder and Rail, though, means that they are probably going to move down towards this bottom side. They're immediately TPing Humanoid onto this bottom half of the map so we can catch the wave again, feeding more of those stacks into this Smolder, whereas you're having Oscarina now move mid to help control that mid push. So Fnatic doing exactly what Jack was saying.
And this is actually very interesting, yeah, because Fnatic are the ones to decide, no, we absolutely want this Drake. We don't really care about the Herald. And now, what does KC decide? Do they want to cross-map it, or do they want to contest? Because if they want to contest, they're really late.
Daisy's out. It looks like it's time to contest.
I don't think they make it in time.
Shield there, 4K health. Maokai just going to zone away. Mom just going to zone them away. Fnatic probably do not want to fight, but they do want to smite, and they are going to win that one out. Mickey going in for the fall of engage. Targamas into the backline, trying to zone away. Upset, trying to take Humanoid out of the equation, but Kana going in, going all out, and down goes Humanoid. Vladdy untouched for now. Oscar Renan on the back line. Can he make the difference? Because Kana sure as hell can. He is popping off the Cassante, taking over. He was better in the lane, and he's better in the fight. They lost the Drake, but they're getting the kills.
How does KC win this? This fight starts off with the Ivern suiciding to trying to steal the Drake, and I thought to myself, oh, it's done. Ah, they messed up. But then somehow Kana does a hero performance, and they are able to win the fight.
I'm in shock. I thought the fight was over. I thought it was done for, but somehow KC managed to bring it back. And I think, again, you kind of just to see Oscar Renan coming in on the flank, but meant that he wasn't present for a lot of this. So Fnatic, they're already on the Dragon. KC zoning Oscar Renan off of that mid wave. They use a huge amount just trying to keep them out of the pit, but they still manage to get in.
It looks so bad.
I think it's Targamas' engage here. Manages to immediately get on Humanoid so they can finish him off. Upset isn't really in a position to try an auto, but Vladdy and Kalista are in a great position. They can hit over the wall. Oscar Renan's not really doing much, and you can just see the rest of Fnatic just starting to disintegrate there. But a great engage from Targamas, I think, on the Humanoid was really the difference maker there.
Yeah, come on, man. The way he played that, he buffered the Rel CC with his W, and I'm pretty sure he did like 2,000, 3,000 damage just in that fight.
And look, I'm going to be honest. We saw this yesterday, too. Fnatic carries is ending up in melee range of a Cassante has never been good. It's never been good for anyone. It's just interesting that it's happened so many times for Fnatic in the last few days, and you know Kana's going to get a lot more respect in the next fight because Humanoid Upset not in a position to go toe-to-toe with Kana, and now the Herald is down. Double feats over to the side of KC so they get the upgraded boots, and 1.8k gold lead. This is going pretty fantastically.
And a huge amount of that is on Vladdy in that mid lane. The Azir once more in a position with 2 items now to really take over this game, and I think Vladdy has been such a standout performer for KC as well. He's going to be in a position to just take over, and that's exactly where KC wants him.
Yeah, and I think this KC comp is just like, it's such a no-brainer. You know, you just need your carries in the back alongside the Ivern, and your Leon and Cassante can go wild. And as long as they're able to keep those distance between them and have a normal front to back, I think it's impossible to lose a team fight.
I also just think Kalist, despite falling down in CS early on, has just been able to very quietly get prio in mid lane, throw out some Qs to get damage in a fight, a good ult, a good outplay in mid lane on Mickey.
Yeah.
Excellent recovery to get back in this game. And we're in a situation where Vladdy can pick up the slack, can try to make these kills happen. Humanoid, nowhere to go. Vladdy on a killing spree. Silence what we talked about, and KC delivered.
Yeah, KC just targeting Fnatic where they're weak. They tried to move into position to defend this bot lane turret, but it did not belong to them. And now KC, turrets are falling, the push is continuing, and Fnatic, I don't think they can even defend the tier 2 here.
Yeah, this is disaster for Fnatic here. They hit them where it hurts, and they're putting Herald down on this bot lane. My goodness, KC is running away with the game.
It's just so much gold for Vladdy. Going to be racing towards that third item now. He is going to be a terror in the fights to come. But mid lane's still tough to take down. We do see yet another charge
The thing is now, you can put whoever you want bot lane, because they have double winning sides, and you'll get such a deep push that it's really easy to rotate to mid and break down this mid tower, and then you get full control of both sides of the jungle. But we have our next objective on our hands, the Atakan.
And look, a lot of teams have thrown a lot of leads at this particular objective. KC 4K up. Azir in such a commanding position. Humanoid still pretty far away from the stack threshold that he's looking for. And we'll have to see if KC are able to keep this momentum going and take down the Otacon.
I think this is where you have to swap Kana and Vladdy as KC. If Kana's on that bottom side, he can actually look for that deeper push and then threaten in towards that mid turret off of a flank. But in the position that you're in, you're never really able to do that with the Azir in the manner it's in. And especially the fact that Otacon is now up and you have 50 seconds until the Dragon. This is where it gets a little dangerous for KC because they have to protect both sides of the map at once.
I'm thinking that maybe the reason they're putting Vladdy on bot lane is because they're saying Fnatic can't go for Otacon, they're too far behind. We're just gonna full play for this Drake, get full setup. If you guys start the Otacon, it's kind of like a dare, you know? Start the Otacon, let's see what happens.
They don't have the fastest Otacon kill speed. I think that much we can agree on, at the very least. And Vladdy, so far, uncontested on the side lane, more resources put top. The name of the game for Fnatic, as we highlighted in draft, really is just kind of hand-holding Humanoid into this mid to late game. But Razork is going to start the objective.
2 items on upset. I think this is a really good time to fight for Fnatic, as this is at one point where you actually have similar item spikes across the board.
But they just conceded mid while Razork started that, and no one's really in a position to follow up now. So
are they not
a bit of an awkward sequence?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, they've reset for the 2 items on upset. KC are now on Dragon, but
KC.
I don't think they realize that the Otacon's been started.
Yeah. Oh, wow. They don't have blue trinket on the Varus. Oh,
Alted. He is just going to drop here. Kalist finding that kill. And the meantime, Dragon is going down. They are going to check Otacon. Kana is here. 3K getting lower. Target is on the way in. Will get cleaned up. Will get finished by the side of Fnatic. TP now coming as well. Kana needs to get the hell out. Humanoid starting to stack up, starting to scale in this fight. Kalist on the way. No ulti, but it might not matter. Oscar in here as well. Keep in that cast. Where is it going to go? Ezreal ulting multiple members. Nice dog back on Kalist. Caught out. Fnatic looking to turn the tides here. Shut down for Humanoid. The fight's still going. 2 members knocked up. Daisy doing good work. Targamas following. Multiple false lights proc, but it's Targamas who drops down because just in the nick of time, Humanoid ticks over the threshold and he's starting to find the executes.
And that's the big one. It's the execute threshold hit by Humanoid right as the Otacon gets started. And KC get caught with their pants down. They had no idea what doing
this. How did they get away with this? KC had full control, even killed Mikix, yet they had no idea that Fnatic was doing the Otacon.
And the thing was, Kana had to play it safe on top side, right? He's against the range carry. He knows that Fnatic aren't down at the Dragon, so chances are they're cross-mapping for him. They just don't realize it was nothing about the K'Sante, it's about the Otacon the whole time, so it gets snuck out from underneath them. Now, some of the members of Fnatic did fall, but it's still a fantastic play here. And look, Mickey, I think this was... Look, it's not smart for Mickey to get caught, but in the grand scheme of things,
fake pressure,
this is the thing, I think there's a little bit of fake pressure. Look, give him the benefit of the doubt here. In this position, Fnatic actually managed to get this.
He made just enough space, Kalist. That extra 10 seconds he's been killing Mickey. Saved the play.
It did work. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you know, he's there.
Causation, but it did work. Razork looking to start yet another play. Have the power of the ulti. Fnatic keeping the pressure up. Nice buffer on the Leon ulti coming in from upset. But Kalist responding with an ulti of his own. First false life procced there.
But you still got the push on topside from the Gragas, so Oscar just trying to make his way through these towers as Fnatic look to siege on towards the mid lane, looking to interrupt the resets as well.
Yeah, Fnatic are trying to get everything they can with this Otacon, and it's a big comeback play for them. I don't think they'll be able to break this mid tower here unless Oscarina wants to go for a hero play.
Would really love to break that, have a bit more control, make it that much harder for Kalist to walk up and contest midway, but they just aren't in a position to do it.
It's a good ward, though, from KC on towards that top side of the mid lane, because they immediately spotted Oscarina, and you can tell the idea that Oscarina wants to go for. He's opted in towards the sweeper. He wants to look for these flanks. May have just found the flank on towards the Azir.
Oh, Vladdy, where do you go? Okay, setting up the tower is nice. Oscarina might just walk away after that one.
Just a bit annoying. But so now we actually have on our hands a very equal game where Drake is pretty much all that matters. And I ain't talking about the smolder. I'm talking about the mountain Drake.
I want to talk about the Smolder though, because the Smolder's kind of terrifying.
Smolder really close to IE. He's still wearing.
That's true. He's pretty important as well.
But I think that is the big talking point for me, is the fact that Humanoid hit that threshold. He is way past the point where he's going to be very scary in team fights, and he's still got a decent front line to set him up. It's just a case of how can Vladdy be the carry over Humanoid in this one?
Yeah, it's tough, right? There's a lot of pressure on Kalist. 1 or 2 Varus Qs in a fight where no one on the enemy team has lifesteal, can do a ton of work, but you need to land that before the fight starts. That accuracy needs to be high. Otherwise, it's all on Vladdy. The sustained damage the Azir can do, but you mentioned it earlier, Jack. 2.5 items now for Upset. IE completed for Humanoid. And Dragon v Dragon battle coming pretty soon. Fnatic probably going to look to contest in 2 minutes the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, I think the saving grace for KC is the fact that you do have a ton of wave clear, both with Kalista and Vladdy, so you can see they're starting to move these members into position to keep hold of the mid lane tower, but TP in behind Fnatic.
Humanoid upset.
That's a crazy
bit
flag.
of a split call. Razork trying his best to disengage with the ulti. Targamas able to use the Mikhails. Humanoid caught out. That's big! All that money, that Infinity Edge doesn't mean anything. You're 6 feet under. KC also catching out Oscarinen, but not a lot of damage coming in from Kalist. Oscarinen quite tanky at this point with the power of the W. Kana fishing for an angle. KC just trying to wrest control of mid lane.
I think you got to be careful here, Fnatic.
Now committing. Ulti goes in from Kalist. Upset off to the side. Still safe. Vladdy waiting for his moment. Vladdy coming around the corner, but the carries have already moved away. It's just Mickey that they're able to catch out. Pullback from Cassante is good. Mickey's got nowhere to go. KC can set their sights on the Baron.
They need to go there immediately, though. 15 seconds on towards Humanoid, and he does have the TP. Oscarinen's the same. I think Fnatic are resetting to look for a potential re-engage off of this objective.
I'm a bit worried about this Nash from KC here. Fnatic still have a lot of tools to look for them, and Humanoid's going to be in this fight.
Oscarinen on the way over. Immediately, everyone taking the opportunity to jump over the wall and try to keep Razork away from the pit, but it's Oscarinen. Carries. Vladdy able to flash to safety. Fnatic now walking away. Everyone walking away like ships in the night because none of the damage went over the wall, so Razork is just fine.
Yeah, I got a little nervous there because Fnatic, the fact that you get this pick, this was a phenomenal play from KC. They immediately go for Humanoid as well because they know his flash is still down. That's why Kana just ignores Upset altogether, and it's a great pick, but at this point, I think as KC, you need to make a choice. Go for the Baron immediately or look for the fight after. Unfortunately, they do end up going for the fight and they get Mickey, but not having that Baron is a little bit of an upsie, because I think you really could have put the hurt onto Fnatic and closed this game out, but now Dragon.
We can see it means they conceded at least starting the Drake as Oscar eating a bit of initial damage. Razork now throwing his ulti out. Kana, nice W. Multiple members caught out, looking to lock down Kana before the fight even starts. Kalist hitting the ulti, hitting multiple members. Good Q. Piercing arrows coming through. Mom now somebody, but Vladdy is finally here. There's only one member down on the side of Fnatic. That's the power of shields. Cassante, the Ivern, tag teaming in this fight.
Now Fnatic has a 4v5 here, and they still can't kill this Cassandra. This Ivern is just doing way too much.
Stepping up, now going all out. Now he's vulnerable. Humanoid trying to step up and punish. W coming through a little bit extra Omni Vamp. The shielding going in as well. Kana flash out to safety. He just will not go down. KC starts upset, feeling confident, going over the wall. Targamas, every Q connecting. That one only hitting the Drake covers. KC slowly getting pushed back by the Rainovich, but a single member for Fnatic upsets. It could all fall apart.
Mickey on
the flank. They've spotted him, trying to walk away, going back over with the blast cone, getting lower and lower, but Humanoid as well is starting to burn down. Mickey trying to find the engage. Vladdy now going in. Body slam coming through. Vladdy down. Mickey still looking for an extra save, but Kalist managed to get the kill back. It's a bloodbath on the bottom side. Dragon in the sights of KC. They know they're stronger. Flash forward. Arrows rain from the sky, and the soul belongs to KC.
KC will not die in this game. They hold their spots. They take the soul. And Fnatic are left desperate for anything in that fight.
And the fights are so tense, back and forth, the poke wars. But this Ivern pick, it just makes it so hard for Fnatic to be able to do anything. Look at Cassandra in this fight. He cannot die. He can't.
And it's a 4 versus 5 as well. Like, look how low he goes. He gets the shield. Then the redemption comes down to keep him topped up as well. The threshold is like, for the love of God, put that health bar below it. But it doesn't matter. They're in to keep him going. KC free hitting the whole time. And now Vladdy has shown up to the fight as well. Fnatic continue to try to poke with Upset. But again, Kana just jumps into the middle, pushes Oscarinen over the wall to continue this 1v1. And then he's like,
flashes over to the blast cone and he's out again.
Yeah, just back to Ivor, back to safety, and back to square one for Fnatic as they try and continue on with this fight. And Upset is doing his damnedest. Mickey looking for the flash with that ultimate just about to tick up over the wall, but doesn't get it. And then Vladdy, good flash from Upset to keep him shut down. But now, look at the health bars on Fnatic. And there's just more shields and more healing coming through on the opposite side.
And it feels so desperate for Fnatic. You could tell they stayed there because they really wanted to deny the soul. Now you're sitting at a Mountain Soul plus Ivern Shields, and you already couldn't kill this Cassante. How are you killing him now?
And you don't have any lifesteal either. You don't have enough money to pick up a lifesteal item fourth for either Upset or Humanoid, and now they're just going to lose the Baron. They're slowly getting chipped away at. They have Mountain Soul. Upset's not doing any damage. Kana has infinite shields. They're finally starting to hit, and maybe they can combo him out. Kalisz laying it down. Objective getting lower and lower, but Razork isn't chirping into the pit. The flash over the wall not going to come through, as he does not have access. Baron going down for KC, and they could just walk away.
That was such a sick strat. Just send the Daisy in to keep everything in check. Vladdy's just able to free DPSs, and you can't get into the pit as Fnatic. You've got no flash on towards Razork. And Fnatic are struggling now to find access.
Yeah, Kana can just play as a bodyguard and not let anybody do anything. And now they can just play for mid and top here. And KC, they want to go for more. They want to break inhibitors.
And look, the priority on the Azir just paying off. That top side that they prioritized 1, 2, 3 is just doing so much work this game. But Kalisz as well. Remember, he was 30 CS down early on, but the poke has been so vital to helping them push Fnatic off, to force Fnatic to make plays, knowing that the next Q that hits, they might not have enough health to make it happen.
I do want to say, though, for me, Upset's been great this game. A much better Ezreal from his game yesterday. Just mechanically in the fights, the Qs are landing, the confidence is there, but frankly, it just doesn't look like enough.
What a confidence boost this could be from KC if they're able to take them down, though. They have never beaten Fnatic. And even just though this is the start of this best of 5, getting that first win on the board could be massive for this squad as they now start to move in on towards this top side. Kana pushing in the mid lane, trying to spread Fnatic across the map.
And for both these teams, right, this is just the start. If you're going to win here, you want to do it with confidence. You want that momentum in your favor when you head into the finals. Only game 1, but Kana has been a terror just about the entire game. No one can really match up against the Cassante. They can kill the creeps, but they are not killing that champion.
I do think, though, if Fnatic are able to hold on and not lose inhibitors here, you will have Smolder getting towards this LDR, and I think you have a realistic shot at contesting the Elder Dragon.
It's so difficult, though. This is kind of where Ivern starts to come alive. The shields, the poke, the everything just chipping away at that turret, and you're waiting for this next minion wave to just go through. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. What do you do? Like,
you buy a lifesteal, but you need armor pets, so you just have to wait till item 4. You can't even settle for a Vamp Scepter. He needs extra damage, and even by then, it might be too late. Razork doing what he can to clear.
This is 4 versus 5. Kana's still in the mid lane.
He's just taking his time. There's so many brush set up too, so Fnatic are just blind firing into random bushes, hoping they hit a key carry.
To be fair, they only have 1 wave left of Nash, and they're actually going to choose to recall here. They did not break the inhibitors. This is huge for Fnatic, and it gives them a realistic chance to actually contest the next objective. The Elder Dragon.
So once again, it's all about Drakes.
Yeah.
This time, not Smolder.
Yeah.
Elder coming
or
through.
It will be, we'll see.
Well, it might be both here as an attempt to cancel the recall, but again, you said it, not playing on that last wave, instead opting to use the improved resets, and it's paying off because they're first to the objective here. Easy for them to set up all this vision and try to find an angle for Kana to play the fight.
I do feel like in some version of old McDonald's Fantasy Farm, this is going to be what we have to keep our eyes on. It's either going to be the Dragon, it's going to be the Pigeon Emperor, or it's going to be the Metal Horse, because the engage from Mickey could be huge. But I do think that this is where you kind of need to get on towards the likes of Kalisz and Vladdy, because Kalisz very strong now with the items he's just picked up.
We got the Mortal Reminder.
You could have picked Pigeon Emperor.
Yeah.
Just side note, no, please continue. Mortal Reminder.
Mortal Reminder on Smolder and Rabadon on Azir. Both of them are really, really spiking here, and it'll be interesting to see. I feel like most of the fights so far, Fnatic, Humanoid has been slightly caught out or just outpoked. Will he be able to do something different?
And I think the one person that we have to call attention back to, based on performance yesterday, is Oscar. He's on Gragas, he has the cast. He is the person on a flank who can disrupt this fight so easily, because if it's just a battle of poke, KC are going to win. They have Mountain, they have the Ivern, they will come out on top. But the Gragas, the cast, always the potential to find that engage, to find that angle. But it's harder now with Kalisz having that spell shield, and Vladdy honestly just being so damn strong.
I mean, Upset can try his damnedest, but Chiruda's Grudge is not exactly the best thing to try and take down these tanks. So in this position, a huge amount of it's going to be on Humanoid. Has that more reminder done? But can he actually get into a position to deal the damage? Because right now, KC, they're just poking them down.
Yeah, they need to be able to enter here. You can see they'll just slowly lose the poke wars as Upset and Humanoid is just getting poked out more and more. We need Mickey on a flank or something like that, or a Gragas flank. I think just front to backing it is not going to work.
Starting the objective. Ulti now coming in for Razork. Multiple members locked up. Vladdy locked up, but he able to flash out just in time to get away from Mickey. Kalista on a rampage as he manages to find the kill. Yank with the instantaneous follow-up, and they're done. They're out. Ring the bell. No time for another round here in game one. Upset running. KC dominating. Early game, it was back and forth, but the triples coming through. A CS difference does not matter to Kalist. He is finding a shot every single time.
Fnatic tried so hard to get in there. They saw the chains of corruption missed and thought they had their chance. But KC are just too damn strong, and they will march on the Nexus in game number one.
And what a damn impressive performance from KC this game. Although, actually, they might not be able to end. It looks like they're going to pivot into the Elder instead, as Fnatic are respawning. They have TP on Humanoid and Oscar. They might make a Hail Mary play here to contest this Elder.
Would certainly be a Hail Mary. Objective bounties up for Fnatic. Elder could be the difference maker, but KC starting it. They saw game one yesterday. They are not taking any risks trying to end the game.
Can Razork get in the pit? I don't think he can.
I don't think so.
I think they're going to get aced.
Running. Objective going to get taken down here. This is a delayed end to this game. The attempt, something that they had to do. But now the game is over. Kalist got like 16 seconds to Baron. If KC want a really cool victory lap, they can go for it, but they might not even need it.
I think it's too hard to run down mid here without the Nash, but it looks like they're actually going to look for it. But Smolder has very good wave clear.
Q flash, perfect combo trying to get in. Vladdy with the pushback as well.
The healing.
Isolate the carries, but Humanoid just going to get taken down. Elder Dragon just doing too much work. KC unfazed. Will not be pushed back.
I think the Ivor did more work than the Elder Dragon there. They cannot die with this healing.
Connor refusing to go down. He is basically ready to dive the fountain. And Cassante doing Cassante things, and Fnatic learning very quickly that the top side of KC is not to be messed with, as Kalist yet again snipes a kill. First blood to KC in this series. Dominating performance.
What a beautiful game from KC here. I'm a Fnatic. I want to see a more proactive top laner for Oscar in it. I didn't love this Gragas pick. I think he needs a bruiser or something like that, where he can have more skill expression. And to be honest, KC just looked really good.
I don't think they were ready for that. I think they got a little bambboozled on that.
The Ivor definitely surprised them.
Like, it was a Maokai, haha.
There's an E-I-E-O-O.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Old McDonald. We'll see what other animals get added to the farm. After this, we're going to head to a quick break, see if KC can bring it up to 2-0 or if Fnatic can strike back. Don't go anywhere.
Don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
I'm not gonna lie, like I think I'm gonna completely 1v9. Like, I'm not joking, by the way.
And Yike was on the Drake, but now Targamon's going for Targamon's going all in. Him and the Grubs trying to tag team Radford. Radford going in.
I can still look.
Maybe go in.
Go. I'm strong. I'm coming quick.
Nice.
Here we go. We keep going.
No.
Just
I have the buff, you know?
Yeah, just go. I have stacks.
I'm ulting on Varus.
Yeah.
Kill Varus. Very good.
Ascende.
Nice.
But Jenny locked up and he able to flash out just in time to get away from Mickey. Callisto on a rampage as he manages to find the kill. Yike with the instantaneous follow-up, and they're done. They're out. Ring the bell.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. We just had a crazy back-and-forth game against KC and Fnatic, which delivered some absolutely insane teamfights. Finn, when you watch those teamfights, run me through exactly what was going through your mind.
Oh my god, I think when you're playing these teamfights, you all focus on who has flash, who doesn't have flash. I think you always just gotta focus on these things, because as a pro player, these fights are happening way too fast. And you gotta simplify it for yourself in a way. You gotta focus, what can we do in these fights? These fights, when you have to walk into an Elder Dragon, you're like, please come and make space. I think here Mickey X got a little bit too excited, tried to create a little bit too much space, but it was a crazy game back and forth, really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, watching it, all I could feel was the tension in the moments, because both compositions wanted to do very similar things in terms of the front to back, but kind of we picked a moment in this game where it felt like it kind of set the tone for what we were going to expect throughout this series. So I want to bring up this clip because when we look back at it, it very much centered around the Arakan. And I want to get your insight into the first thing that you saw when we bring up the minimap.
Yeah, so here I think Fnatic is very aware that the K-Corp are gonna go for this dragon. So they're like, okay, we can't fight this dragon, we can't take in the towers, what are we gonna do? Let's try to sneak this Arakan. Here you see Razork starting the Arakan, pulling it down towards the right side of the river. So even though Kana is in top side, he actually can't see the Arakan being started. And Razork playing Maokai has a lot of percentage health damage, so even though Maokai is a tank, he does a lot of damage to this Arakan. And Fnatic realizes, wait, they are not aware of us doing this Arakan, so they actually call the entire team up. Here's the Upset rotating behind their vision, Mickey's holding the line there, and they actually try to sneak it in front of K-Corp's face.
So in a situation like this, we were all perplexed, okay? Because this seems like a very ambitious Arakan to actually be doing. You've got so many Fnatic members grouped up in here. You've got Kana, who sees the play happening. Meanwhile, when you look at the minimap, the members of KC seem very split up. You've got two people doing the dragon, two people are making their way up. If you're in this position, Finn, what are you thinking as a pro? Who's in the better position?
Yeah, K-Corp are like, what? They're doing Arakan? Because they had no idea this was happening. They're clearly just focusing on tunneling visioning on this dragon. And here's the like trying to run up, but the Arakan is already taken. And here, K-Corp wants to fight it. They realize, wait, we don't want to give this for free. But Fnatic knows they're stronger, they know they have the advantage here, they know that if they take a fight, the Atkan is going to revive them and they're going to come back to life, so they are not scared of K-Corp. And here Humanoid calls in the voice comms, as we heard before, I'm getting my stacks on this fight. That Smolder 225 breakpoint is so crucial in this fight, and he knows if they keep fighting, he will get that execute threshold, and they just keep clicking forward, daring K-Corp to go into them.
It was a situation where KC felt a little haphazard in their response, but I think you get to see the real value of Ivern in this situation as well. The amount of utility that he provides, the front to back that KC's able to regroup and play around, the crucial TP that Vladdy was able to bring in on the back end of this fight as well, I think was a huge point where ultimately we found ourselves in a situation where KC got themselves the Dragon, the Arakan on the side of Fnatic, and it ended up in this stalemate where we were very confused as to what direction it was actually going to go.
Yeah, and I think if you're Fnatic in this point, you are very happy. You committed a daylight robbery. This was not your dragon to contest, and you were scratching to get anything on the other side of the map. And the fact that you get Arakan, you get a bunch of stacks in your Smolder, and you get a good fight for yourself. I think this was one of the highlights for me of Fnatic's game. Obviously, there was a very chaotic game, many fights happening, but this was one of the highlights for me.
It certainly was, and it really did set the tone for the rest of the game. So to discuss the rest of the game, we're going to head over to the desk.
6 weeks of LEC and cinema play around Arakans, and it's not here to stop today. But guys, I want to draw the attention on one player specifically, this man on the top lane here. And I want to ask you guys, is it a case of K'Sante being too strong, or is Kana just too OP?
No, I mean, certainly K'Sante is strong. And also, let's remember, Fnatic didn't win the game. That was a nice breakdown, but that game was very back and forth. In the end, I think this is the guy that brought stability. Kana's K'Sante was actually incredible. We often see K'Sante moments where you make the champion look incredibly busted. He did that again and again and again. This was a showcase of his talent on a very broken champion.
And also, I think it's a showcase of understanding the extra limits you have. You already have a lot of limits on this champion. You also have the Ivern shields, which make you even tankier. Absolutely. And your job is not always to kill everyone, it's just to disrupt. That's fine enough. Just buy enough time in the backline for your Varus and your Azir to do the dirty work as well. He did a great job of just judging everything. And yes, in this clip, actually, just go absolutely
I was going to say, it's not his job. He's doing it anyway. It's charity work.
He's got like his own like WWE entrance music, and it just walks up there with the Entofos. And if he ever got a W onto someone, they effectively just died.
I had a quick chat with a Wadi from KC actually before the series, and he said, we have our priorities of draft in order, the gameplay is set. I feel like they know what they're doing now, so KC slowly rebuilding their blue wall here in game 1. Let's see what Fnatic can throw in game 2.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the time.
Welcome back to the LEC as we see KC getting ready for game 2 with some smiles, some optimism on their face, and it makes sense because if you watch game 1, it was mostly not close. There were some good moments for Fnatic here and there, but once KC got control of the game, outside of that part where they kind of let Otacon get taken for free, it was a slaughter.
Yeah, they looked very comfortable. It was a really nice KC to see. I feel like Kalist had a good bounce back on the Varus, looked much better than last week, and overall they just looked really cohesive. I also love their comp, so draft coming in, love that.
And I think they clearly, as we were both saying coming into the first draft, they looked like they had a game plan. They were like, cool, we're going to give the Maokai, which has kind of been the top priority for everyone, and we'll take these here instead. Make sure that we're able to kind of pinch Humanoid's champion pool a little and have an answer for it in the Ivern. So I think just good intuition from KC coming into this series.
Yeah, just good strategy and a good game plan coming into it. I'm excited to see, like, how does Fnatic respond now? What do they think the problems were? And do they have some things up their sleeve?
And I think the beautiful thing about Fearless, right, is that it's not as simple as let's do the salty run back and change one pick. It's like you're kind of starting from scratch, at least in terms of draft.
Already the Draven ban makes me think that they really want to first pick Kalista here. But I don't think KC will give it to them, as it's been a very contentious pick.
The Vi, though, banned again consistently. Saw that one, game 1 blue side from KC, game 2 red side from KC. Do not want to give Razork the chance to play it. It is his best champion, so you can understand why.
I'm also surprised that it's the Zyra ban from Fnatic. I thought they'd try and go for an AP jungler for Razork to open up things like the Corki for Humanoid in the mid lane, but obviously not wanting to go for it. Looks like trying to, as Jack was saying, prioritize the Kalista pick, but I imagine that'll just be the last one.
Renata as well. This is making me think that even more. It's like some 5-head ban for the Kalista first pick. I'm assuming they presume that KC will leave it open for them. But what will they decide with this last ban? Will they take it away?
Bit of a gamble. I mean, honestly, the debate in a Fearless series is if you flip it once and you win the game, you never see it again. And even if you do lose, you never have to ban the Kalista again anyway.
Yeah, they took a long time to think about this. Kaisa, wow.
Okay. Willing to take the flip.
Because the Embessa is still open. So basically they were like, hey, look, we're more worried about the Embessa first pick into the Kaisa follow-up. So I think that's what they were worried about. But, I mean, the Kalista is still perfectly happy to get their hands on this.
Now I'm very curious. They're going to probably take away the Embessa. But what do you play into this Kalista? Draven is out. Varus is out. Do you just try to go for something scaling and maybe lane swap?
And the question is, are Fnatic already one step ahead where they have a specific counter pick already into the Embessa? The specific counter pick might have been Poppy, but KC securing both those champions together means the options to shut that champ down are much more limited.
I'm also curious what they want to try and, like, is it just Poppy going into the support role? Do they end up leaving it for later? Or do they want to try and put that in towards Yike? Because I think things like Xin Zhao for Razork are still an option here, which the Poppy can do relatively okay into as well. So I think you've still got flexibility here for KC as this game starts to go on. But immediately, you and I are going to go back towards the Talia, it looks like here, to try and keep some control over the team fights.
The thing that feels very bad as Fnatic right now is that you have one support that you really want to pick here, and it's Renata, but you banned it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how do they pair up a support now with this Kalista, especially into the Poppy, so you don't want a traditional engage support. You want something like a Blitzcrank or an Enchanter or a Nautilus that doesn't care that much about the W.
Something we'll have to track as the Zen is now locked in. Clearly some focus on the jungle mid pairing, a bit more about the synergy than about the scaling this time around. I like the Fnatic have more tools to fight proactively in the early game. That's something we're kind of critical of in game one. Obviously they had a clear strategy, but the Fnatic that we know, the fact that we've seen build these big leads and win games, one's been much more successful.
I'm also wondering how KC try to round out this draft, because when you take the Embessa, you kind of want to go for dive-orientated picks, but the fact that you have gone for the Poppy isn't exactly dive. Same when you look towards the stage one, you at least can try and help, but I almost want to look at like an AD carry that is a bit more self-sufficient, so my eyes would be going towards something like a Zyra Khan, potentially for Kalista and Targamas in that bottom side, so at least sure Zyra can keep herself safe as you go for these dive tools, but it's not in the best position to go for that here.
The thing is now though, with the Sejuani lock-in, you're locking this Poppy into support, so you're not going to be able to lock in a support ADC duo. I don't know what ADC they pick. They also need AP on mid lane, unless they want to put Kalista on a mage, which they could, but I don't see it. So
Victor taken away.
I'm very excited to see what we're going to see.
Is it the Ziggs angle?
It could be.
Because, I mean, you got the lock-up with the Embessa, you go for the ultimate on the follow-up from the Embessa, try and go for that, like, pseudo dive eventually with the ultimate, but, I mean, it's not something that we've seen a huge amount of, and into Kalista and stuff, it's not exactly wonderful, so maybe it is just a swap angle, yeah.
The thing is, I've played a lot against Kalista, and I've only played against him on a mage once, and he inted pretty hard. So, I'd be really surprised
if he pulls that. Was it Ziggs,
It was Seraphine.
Okay,
so
see?
It wasn't Ziggs. But I'd argue Seraphine is easier than Ziggs.
Look, I'm not arguing that. I was just, you know.
We'll take your single game sample size as gospel for now, Mr.
Well, it's a big sample size of not any mages.
There you go. Okay, so the debate here, what do they want to give to Vladdy most likely?
But it could be a flex to bot lane. Quaybot isn't bad, but I do think
I agree.
99% it's going to be
for what it's worth, I do want to see the Neela. I don't think it's good here, but there will become a time where it is good, and then I'd like to see it. So Nautilus is going to be the pairing. Very standard, very conventional, lots of memes about Mickey's Nautilus. And while he did die a lot yesterday, he did still have a pretty reasonable performance. But with the way locked in, technically still room for flex. We'll see what the final pick from Fnatic will be.
We've seen some cool picks into the Embessa. We've seen the Vex top, we've seen the... Okay, but we see a Rumble. That's not those.
No Warwick, no
Warwick, no Vex.
But
now the ADC pick. This should be spicy. If they go for something like the Neela, that would be crazy. They could go for something like Jinx and just be like, no, we're going to perma swap and never lane.
What, I was going to say the Ashe used to be the old school pick, but I know it's not as strong with the changes to Kalista, right? So
it's also like, it's really nerfed on this patch. It gets buffed in the next patch that we're not on. So it's a pretty weak champion right now. But it is, and always has been, a really good matchup into Kalista, because it's one of the few champs that can match her level 1, slows her down perma for the slower dash, and overall just outranges the Kalista so you can space her.
Also just lends into a very heavy pick composition for KC, right? You can have the follow from the Ashe ult, the Sejuani ult, the Mbessa follows, the Severing Bolt coming through from the Hui as well. You can very quickly play for a pick, and even then, if Fnatic try and answer, you just knock them away with Poppy, right? So I think you've got options here as KC to try and open up fights, but even your team fighting isn't terrible with the draft you have here either.
No.
I'm liking both drafts here, actually. I feel like both drafts have their like strengths and weaknesses. But I see Sejuani and Hui on the same team, it looks a bit off. Normally you want something that wants to like fight a bit more in the mid lane, while Hui is more like stable. But I also really like the Poppy into all of these dashing champions. But I also like Fnatic's like explosiveness with the Xin Zhao and the Nautilus. I feel like there's a lot of potential playmaking on both sides.
Which is frankly what we want to see. Again, game one was a lot more about scaling, at least for the first few minutes.
Yeah.
This time around, maybe going to be a bit more explosive. How will they navigate this Poppy on the bottom side of the map is a big question for me. Upset and Mickey, powerhouse 2v2 here. They got the Kalista. They spent so many bans to make sure they could get it. Will it pay off? So we head into our second game. KC up 1-0. Fnatic looking to fire back.
The crowd is going wild. Love the energy here.
Will we get standard lanes?
I believe so. Because both lane and top lane is like skill matchup, I'd say. Like the Ashe into the Ashe Poppy into the Kalista Nautilus. They have windows both sides to fight each other. So I'd be surprised if we get a swap.
And I will say we do need to see a pretty good game from Yike and Targamas if we end up in a kind of a neutral game state, because Kalista and Vladdy are going to have a very hard time. Rumble Equalizer from just years away, Humanoid going down with Unraveled Earth. Like, these immobile champions are going to suffer if KC aren't in a position where they can get that set up first. Of course, they do have a lot of range between them. Perhaps can just keep Fnatic at arm's length.
I think a lot of it's on the Humanoid as well. The Weaver's Wall can do a lot of work to keep Vladdy and Kalista in places where you can actually get access to them as Fnatic, because I think that's going to be your hardest problem. Is there is relatively long range on both Vladdy and Kalista, so trying to close that distance is going to be a bit of an issue. But
Chelsea were looking for a cheese here, but one of the big changes with Ashe now is that her level 1 is nowhere near as strong as it used to be. So she's not able to look for as aggressive fights as before.
Poppy also not taking the Halo Blade, so not looking to flip the lane at level 1, although Targamas won't be able to proc his own Aftershock, so he does eat a little bit more damage than intended on that first exchange.
Kidma, very equal push here so far, but it looks like KC is favored. Oh, sidestep.
I wasn't sure exactly what the
huge trades.
Massive subset takes yet another auto. Kalist.
Oh my goodness.
Holy stacked.
Yeah, this bot lane is looking rough now.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure what Razork's pathing was, because he moved over towards the red, but actually ends up moving down towards the Krugs instead. So you're now in a position where Razork's going to be pathing away, whereas Yike is moving down towards this bottom side. So the more punishment Mickey and Upset end up taking on this bottom side, the more detrimental it's going to be, especially if you ever spot Razork towards this top half of the map.
It's also hard to commit to the all-in, right? Upset does have the cleanse, which is going to be very useful in the context of this game. You see Kalist locked up, Ignite ticking, barrier now used, barrier important, wants to get one more auto, but instead turning back to Targamas, Ignite ticking from Targamas, cleanse coming out immediately, flash forward from Mickey, dredge line coming through, staggering blows to finish that one off, and now Targamas might be in trouble. Titan's Wrath there, level 2 for Mickey, enough, double kill, support, killing support on the bottom side.
And Fnatic find the magic. They're able to get out of this terrible 2v2 state and get a double kill onto Mickix, and it's beautiful execution. Starts the fight with the Nautilus hook.
It's so nice. Like looking for a new chapter in the Nautilus story. Should he have taken those kills? Probably not ideally, but he didn't have a choice. Is now Yike chasing Razork. Razork flashing out before the E will proc.
He had some pretty clutch hooks yesterday as well, but I think it was just Kalist kind of a bit of an upsie, walked a bit too far forward. Like Mickey didn't end up hooking him and was still in range to just get auto attacked and locked down. So KC kind of messing up. You'll see it here on the replay. So Mickey gets the hook. Targamas does a good job of getting the steadfast presence down to block it, but then just ends up sticking around for the auto attack and ends up getting walked in. So that's why Upset is able to chase him down. And then Mickey, like, nicely done here, waits for that passive to clear, finishes him off, and now follow up on towards Targamas. He knows he's got the hook in just a couple of seconds, and should he give it across? Yes. Did he? No.
This is one of the things that's terrifying about Nautilus, right? It's like the second point, he just puts a point in W because he already has Q plus passive for just an insane amount of CC in those early exchanges. And this is a reminder of how important it is for Targamas and Kalista to be diligent, to be careful about how strong the Kalista is, because that first trade looked incredible, but the level 2 very quickly reminded us why the Kalista is such a power pick.
Yeah, the thing with this matchup is Ashe wants to play it really slow, get HP leads, while Kalista and Nautilus want to play it explosive. They need one engage just like that, and they can take over.
I think the good news for the side of KC is that, again, both those kills did go to Mickey. So while there's a recurve bow, some extra attack speed for Upset, he's not just rolling in it, wasn't able to buy a fast tier 2 boots.
Yeah, it's not the biggest gold lead for the ADC. They do have like, a very big HP lead on the support and boots advantage, which allows them to roam faster on the map. Good trades from Oscar here.
This is big. Oscar, obviously, in the previous game, wasn't able to match Cassante in team fights, but additionally, the lane phase wasn't great. They did swap away from it. He was able to shut down Kalista at least a little bit, but keeping the pressure on here top side will be big. Pre-6, though, not surprising. Post-6, where Kana starts to get that Omni Vamp, it gets a lot easier to trade.
3 grubs is important, though, because now Kana's kind of in a position where he needs to stick around for this wave, but 50 seconds until that objective spawns, you can start to move Razork up into position. Even Mickey and Upset, there we go, can look for the reset now. So I think it's given a lot of control to Fnatic on the map to now look for that swap for the Void Grubs.
Yeah. They should be able, with this huge tempo advantage, to... I would be surprised if KC still tried to match the swap here from the Fnatic bot lane. I think if Kalista especially goes for this next... Oh, they're not swapping, actually.
Yeah, but look at the pings coming through from KC. They were convinced that he was swapping. They just called it with the pings there. So they're going to end up shoving in this wave, I think. And it just means Upset should be able to catch it. But I'm curious if Yike is going to move down here and just give Void Grubs.
They're actually just slow pushing it. I'm curious here why they didn't end up going for the swap. Maybe they just want to keep fighting 2v2 and play for Drakes. They are happy in their lanes, both 1v1 top and 2v2 bot.
Seem content to continue laning.
Vladdy?
Humanoid now going in. Vladdy isolated for a brief moment, flashing on the wall, waiting to the last possible second. Good patience. Is forced to burn the flash, but keeps his life.
Man, Vladdy's mechanics are clean right now. The sidestep on the Nautilus hook behind the minion and throwing out the EQ at the same time. Really nice.
Now Fnatic trying to instead contest on towards the Dragon, so expecting KC to go for the swap or the cross map even, but Fnatic, I mean, this is a bit weird.
Strange.
Yeah,
It's like, they don't want to play for something, they just want to fight. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it feels also like game 1 there. Like, we really didn't like when we had to come to Dragon when you were on Soul Point, so we're just going to over-prioritize. Okay.
That feels pretty bad. You spent like a minute trying to contest that.
But now no one gets any objective, which are Fnatic happy with? I don't know. I think the swap for grubs, you have the Kalista, like you're going to get pushed in a lot of circumstances.
And
why
you
not just get the grubs?
You kind of just wasted the time that we just talked about where you'd gotten that good trade on top side. Kana is still just sitting there, able to farm his way through this. You've now got a good reset timer as well for Kalista as this wave starts to push in. He just picked up his boots, so you kind of lost that win of opportunity. And as you come back into lane, looks like Yike feeling comfortable to start up Dragon as Humanoid going to look for the reset. He's out of mana.
Yeah, Humanoid needs the base here and they get the free Drake. Casey is in a very comfortable position here. Curious if now Fnatic wants to try to base and swap, but Upset's not recalling.
G2 have, or excuse me, not G2. Fnatic have prio bot lane, but no one is coming. Like bot lane was, or mid lane was even, but Vladdy's going to get the push out first. Now KC is starting to walk up, so Fnatic have decided for an objective-free game thus far, as KC will secure the first straight.
It was just a good call off of mid being low on mana. Humanoid didn't have that ultimate available, was super low on mana, and Vladdy had gone for the reset already, so like, cool, we can just continue to push in mid. You can't contest us. Even if you do, we still have numbers advantage on the play, so a good kind of call from KC to just fluff out Fnatic on the play.
And while Fnatic are holding on to a pretty decent gold lead, 1.5k, it's a little bit fake because so much of it is on Mickey. And that gold lead isn't helping him get that support item completion any faster.
And the problem now is, I don't think, unless they want to go for a dive here on bot lane with the Talia move, they don't have any real cross map here.
I think they want to go for a dive.
They're going to go for the dive.
The wall isn't up yet, so it's just going to be heavily reliant on this play.
Time's pretty crucial. Mickey just eating a lot of damage. Ignite already taking. Mickey's going to flash full commit here. Follow-up coming in from the Kalista, trying to buy a bit more space. Kalista got nowhere to go. Mickey still standing. Crucially is Razork, a blinking health bar, but they'll get the 80 carry of KC.
And a very clean dive here for Fnatic. I'm quite surprised that they managed to execute it. But unless they kill Targamas here as well, you're losing plates on mid. They might kill him.
Targamas running.
Humanoid has flash.
Flash, forward, volley, gets him. Look, they're going to lose 2 objectives, but they're getting plates on the tower, or could get plates on the tower, instead opting to reset. Yike will get Drake, will get 3 grubs, but Fnatic already got 1 feat and are holding on to a 2k gold lead.
Now it's more questionable. I'd say it's slightly favored for Fnatic, but at the same time, as KC, you're looking at a decent lead on your mid laner here as he gets waves and plates. Your jungler has gotten Drake and 3 grubs, and you might even be able to look for a play on top side here, but I think this is too much.
Yeah, especially with Razork in the area, I don't think you can commit to this. Yike will spot out. I think that he's there, actually, hovering out of vision here. But Mickey as well, I think you just leave it.
KC opting to pull away. Mickey and Razork need to be careful. A lot of potential long-range, non-committal engage between Yike and Vladdy.
Humanoid actually didn't find the base timer here. He does have TP though, but he's kind of stuck on bot lane for now.
It's definitely a little bit awkward. You can see Kliss stepping forward, just trying to zone him off with volley, but now retreating as the Weaver's wall is up. The rest of the team on the way. I'm gonna find the angle,
a bit optimistic.
Yeah, optimistic is a good word for it.
Yeah.
It's our word for it, yeah.
Oh, and he takes Upset's wave. I'd be so tilted, actually.
See, you're spoken like a trading card.
It's happened
That's
to
the
me.
part that tilts you, not the first bit.
Well, that's like, you tried, you know? But brother, if I'm going to move all the way down here, I'm going to take the wave in my face.
I'm not trying to pay 150 gold to watch you do that. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to give up like a good attempt, but like don't make me pay for it.
Oh, Vladdy,
no
catching out Vladdy. Initial fear solid, getting a bit of extra movement speed as well. Vladdy is unconcerned. He knows his limits here. Razork getting lower. Yike ready to follow up. Upset caught against the wall. Needs to be careful about getting out of here. Manages to sidestep out for at least a brief moment. Knockup is good there. Coming in from the ultimate. Target's going to get taken down, but Upset blinking health bar. Vladdy, does he have the angle to follow? No is the answer for now as Mickey tries to buy space, but the shutdown comes through.
And Fnatic are so bloodthirsty. They just want more and more and more. I'm surprised at how they're just running into enemy jungle without really wanting to play for anything. They're just playing for kills.
It's a great fear from Vladdy though to set Razork back. Then the slow coming through in the ultimate as well means that he's already at half health before this begins. Upset, as you called out, Jack, was already in a weird position here, and everything's going in towards Yike, which is just letting him feed his way through, and the AoE, like that damage onto Upset forces him to flash out. Vladdy hitting so many members across the course of this fight.
You know, a bit of foreshadowing there for the fights to come. If you are fighting into this Ashe and Hwei, you're not going to have a good time. If Razork's able to get a bit more damage down, if they can kill Vladdy a little bit more quickly, it might have been a different story, but Vladdy's sitting pretty comfortable in this game, right? 0-0-1, solid plays mechanically thus far, and now stacking up towards that Seraphs.
And you're getting into a position as well where, you know, Yike is going to start to get very, very tanky. Same when you look at Targamas, so trying to get through this team comp is going to be rough for Fnatic, and KC kind of aware of it as they're starting to play hyper-aggressive on this mid-wave, but like, eventually Fnatic would just kind of run out of power. They need to be the ones that are in control of this, because you're just going to get a little bit outscaled, honestly, with the amount of damage that can come through from Kana and Vladdy and the tankiness that KC offer in their front line.
Is going to be a tricky one to navigate. Of course, 47 seconds till the next Drake is up and available. Upset opening bot. Humanoid now going to fight for control of the mid wave. We'll see if they want to contest that objective. Top lane has really just been an island this entire game, so Oscarinen and Kana not getting too involved.
I think Kana is pretty happy with that though, just being able to farm up against this Rumble. Only being down a little bit of CS, so he's looking to fight now actually.
Ulti suppression. Extra damage now going in. Oscarinen needs to get out. Scrap shield, what's the cooldown left? Finally gonna get a little bit of health back, trying to get away from
He torches it down, it's the edge! The edge!
Go after my shield, shielding up the scraps of minions! Can't finish him off! Okay, everyone take a breath. Oscar gets the
close, baby!
But the thing is, it might not look like it was calculated, but he was holding that flash for the perfect moment, but now Humanoid's caught.
Pick, Humanoid caught out.
He's just one
right
shot
way to start the fight now. Mickey's been caught out as well. Manages to hook Targamas out of the dive into the wall. Razork potentially going to get knocked back here. With pullback going in. Targa's going to be in trouble as well, but Mickey instantly stunned on the backside. Vladdy now knocked up for a moment, but Kliss can start to chase, and you're not getting away from this Ashe. So instead, Razork tries to turn it. Targamas not quite able to find the stun in the wall, but the fear is enough. Vladdy and Kliss absolute tears in this fight. Upset getting run down, and here comes Kana. He couldn't find the 1v1, but he's there in time to support.
And it's an absolute disaster for Fnatic. Humanoid gets caught, but Fnatic, they just want more. They keep trying to fight despite the numbers disadvantage. And both top laners TP in, but it's too little, too late, and nearly all of Fnatic fall.
And it feels like Fnatic are scrambling so often to these fights. You see Humanoid go down. They say they want to keep fighting, but Upset is still making his way from the bottom side of the map while all this is happening. So Humanoid caught out as he tries to move in towards River, caught out. And then you get this play where Mickey's now moved into position where he's massively uncomfortable. Upset is trying to move in to get this going. Upset does get a good ult, but keep your eyes on towards Upset here because you get this just barely. I think I know he's just pushed back. He can't really get into position. There's just nothing that he can do. And this is supposed to be your main damage dealer in this position. Oscar Rinnan has to wait for the reset to come back in. He's now TB'd into this fight, but it's KC who are picking up the bodies of Fnatic on the way out.
And I gotta be honest, Vladdy 3-0-2. Having a disgusting performance thus far this game. He always has fear up when he needs it. This man has never once been forced to use his E ability on anyone else's terms. And Fnatic now finally going to be able to get some objectives. They're fighting back with the first feed going to KC. We'll see who grab that first tower.
So it was a bit stuck there. That was a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, this way from Vladdy has been a delight to watch. Just his movement in the fights, his QEs, the way he's been pumping the damage. It's been so nice.
And it does feel like Vladdy's just turned into one of the best, if not the best, control mage players that we have in the league right now. Every time it seems his Victor's clean, the Hui has been clean, his Azir is clean. This guy is making a name for himself, and especially as we kind of seen Caps not have the best of times, Vladdy's starting to step up as a real contender in this league.
For me, he's been the second best mid after Caps, and it's not even close, to be honest. I feel like he just has that consistency that no other mid. I mean, even Caps sometimes lacks in the consistency department, but he makes up for it. But his highs are up to the sky. Well, I feel like Vladdy, he's just... It's rare that I've seen him have a bad game.
I mean, this is what's so terrifying about KC as a team, is when Kalist and Vladdy are both playing at the top level. Such a hard team to deal with, and we're also seeing it from Kana too, right? Game one, it was so obvious with the Cassante, a little bit less obvious on the Ambessa, but is set up to do a lot of work in these fights, and Fnatic need to find a way to fire back. They had a solid start. They got that bot lane 2v2. Upset was off to a decent start. They were playing for all those kills. Because they fumbled a bit, the gold essentially dead even, and now if KC are first on the objective, it is so hard for Fnatic to approach.
Is Humanoid the objective? Because it feels like Humanoid is the objective that they're going for immediately. But again, I think this is what we saw obviously our Koi do yesterday. Now we're seeing it from KC as well. This like push and move has been where Fnatic have been unable to keep up with other teams. You see both jungle support and AD carry all of base. So what is Humanoid supposed to do here?
He's actually able to get a good chunk here due to this ward. And now they're very delayed for Herald here. Targamas has no wards and desperately wants to recall. But if he does, then I think that's Herald for Fnatic.
Forced to concede at least control of the area. Do still have 2 wards set up. Fnatic now moving in. Happy to start the Herald themselves as the Patience bar resets.
Ash reset as well. Hui does have TP, but I think KC might just have to drop this. But even if they do, I don't think they're too sad sitting at 3 Grubs and 2 Drakes.
Cloud Soul as well. Additional movement speed means that they're not, Fnatic are never getting away. If they ever start a bad fight, no chance of escape.
Yeah,
also, Ambessa with Cloud Drake or Cloud Soul. Not fun to play against.
Yeah, a little scary.
A little scary. I don't think Kalista can hop enough to get away from that one.
I think she can even without the Cloud Soul.
Yeah, well.
Had a message up still.
Mickey.
Okay.
Nice buffer on the hook. Weaver's wall there. Humanoid zoning off Kalist. Not quite able to land that one. Does get caught out, but will not get by the tower. Nice interrupt coming in from Mickey. Knock up onto Kalist coming through from the ultimate, but a knock back from Targamas. Even more crucial. Razor finding that first kill. Humanoid untouched thus far in the fight. Targamas taking out as well. Razor trying to keep this one going. The extra healing coming in from Sunder Sky is clutch. Vladdy locked up, finds the initial fear. Razor taking his time on this one. Upset sending Mickey in, but they will not find Vladdy.
I'm loving Fnatic this game. The aggression they're showing. Humanoid there, I thought he was kind of inting, but going for Kalist, setting up this fight. Both teams are just willing to fist fight each other, and it's Fnatic who come out ahead.
And again, I think it was the clutch hook from Mickey that you called out, Dracos. That was the one that kept Yike from actually CCing him longer, where potentially KC could have took him down. From that position, Fnatic actually have the damage that they need to carry it through. KC, so have to be careful as Fnatic start to open up a bit of a gold lead for themselves.
Definitely are. Can't afford to get caught out here again. Still immobile carry, still vulnerable to those picks and angles, and you can see Razork, now that he has the Sunder Sky completed, is just able to survive for so much longer, especially until Vladdy gets a few more items under his belt. But Upset battling for Callisto right now with mid-prio as KC trying to take control of the Dragon Pit. 13 seconds to Cloud.
I think KC are just trying to look for a pick. You still have that Rift Herald in the back pocket of Razork, so if you overcommit to River, immediately your mid lane tower can go down, and Fnatic look like they're about to move in onto that position as KC have abandoned the mid.
Next flash over from Mickey looking to clear the ward, forcing KC to respond to them in the mid lane. KC looking to give up their mid lane tier 1. Herald.
Fnatic are able to get full control here with this Herald.
Yeah.
Now it's hard for KC to enter here. I'm curious if they still want to try. Oscar can zone here pretty well.
Poking Targmas. Targmas getting so low, and this is the problem when you don't proc the Aftershock. You're just so squishy, especially with the Blood Song.
That is still the ultimate down though, yeah. It looks like instead KC are just going to back away. I wasn't sure with the Rumble ult down if they felt like, hey, maybe we can still take a fight or catch people out, but now Kana might be caught out himself.
Weaver's Wall coming in.
Flash.
Kana trying to alter the wall. Nice backstep from Razork as Upset gets locked down by a long-range arrow. The chase coming through, but they're not going to overcommit here. Kana just a little Drakehound step out to safety.
Just the Mesa things, you know?
Yeah, and Mesa and Cassandra, they don't look the same, but they feel the same.
Okay. Fnatic are willing to fight for every inch. They will concede a tower just to stay a little bit longer, just in case someone on KC.
I think they have to, though. Like, this isn't a composition that scales magnificently into the late portion of the game, so they kind of know, look, these 1 to 2 items is where we are at our strongest, whereas when you look at KC, you get way stronger off of 3, 4 items. So I think for Fnatic, they're like, look, we kind of have to put the pedal to the metal if we hope to take over this game and push this tempo forward into a quicker pace.
I do agree with you that KC does scale better, but I think the difference is actually not that big, as you have good tools to just one-shot one target, which no matter what stage of the game you're in, if you're able to get that, you win the game. And I think Kalista now, after the changes, actually scales surprisingly well, as she becomes so mobile in these fights as her dash speed gets so fast.
I think the biggest issue is just like Targmas having that poppy ult to take out some of the people that are going for you. You've always got the opportunity to easily clear out waves with Vladdy. It just becomes very difficult for Fnatic to kind of set up for those pick opportunities as long as KC stay grouped as a unit, and even their turret taking ability is not terrible. So I do agree that Fnatic have that chance. I think it's just difficult to find.
It'll be awkward for now. Kalist and KC taking control of mid wave. Oscar not going to burn his ulti to clear that one out. As the entire team barreling down to the bottom side of the map. Fnatic has started this objective. Don't have to overcommit. They caught out Yike on the side, but he will just Arctic Assault over the wall. Oscar coming in as well. Keep your eyes on that equalizer.
It's an awkward spot for Fnatic here. I don't think Mickey can really look for an engage.
Great tri-brush control, but they do just have Kalista waiting off to the side. They should be able to secure a nice snipe onto the back line, but the pushback is there. Mickey still manages to buffer the hook, crucially. But they've taken Rumble out of the fight. He was still able to ult. It's getting lower. The objective locked up, and they're not able to get it even with the Kalista. Yike manages to find the steal, and now KC are feeling pretty damn good about the fight as Kana takes down Humanoid as well.
It's a public execution of Fnatic immediately as Humanoid gets jumped on, and now Fnatic are scrambling, looking for any sort of kill that they can get. Vladdy slightly separated. Yike now here for a bit of support as Oscar flashes.
Is flashing forward, wants to take out at least a pulse like from Vladdy. Might get an additional one on top of that. Ticking, won't get finished. Overall, though, as much as that kill feels nice, how did they lose that objective?
I mean, it's the failed Rend here, a Rend Smite combination from Razork and Upset that leaves the Atakan at, I believe, 200 or 300 HP that Yike is then able to pick up, and it completely seals the deal alongside the poppy ult from Targamas. That was brilliant. You see, 200 HP, Yike is able to pick it up, and that completely changed the momentum of the fight, in case you just collapse.
And even that ultimate from Humanoid to try and keep KC at bay, it doesn't really matter when you have that much range on both of these carries. They position themselves behind the wall in early access safety as Humanoid is taken out. KC.
Shout out to the KC coach.
I think they might be a little disappointed with that one.
I mean,
you know,
if
maybe.
you had the two phases. You had Apples on one side who's like, yes, thank God. And the other guy who's just laughing because how the hell did that happen, right? Credit to KC, though. You know, despite giving up a couple kills there, kind of giving Fnatic an angle back into the game from that previous fight, they've once again evened up the gold. In this series so far, both games have just been back and forth and back and forth. But in game one, KC consistently better in the execution. And we'll see if that trend carries through. It was them who gave up the Otacon in our game one. Now they've got it in game two. Will they just be able to bring it home from here?
The thing is, I don't think you can get that much with the Otacon, because Drake's up in 1 minute and 10 seconds, but I think the Otacon will be nearly out by then. And there's no Nash either. So unless they're able to find a pick here, I don't think it'll amount to that much.
Yeah, I think if you're Fnatic, you basically have to try and like sack one of these side waves and open up on mid and hope that you can try and find some sort of pick with Mickey, because I think if you continue to play the side lane game, you're just going to slowly bleed out. You know, Kana is too strong for Oscar to really deal with. The way wave clear just matches Humanoid, so it's difficult for Fnatic to really immediately get access onto these waves to look for picks. But with the waves in the position that they're in, they just can't really find that moment without risking one of these tier 2 towers.
And Oscar's going to be in trouble. Arctic Assault in, clean combos coming out. Oscar, Scrap Shield not enough, trying to run back to Razork, but the shutdown is there. Razork a little bit too late. TP now coming in as well. Vladdy on the chase. Razork's still going though. It's a little bit psycho, but he's used the ulti now, trying to back away, realizing he might have overstayed. Mickey now chasing, hooks, but right as the arrow hits, so he gets in there and he can't even proc the passive. Not ideal. Ulti now coming in, Humanoid going in, gets the flick back into Vladdy, but Humanoid's about to drop. No! Locked in the iron, Solar keeping alive. Mickey running for his life. What the hell just happened? All I know is that Vladdy is unstoppable and KC are undeterred. The push continues. Kana getting lower and lower the platform from Targus. He knocks back one. He knocks Upset into the sky, but he'll manage to walk away alive except for the burn finishes him. KC get everything they want.
I don't understand, Fnatic. You lose one member. Why do you keep wanting to fight? You already did this before. Oscarin dies, he gets caught out by Kana and Yike. It's okay, it's one kill for KC. So then why, when we see them teleporting in, do we keep wanting to go forward? And why do we want to fight so bad?
Yeah, I think that just the blood in the eyes, that hey, look, maybe we can get Yike, we have Humanoid coming off reset, but they don't realize how much of KC is about to show up. But Kana, the chase down is absolutely insane. The slows from Kalista make things so much easier. Vladdy consistently, even if he's not hitting the Severing Bolts, taking the zone control, and Kana, even the sidestep here and the flick back was huge. And you know, why send the rest of KC to do a job that a Yordle can do as they're able to finish off the members underneath the tower?
Yeah, no, look, fair. Fair,
oh, no.
fair. Look, I'm sorry. Someone somewhere told them it was F1 rules today. They're not allowed to go backwards. It's only forwards. I don't know who it was, but
yeah,
they
but
believed it for some reason.
Pit stop, please.
Definitely need the pit stop. Mickey not quite able to buffer the hook. Nice wallbang coming through. Targamas forced back for a brief moment. Nice initial CC. Kana a little bit in trouble. Has to go through the red carpet. Forced to flash away. But Kalist just popping off, trying to glide on him. Can't quite get in range though. Mickey getting chumped away. And will finally drop it off to the side. It's Vladdy buying a bit more time. Vladdy who's about to fall. Vladdy who is still standing. No one can take this man down. Yank there in the nick of time. Vladdy dominating.
Vladdy has been absolutely insane for Karmine Corp. One split, and this man is looking like a monster in the LEC. KC off the back of that, moving towards the Baron.
Bro, watching Vladdy this game has just been absolutely phenomenal. I think they're going to be able to get the Nash here, but Oscarin is actually TPing in.
Still
Upsets without sums here, though. It's a 2v4.
Vladdy no ulti, Oscar no ulti. Targus can just knock it back. Bye. That's one member gone.
Unless Upset goes 1v4, I think it's very difficult.
Can't walk into the fear. He should just drop.
TP coming through from Kana,
but they are not allowed to go backwards, guys. They have to go forward.
Forward. Wait, they are leaving Kana for dead?
Kana might die here. Upset, nice pullback. Some initial damage.
They're TPing in. The Humanoid has the wall.
The Humanoid
how far are we going?
They're at a 5K deficit. They've lost. No, I don't know if it's over. Apparently it's over.
It's over. Yeah, I mean, here again, Fnatic just trying to defend their own jungle, not really in a position to do so. And the red carpet from Oscarin was great because this is where Kana goes in onto the back line. You have to walk back out over the equalizer. But on the far side, Vladdy's doing so much work against both Razork and Humanoid. You end up getting the kill onto the Ambessa, but KC are running out on the backside. Then Vladdy buys time in the top half of the map with that stopwatch to keep everything in check. And the team is just barely able to get in that service. And Brace doing so much work to help keep him topped up. And now he's got the Zhonya's Hourglass back up and available. You just can't really go for this again.
And look, game one he had an Ivern. This game he's shielding himself. He's just doing it all. And it's so frustrating because there's so many ganks. There's so many moments where they thought they would get that kill. Look at the bounty on his head. He's worth so much money. But Fnatic have just not been able to find that angle. And it's only going to get harder to match up against this way. The immense range this champion can bring to any fight. Fnatic, though, I imagine, you know, if at first you don't succeed, try again appears to be the mantra, and I feel like there's a fight coming.
But I do love that basically the combo used to be Vi and Wei for I'm going to CC and then you Severing Bolt, and then they went, you know what, that reminds me of Ambessa. Let's just use the Ambessa ult to set up Vladdy as well. It's such a sick combo, and I think the fact that you can play with such range just makes it so difficult to take on Vladdy, especially with the range Fnatic have.
So for the angle, ulti doesn't quite hit Oscar in it, but it might not even need to. Severing Bolt connects, and Vladdy is godlike.
And we're just past the point where there's counterplay. This man does infinite damage.
Man, this way is unbelievable. The damage he's outputting, as you said, Dragos, he's doing it all.
Just a reminder, like, this is our first place team from the regular season. This is supposed to be a difficult match, and Vladdy making it look like child's play in this one.
And I think KC fans have to be feeling good because, you know, for as long as Caps has been in this league, he has been kind of the test. You must have a mid laner that's able to compete with this guy or you will never have a shot at a final. And Vladdy, we saw in the first series, did pretty well in the 1v1, and he's doing great against Humanoid here. Starting to look like exactly what KC need if they want to contest G2 tomorrow.
Well, with 50 seconds until the Dragon, we're going to have to see if Fnatic can contest KC today, because it's not looking likely. You're going to push out mid, fall back over towards it. The waves are fairly in their favor, even with bot lane pushing in. So at this point, it's kind of just a hope and pray for Fnatic you can hold on, but I don't think you can.
And this is the point where if you're Fnatic, you cannot let this get to you. You cannot let this shake your mental, but it's so hard not to, right? You got your priority picks. You got what you wanted in the form of Kalista, and it just has not delivered in the way that you needed it to. Now removed from the series, and the pools are only going to get smaller. So we'll need to see how deep the Fnatic champion pools go.
And it's so interesting because the first game was very slow, very calculated. But then Fnatic decided to look like kind of overcompensate by just fighting absolutely everything. And now they're looking to fight the Cloud Soul.
Ready to fist fight for now, though. They have to just fight to get mid priority, but they have no vision. And fighting into this way does not seem like an easy task. Vladdy, though, does miss the ulti. Now the follow-up is coming through, but no one is on Vladdy once again. Kind of unstoppable, but Upset manages to live. The slow fight favoring Fnatic thus far. KC not able to find the angle. Upset going over the wall. Upset gliding on them. Looking for a bit of attention after that last fight. The heart's still not going to proc. It's not going to matter. Upset still chasing, trying to heal up off the objective. Dragon not taken by either side. Kalist, Vladdy, Targamas still standing. Might look to stop the back here.
That's huge. Oscarinin had the TP. He wanted to come back in towards the flight. KC trying to buy time. Choke points are good for Vladdy in this position.
Razork has to be careful. Knock back into the wall. Damage combo flashed away from.
But there's the reset. And now the TP from Oscarinin going to come on through. So this is why
Targamas is so scary in these bushes.
He just wants to start it up.
Upset has to be careful. He has cleanse, but Razork gets pushed back.
Oh, he's separated.
Extra movement speed. Damage coming out. No ulti is going to be crucial. Targamas now running. Humanoid has to be careful not to get locked up here. Upset should just be able to finish the objective. Flash forward from Humanoid. Look for the flick back, but it's a double flash out. Targamas tries to save the day. Ulti going in. Oscarinin about to go down. Manages the size of the center. There's nowhere to go. No, he's just not fast enough. He might be fast enough. No, there's nowhere he can go. He's trying. Caught in the pit. Nothing left.
Kana has ult though, and he's just TP'd in. Razork may not know that he's in trouble. Kana, does he end up spotting the jungler? He does.
Sees him, dashes forward a little bit extra slow. Mickey ready to try and snap in. Ulti to get Kalist and Vladdy away. Razork needs to get the hell out. Ulti in, lock up good. Kana finding the first one. Mickey and Upset need to get out. Ulti not available. Mickey in trouble. Knockup comes through, but it's not enough. Another double for Vladdy.
KC might have just done it though. Guy can move for the wave in mid. They're going to look for the push. They want to continue forward. Can they end Fnatic right here?
13 seconds on Humanoid. Upset the only member standing as of this moment, but it's 30 seconds on Razork, 30 seconds on Mickey. At least a tower to fall. No other big objective on the map. 50 seconds to the Baron. They can reset if they want to be conservative, but will they go for the aggressive angle? No. Maybe a reset into Baron.
KC have been so controlled this series. We saw it in the last game. We're seeing it again in this game, not overstepping at any point in time.
Yeah, I mean, this fight here from Vladdy and from Targamas, the way they just zone off Razork and then eventually are able to pick him off, and Targamas blocking the Talia ult there with his W. Targamas is having one hell of a 1v9 on this Poppy.
And also just the damage that had to come out here. Look at the health bars disappear. I kind of just immediately go, yes, I will TP onto this play now that you've set up this beautiful spot for me. And I think it's a great call to follow. Razork sticks around. They know they need to clear this bottom wave before they look for the reset, or else KC can use that to take the bot lane turret. But they don't realize that Kana is here now to play. The immediate setup and the chase down is disgusting with the slows from this Ashe.
And the thing is, in a full 5v5, yeah, the Ashe and the Hwei can be a little bit vulnerable, but once you start to win a fight with these champions, you just keep winning. Targamas caught for a second there. Ulti onto Oscarinin. Neither side wants to overcommit here as Razork starts to step up. Conqueror fully procced. Excellent equalizer. Follow-up is there as well. Kalist now in trouble. Just gets one popped in the fight. But now the ulti onto Upset. How much damage are they going to be able to do? The healing still coming through. The Kalista still standing strong. Humanoid on the back line trying to make the difference. Looking for redemption against Vladdy. Vladdy's movement clean.
No way.
But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The threaded volley coming through. The kill going down. Fnatic.
Fnatic might have done it. Fnatic might have done it. They managed to find the winning against all odds, and they might just be able to end the game here.
They cannot keep getting away with this. They will end up backing away and going for the Baron, but that play was on Oscarinen. Again, this man has been stepping up in playoffs time and time again when Fnatic needed him. The fans doubted him, but look at this equalizer. 3 important members of KC stuck, caught, and burnt to a crisp thanks to Hook from Mickey. And with that, KC crumble. There is nobody who can follow up. Vladdy cannot carry his humanoid, pushes him out of the fight, and it is Upset who is cleaning up on the bottom half of the fight.
I'm so shocked. I saw the Rabadon in Hui's inventory, and I was thinking, okay, he was two-shotting them without the Rabadon. Now it's just going to be a one-shot. But somehow Fnatic, they have this magic to them. They just manage to find whatever they can.
I mean, magic and also Terminus and Jack Show, right? Humanoid is super vulnerable, but Upset is starting to get tanky. He's got the lifesteal, and they have to make sure that it's not just one set of cooldowns going towards this Kalista. They need to delete this champion as quickly as they can. We're not able to do it. It's still a 1.2k gold lead. KC are still powerful. Vladdy is still doing disgusting amounts of damage. So while that was one fight, Fnatic are going to need to find at least one more if they want to have a chance of ending this game.
Humanoid is going to be spotted on that top side though. He's trying to push in the wave, but there is a ward in just outside of Krugs to spot him out. So KC considering going for some sort of play, but instead going to back away and answer for this Baron buff. But for Fnatic, it's just about getting these waves off of their turrets, stopping KC from constantly finding these picks, and now they can actually try and set up the map in their favor. And with Dragon in 50 seconds, maybe steal that one away as well.
The question is, how will they be able to use this Nash here? Razor will probably steal out the red. I do believe they're probably going to look to play mid into bolt here and play for this tier 2, and then transition into Drake afterwards. Be curious to see if KC want to just concede the Drake, or if they're willing to try to face check into Fnatic's control.
I think the biggest problem that you have is that you kind of need to stay as a 5-man unit here as Fnatic, because the Ashults can be clutch onto anyone who ends up trying to push in this mid wave. So Fnatic basically trying to call that right now. They just caught a glimpse of them, I believe. Severin both going to check to see if anyone's in there, but Fnatic pressing forward.
Is just eating it.
Walking up. They see Kana off to the side. They've got Humanoid pushing a tier 2. They just want to keep the rest of KC occupied. Humanoid pushing with the Baron buff, a big threat onto that inhib tower. Just posturing though. Dragon is the objective.
He has a really good ward.
Ulti onto Mickey, manages to buffer the hook into the wall. That's gonna be big. That's the Ash ulti and Yikes ulti as well, and he's still going to walk away.
It's a free Drake for Fnatic.
So they already that inhibitor turret as well. They're gonna look for the play.
Wall going in. Not gonna do too much. Targamet's just able to walk away, has to wait an extra second.
I thought Fnatic would look for in a bot here, as Humanoid just had free reign, but you can see they still have that bloodthirst. They want more.
The problem is there's just, as you pointed out, Jack, there's so much vision that's in behind that if Fnatic overcommit, you've got options. Like, they didn't catch that ward in mid. There's a pink ward just the back of the red. So it's kind of Fnatic who haven't really been in a position to clear that out. And there's always that moment where Kana can slip in behind them. So Fnatic kind of getting away there, but they don't quite get that inhibitor turn on bot side as they look for the play mid instead.
And now the gold's even, and the Drakes are even. Targamas is going to be okay for now. Mickey trying to go for the hook, won't quite connect. Kalist throwing the arrow again. Now the equalizer going in again, but not quite the same as it was last time. This time Kalist just on the edge, not going to get caught out. Razor getting chunked out, Upset just now getting to the fight. Ulti pullback is still going to hit. In the stasis, and Oscarinen running. Awkward bit of an exchange there.
Fnatic do manage to escape though. It was awkward, as you said. The ultimate from Mickey, that little bit too late to keep some of the members of KC on that equalizer. But it does mean that both teams able to back away. The objectives are not up. So it will be KC just looking to push these waves out, try and establish vision on this top side, as in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, we'll have that Baron up and available.
And it's just going to be both supports using their flash here. So both teams have a little bit diminished engaged, but at the same time, you've seen in this game that both teams are desperately trying to engage on each other's support. So now, the next time Mickey can look for a hook onto Targamas, it might be deadly. While at the same time, if Kalist looks for an arrow onto Mickey, that might be deadly.
Something will be tough. We'll have to be on point with the buffers on the hook. It's Fnatic once again just grouping Hawkshot. Nice bit of extra utility for the side of KC to know that they're not walking in anything too dangerous. You said it, we're a few minutes away from objectives. Look, this is the kind of one single breath of calm we're supposed to get. Now, Fnatic and KC might have different plans, as the name of the game has been violence thus far. 38 kills, 38 minutes in. we might just try to keep the pace.
Resets coming through from KC. Fnatic want to just barrel down mid. They were considering sending Humanoid to the top side, but realized the map was split in a way where KC could have just collapsed on them. So instead, they're just going to shove in mid and now try and buy access with that to the jungle, set up that vision, keep KC back on their own side of the jungle so they can access side waves. But you look how much vision there is on the map. For KC, it's everywhere.
I love how Razork is playing so cocky. Just look at him permanently clicking up, buying space, and trying to like zone all of KC off, and always being like daring them, like, yeah, go on me, watch what happens.
We know the punish the range again. Kalist, Vladdy in a good position to follow up. Razork as well getting away with a lot of aggressive plays. Just the power of the Xin Zhao ultimate can be big. I think the thing to highlight here, though, is more lifesteal for Upset. He will not be an easy target to take down without a lot of cooldowns. And additionally, oscarinin, 4 items completed in this Rumble. So if Fnatic want to win a fight, it's the same recipe as the last one. CC combined with that equalizer, a surefire path to success.
Seekers for Humanoid now as well means that he'll be a lot safer if you end up going for that assassination from Kana. So you kind of are forced to now go into Upset, who has that safety, and Mickey. But here we go.
Yikes. Off to the side, Upset caught up and still has the cleanse. Manages to get away from the public execution, just a little bit off in the timing. Mickey now pulled back as well, flashing away. Damage still connects from the ulti from Vladdy, but no other follow-up as the hook goes wide. Both sides throwing, fishing, looking for these cooldowns, trying to find that angle, trying to find that kill.
That's everything gone on KC's side. Mickey still has that ultimate just up and available, I believe. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to use it.
Humanoid with the wall.
Trying to zone them away. 9K.
Yeah, they have the red plus might.
He's already found a steal once this game. Equalizer there, doing some decent damage to Yike. Baron down. They want to keep the fight going. Mickey locked up for a moment. Razork untouchable with that ulti, but Mickey getting chunked away and will be taken out. Fnatic now retreating. They've already used the equalizer. They don't have a lot left as Targamas tries to find the angle. One wall stun could be all it takes. Flash forward from Vladdy. Full confidence, but doesn't have the damage to get the job done. No flash for Targamas. Yike stepping forward would be risky.
It's a good fight for Fnatic. I mean, not a good fight, but a good outcome for Fnatic as they're able to get the Nash with only Mickey dead. I do wonder if maybe they could have played a little bit more aggressive after the Nash, because the fight looked quite good. I think the Mickey hook looked good, but it ended up just being Mickey going down. But trading support for Nash, you're very happy about that. But now the question is, how they use it.
And I think this is where for Fnatic they were looking at that dragon that's in 15 seconds time and saying, look, if we lose this fight, we lose soul. Let's just try and get the hell out of dodge, use the barred up minions now to create space for us as we go in towards this. But Razork
on the chase. Razork no time to ult. Immediate public execution, knocked back, taken down. Jungler off the table. KC gonna be happy to have that soul.
The confidence finally comes back to bite them. KC find their moment to execute on towards Razork. Mickey was only just coming out of base. He was all on his lonesome, and what it might have just bought some time has now ticked away as KC get that Cloud Soul.
Yeah, and the problem with Mickey's death was that he was delayed to this Drake fight, but Fnatic, as you said, they've played cocky all game and they don't know how to go backwards. So they keep going forward, and it's Razork dying that gives them this free Cloud Soul. Although it's a really good CC chain by KC here, the flash Sejuani ult into the Ashe ult. Xin Zhao has no time to actually ulti himself, so he just ends up going down.
I don't think it was even up as well, so he just completely gets caught out. Razork now kind of putting Fnatic on the back foot. You can see the Red Bull Baron power play not looking too healthy for Fnatic as they're again trying to defend their base from this onslaught at KC. Just a couple of mistakes coming back to bite Fnatic, and it's KC in the driver's seat once more.
And now you have a Cloud Soul on this way and Ashe, so finally they actually have the mobility that they need to play these team fights. And I think it's going to be a really uphill battle now for Fnatic, but as we've touched upon earlier, all you need is one great Nautilus hook, one great Nautilus ult into the Rumble ult, and that can be enough to seal the deal.
Fnatic gonna keep looking for it, but Kalist getting stronger and stronger as this game has progressed. So much of this is going to come down to those 1 or 2 ults. It's interesting how the pace is slowed a bit as it's been a lot more about that single pick. Razork dying, Mickey dying, odd death here or there. But now I think this is the first time where we can all just like, oh, take a breath. Look at the damage numbers.
Oh my God.
Checking in, Hwei still doing a lot of damage. Unsurprising. And the gold, again, dead even. I don't think either team really has an incentive to fight unless they catch someone overextending on a side lane, or they try to set up some kind of death bush. Instead, just a game of waves pushing back and forth until that next objective is on the table.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, they're just struggling to get access to side lanes. So often, KC out on the map, already have Khan in position pushing a wave, and they want to humanoids to match, but he's just not getting that support. Like, look at where KC are operating at the moment, right? It completely splits this map down this direction, so you can never get access to this top side of the map. And it's making it difficult for Humanoid to really be in a position to push and then threaten towards mid. So it's forcing Fnatic to go for these 5-man mids that KC are kind of happy to just go for, because they're slowly but surely getting the gold and the push that they want to access these objectives first.
I do wonder though if the KC solo laners could push out a little bit more.
Oh, Hook manages to connect there on Yike. No follow-up though.
It's going to be the mid prio for Fnatic, and they're going to be able to retake this Nash Vision. And hopefully have Talia maybe pushing out this top wave.
Yeah, so they're able to force KC back. I do agree. I think Humanoid should be moving up towards this top side here, but again, they want to just get the vision down first, so then KC can't immediately look for the re-engage. But look again where Khan is now. He just drifts down towards this bottom side, and he is such a massive threat on these side lanes, and Fnatic don't have an answer.
Yeah, and the thing is like, it's 2 minutes to Nash spawn. You're not in such a rush to get the vision right now, which is why exactly I think it would be a better use of their time to make sure that like Rumble isn't scared to push this next top wave, and that he could actually get a deep push on one side.
It is tricky though for the side of Fnatic at the very least. The amount of, again, non-committal hard CC from KC. How many times has been Yike diving, flashing out of a brush with ulti to catch off a member unaware. Kalist with the long range ulti too. And that grouping a lot. It's hard to find these death push angles though, I will say. Like, Fnatic are spending a lot of time just waiting, seeing if they can catch out KC here.
Because Vladdy could just check a bush from a mile away. It's like, did Arcane come and proc? Yeah. If yes, stay away.
Yeah, but there's also like, there's Hawkshot too. But Fnatic remain undeterred. They will walk forward. They will use their faces to get the space they need. And KC are going to respect that. Had Kana on the side lane, that is the disadvantage. They've conceded a bit of control over the area. But it's really tough for them if they fight. If they fight in mid lane like this, I think it's so hard, because how are you going to get that perfect equalizer angle?
Yeah. And I think that's why they wanted to try and force KC to face check him on the top side, but not really being taken. Targamas now.
Targamas looking for the angle, looking for the ulti, crucially. Mickey thrown back in, but Upset is out. This is the time to start the fight. Yike's ult not quite connected, but it's Targamas who's going to get taken down. Equalizer used at the very least, but it'll cost Targamas his life. Mickey, nice sidestep. Ulti still up for the Nautilus, and Upset back in the exchange.
And somehow, despite Upset being kicked out of the fight, it's actually Targamas going down here. And also 4v5 with Fnatic being able to get this mid wave and then enter first into Nash.
They end up putting everything on towards Razork, who had that ultimate up and running, so they just couldn't really get the damage. And now, vision is dark. They will use one Hawkshot to try and get through. Realize the Baron hasn't been spotted. Kana still has that ult. Could look to assassinate Upset.
Waiting, another wall laid down. AK getting lower. Mickey flashing over the wall. Full committing into the backline, trying to find Vladdy, but the fall just isn't there. Cloud Soul, now they're speeding towards Fnatic. Public execution coming up. Kana instantly into the backside. Humanoid going golden. It's Upset who has to make the difference, but it's Upset who's slowed. Upset who's getting run down. Upset who's been taken out. Razork has to go as well. KC dominating the fight. Fnatic thought one pick was enough, but it was not. Oscar chased down on the top side. Baron will not go to Fnatic. KC take the exchange and likely the game.
Fnatic thought they could take the Baron, but KC make them think twice, as twice now they will have dropped Fnatic in this series. 1 life left for Fnatic.
And what a close banger this was. At first, it looked like a clean KC win. The Fnatic did a brilliant comeback, and they showed us why they've been able to be a top team. But in the end, it's KC with Vladdy in the realm being able to take over the game.
Match point now for KC. Rookies and veterans alike standing up in that game too. Not afraid to match the pace of Fnatic, a bloodthirsty team. Now we have Shox standing by, however, let's send it over to her in the KC crowd.
The camera is coming my way because I was too fast. 2-0, but it was close.
Easy, no stress at all.
That didn't look easy at all, be honest with me.
I mean, when you look at Vladdy, he's like new in the LEC, and he's going like 11-1 against Humanoid. It's easy, you go to Kalists, you can see what he's doing. He's 18 years old, easy.
Okay, so you said to me before when I asked you if I could talk to you, you can also interview me in this 3-0. Is this the general confidence of all the KC fans in this block?
I'm not the only one thinking that we will win 3-0, so yeah.
I see it. We have Yike's parents here as well. They're cheering really hard, and so we'll see if it's a 3-0 or a Fnatic fight back after the break. Merci.
Damn it. Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and fade in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. Time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and fade in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light.
damage now going in. Oscar in it needs to get out. Scrap shield, what's the cooldown left? Finally gonna get a little bit of health back, trying to get away from Oscar! He torches it down, it's the edge! Targamas running.
Jupiter has flash.
Flash, forward, volley, gets him.
I'm behind TP, Lombolis TP. Behind. There is no flash boost, no flash boost, no flash boost. Good job, no flash. Give her carry. Yeah, he's not able. She's losing the tags, by the way. Let her tank it. Lombo alert. She lost tags. I'm low. I got it. Oh my god,
And welcome back to Berlin, where the night is dark and full of terrors, especially if you're a Fnatic fan. If you're a KC fan, on the other hand, the sky has never been more clear and blue. Guys, this second game, any first impressions on how it went?
Fnatic finally didn't get away with it. They went towards the late game and they didn't win. It's obviously a heartbreaker for them. They've gone through situations like that before, but this time it doesn't turn out in their favor. Kind of unexpectedly from playoffs.
Yeah, but the issue, though, is that it's always the same thing, I feel. It's always the same critics for Fnatic Fin. It's always the same mistakes and often around objectives, and I want us to look at this first fight here around the Drake. What were these decisions? How do you explain this? Were they missing some information, or are they just getting carried away again?
Here I was just really frustrated. Humanoid just walking in. He has no reason to walk in here. There's very dark river, and his team is coming to help him. His team is rotating up to help him walk into this river, but he's just getting caught right before they arrive, and then Fnatic suddenly decides, okay, we lost our mid laner, we're gonna fight anyway. Oh. And it just becomes this really clear washout from the Fnatic team. It's just an easy fight from KC, just because Fnatic were so adamant about fighting this because they were ahead 2k gold at this stage. But without your mid laner, doesn't matter how ahead you are in gold, you're still gonna be losing that fight.
And I also really, on the other side of that, really want to praise the way that KC picked up that mistake as well. Vlad, you'll notice in that clip, actually stepped into the Nautilus ult to make sure he could keep walking forwards and keep fighting. So it's a mix of both sides. There is definitely an opening being shown, but it is also being exploited well on the other side.
And I really like the way, again, where KC is playing around those fights. And I know that against G2 last week, they did not leave them any opportunities to be in this situation, but it feels like whenever teams are going to leave opportunities for KC to pick up good fights and good opportunities, they're going to seize them no matter what. Atakan was one of them, but I feel like Atakan has been an issue for Fnatic all splits. Yet again. But again, I really want to praise the opportunity from KC here to seize those chances.
And I don't know how Yike always gets these smites against Kallistas and enemy junglers. Here, if you actually listen to the voice comms, actually Targamas was saying in the voice comms, here she's losing stacks, She lost stacks, and then Yike walks up and gets this smite. Big kudos to the Swedish jungler of KC, and big kudos to KC in general for pouncing on this mistake. But Fnatic, how are you still doing this? This was what they were doing in week 3. They were losing these Atakans, and now we're in playoffs. It's the final week. We have to sort these things out.
Shout out to the man, the Greek man in the mid lane here on the side of KC, because if you have been following the LEC for the past couple of weeks, we've been hinting the fact that, guys, Vladdy is doing good. We haven't been talking enough about Vladdy. Can we please finally talk about Vladdy? He's doing God's work here in the... Look at this!
Oh my god, man. That's insane. That's a whole lot of good stats.
Look at that DPM, by the way.
This is surreal to me. A couple of years ago, I was casting this guy when he was in NLC on Dusty, and he won that league. He was doing that while he was bicycling to a net cafe to play in the ERLs. That was in 2022. He's now here, kicking butt on the LEC stage, using his health bar as a resource, stepping into Nautilus ult, and walking out of a game like that with one death. How do you do that? Incredible stuff.
And I always think about this guy because 2023 in the offseason, I was actually scrimming with him every single day in the offseason. Everyone is on vacation. He was still grinding those games. I'm standing here casting now, but he's standing on this massive stage and just showing how hard he has worked and how long it has taken for him to get to this point. He's never stopped working, and I think this is just pure talent being really, really defined into this massive performance by him today.
I completely agree. He keeps on improving week after week, game after game. It's absolutely phenomenal from him. On the other side, I can only be critical towards Fnatic right now, on the verge of getting eliminated. And when I look at the expectations at the beginning of the season, when I look at their regular season, when I look at the caliber of this roster, I cannot believe that playoffs may end like this for them.
No, I'm just very sad because we really expect more from Fnatic, and we need to see more from them because they have shown time and again that they will get caught in the mid game and they will fluster a goal lead. They were in control of this game. They had a 2K goal lead with a comp they were very comfortable with.
Oh, that is a value.
And we really want them to step up in this game for you because I believe in Fnatic. They have great individuals, they have great talent, they have a great coaching staff, and they really have the potential to win the split. But we need to see them finally live up to their potential.
I want you guys to give some words of encouragement to the fans, to the despair of the fans that we see right now in this game where Fnatic chose red side. I plan a counter pick for them. That's the hope I have when I see this. So last game, potentially for them. What do we want to see to stop seeing those sad faces here? We do not want this in the LEC.
Yeah, it is all empathy towards the fans, but you know there are a bunch of incredibly talented players on this roster. They have showed incredibly high highs. They have one last chance to get it together for this game against a rampant KC.
Yeah, but really like coming into this draft, Fnatic shows red side because they have something prepared. They don't want to go blue side and just first pick the most standard champion. They have something prepared, and this needs to be their ace in the whole, no, what do you say? The Trump ace?
Yeah.
I don't know what you call it anymore. I don't speak English.
Casters do, maybe. Guys, take it away for this third game. Who do you think is going to take it? And can Fnatic come back?
It's a trump card.
It's a trump card.
It's a trump card? Okay.
I like ace in the trump, personally. Ace in the trump hole, ace in the card. I'm just trying to think of all the different ways you could mess that saying up.
Yeah.
But shout out to Finn. He has like so good about learning new English words that I've never heard before. Because he does this one new word a day. He's like, have you heard of this word? And I was like, no, Finn, no one who speaks the English language has ever once said that word.
I saw this TikTok a while ago of some guys like, your friend who learns a new word, it's like, it's all about the dichotomy of it all. And that's what Finn feels like every so often.
I can think of a number of people on our broadcast who might be guilty of that particular one, myself included.
Sorry.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Sorry.
He's not even here, Rob. You can't do that.
That's why I kick him when he's away.
Hell yeah. Now he can't fight back. That's what it's all about. And speaking of not fighting back, we'll have to see if Fnatic can mount a defense here. It's looking a little bit grim. Again, I think the montage of sad Fnatic fan faces was a bit merciless, but probably justified given how one-sided this series has been. Fnatic, we'll see if they want to keep that same breakneck pace and what red side means for them. An odd choice, their choice of side. They've opted to go red. What will that entail?
Yeah, our analysts touched on it, and I'm very curious to see if they have cooked something up for us. Red side for me always either means you're going for either support counterpick, mid counterpick, or top counterpick. So I want to see one of those roles have a strong counterpick that maybe is a champion that we haven't seen so much in the LEC as we're going into this fearless Game 3.
I feel like it's cooking up something for Oscar Riding because I think he has been the most consistent of finding moments to bring Fnatic back into a game. And I haven't really seen enough from Humanized Champion Pool to think, hey, he's got something cooking in the background. So I am curious to see exactly what the plan is. Is Draven going to be taken off the board here for Fnatic? Skarner gone as well. Zyra, the other big jungler in my eyes, to kind of look for as we start to move into Game 3s there. It's gone because it does open up things like the Yone in the middle.
And it's also the Lulu ban, actually. They're kind of scared of the Sivir Lulu that we saw yesterday, or maybe a Zeri Lulu for upset. And overall, I'm curious to see what will KC look to first pick here, as there's not really any power picks left.
And support pool is going to be really interesting, right? With Lulu banned away, with the majority of engaged supports taken off the board, there's things like Braum, there's things like Alistar, but this is usually the point in the series where we start to see some more ranged supports rise to the surface. But there is the Pantheon first pick. Can be a flex. We've seen it most successful in jungle thus far, and especially in the hands of Skewmont. Yike looking to replicate some of that.
Yeah, this Pantheon pick in the hands of Skewmont, and it's an instant Zyra Khan answer here. They were prepared for this Pantheon pick. I'm curious to see if Yike will be able to pilot it like the new G2 jungler Skewmont. I like the Zyra Khan. It's already good into the Pantheon. Curious to see if they'll match it up with a hyper carry for KC or a ranged ADC that'll look to poke.
Yeah, we see a lot of the Jinxes come out as we start to move into this. I haven't been the biggest fan of Jinx without an Enchanter beside her, so I kind of want to see if they hold off on that for a little bit. Looks like Vladdy going to go back towards what has been a very comfortable pick for him, though, in the Victor. Now is Kana going to go for a bit of a blind on the top side, or are they just going to go for that AD straight away?
And this would be the same strategy that they brought out in Game 1, right? Triple topside selection, letting bot lane go down further in the draft. Downside here is we're much deeper into Fearless. The options for bot lane are significantly more limited.
Except when you have a Senna player on your team. So Targamas can definitely always opt in towards Senna Nila, Senna Yasuo. We've seen a lot of these opposite picks, or alternative picks, I should say, that didn't find the best success first time around, but definitely something that they have played a lot of.
Jack, we're going to play a quick game. I'm going to list champions I want to see people play, and you're going to tell me if they're good in Desire Rakan.
Okay.
Neela.
Pretty bad.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I want to know.
Pretty bad.
Okay.
Saya's good into like low range.
No, I'm just trying to like, I'm second guess my knowledge. I'm letting you be the expert here. Okay, that's all I've got. I'm going to be honest. At this point, I'm starting to think that there's no hope for anything that I think is fun.
I think Jinx or Jhin or something longer range is most likely. Caitlyn could be that option. Yeah, Caitlyn Lux could be something, but then you have a very hard to execute team comp, since you don't have really much reliable CC apart from the Pantheon W. I do think they'll probably just go for something a little bit more standard, like the Jinx plus just an engage support. That's at least what I'm predicting here.
Yeah,
they do actually take away the kid.
All right, so respect to the range threat there. Trap setup as well would be nice to have. Obviously the Victor plus the trap just could be infinite CC on one of those single targets if you're able to find it. Gnar as well, just relatively flexible.
And 2 mid lane bans here, so Humanoid is going to have to dig deep. Curious to see what he has into this Victor.
I mean, normally, like, I guess Corki at this point, but you cannot pick Corki with this much AT on your team.
Excellent. And like, I'm trying to think of AP top laners also encumbering it. Like the Gwen is probably the only one, but if you are going towards the Corki, you're basically signaling to everyone that you're going to go towards the AP top. So going to be the Ornn for the moment, and I have to wait and see.
Wow, the Ornn into the Gnar here. It's quite strange, as Gnar is really good into these tanks, but they might just opt for the Zeri here. That's another good hyper carry option, and you do kind of need mobility up against this Wukong Ornn Rakan.
Yeah, enough movement speed from the Zeri as well just makes it so easy to get around that call with the Forge God. It makes it less reliable upfront CC. Gnar, though, you mentioned it, relatively flexible matchup. Maybe just the swap is going to be what happens here with the Ornn.
For the Braum as well. Just to counteract the Ornn, counteract a lot of the engages there. It's not great into the 2v2, but it's still, I think if you can go for the swaps, it's just so much value later on in the game.
I think the big struggle will be here outside of the Pantheon. There's no reliable, instantaneous start the fight button on the side of KC, which can be a problem. Yes, Gnarlt is good, but it's so telegraphed. It requires that flank. So is that something they want to go for? Or do they want to go for the Braum, which is incredibly strong?
I was going to say, I really wanted an Enchanter. I was going to say Yuumi, but I'm glad they didn't end up opting for that. But the Zilean here is actually great. It's really good into... I like this draft.
This is something that Humanoid has been spamming a lot in solo queue. I didn't think we'd get to see it here today because I didn't think it would have an opportunity, but against this composition from KC, there's not a huge amount of backline threat, and you can get a lot of this stacking off in the early stages.
Yeah, I really like both of these last picks coming in here. The Zilean is great at stopping the engage from Razork and Mikix, and being able to ulti whoever you want on the KC lineup makes it that much more difficult to dive in. But at the same time, now with the last pick of the Aurelion Soul, Humanoid can just take more of a backline profile and just say, no, we can just front to back it. I deal way more damage than Victor towards the later stages of the game, and I scale infinitely.
It will be interesting to see how well Kalist can play with the massive movement speed steroid that Zilean can offer. And, I mean, Fnatic, right, as we get later into the game, they have so much AoE CC that normally we see Zilean into these single target pick focus comps because you can reset the fight, eat that initial engage. Maybe it feels a little bit differently here. See what value can be brought out from the side of KC. No jinxes yet from Jox. We haven't gotten that far yet. It didn't start with success. It started with 2 losses. Fnatic fans hoping that their team can turn it around here. Match point for KC. The pressure is on. KC fans unfazed, faith in their team to bring it home here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this bot lane matchup will play out. I think if there was a game to swap, it probably would be this one, as you have a hard matchup with the Ornn into Gnar, and I think the Xayah Rakan has more pressure, like to dive the Gnar than the Zeri Zilean have against the Ornn. I'm also very surprised here. Kalist went cleanse in this game, and there's only really the Rakan ulti charm that he can cleanse. I don't really love the decision.
From the Aurelion Soul ult.
Yeah, and the Rooks from Xayah E, but it's like, they're pretty low threats.
I mean, you got the heal. I guess he's just going for the most defensive options that he can, knowing that late game it's his job to kind of carry, to bring that damage profile.
A little bit of...
I'm curious how Kalist plays these late game fights, because the big highlight is still very little CC on KC's side. So it's going to be Speedy Boy versus the world. It feels
Also,
like
just
in
like
this one.
the circle gets really big, really big on the Aurelion Soul. And like, how are you going to get on
miss
top?
with that circle, you have the Razork circle, and then you got the Venn diagram through the middle of the Oscar.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
The Zillion Bomb circles.
Yeah,
the Victor ult circles.
I think this is a very difficult game for Kalista to play if he wants to try and be that big carry because of that lack of CC. So I nearly feel like he has to play assassination mode, but it doesn't really help with the amount of CC that's available for Fnatic. So as long as KC don't get off to a massive start, I feel like Fnatic can take a slower pace and hope for a slower pace game, and they can carry it through.
And it is actually going to be the KC side swapping here. I'm curious if they either thought they tried to predict the swap, or if it's just because the early laning phase of the Zillion is very weak. And I do think Kana here will suffer a lot more than Oscarina will, but Mickey takes a tower shot.
Yeah, I think the fact that you have taken that much damage off of Khan is a bit of a disaster here for KC, because the monkey can start to move its way down, you can look for a potential dive, and that's why you can already see Targamas stopping, shifting back down towards this bottom side just to cover for Kana in case something happens.
I think Oscar's chilling pretty hard here at 1v1 against the Seri. Should be able to just farm up nicely with the Q start.
Mickey going in, Gleaming Coil doesn't hit. Nice sidestep from Kana. No threat of the dive quite yet as Targamas starts to make his way down. You highlighted it earlier though, level 1 from Zillion really just not threatening. So Root does hit, Ignite hits as well. Kana going to be forced back.
The heal is still available for Targamas, so Kana should be able to stick around for a while. We'll hit the level 2 as well as he starts to get up towards that Mega Gnar form, so I think he should be fine in the play. They still don't know where Razork is, which is why KC just trying to spot out what the hell is going on.
First bomb used, second bomb used. Mickey gonna dash out. Just poking, just threatening, really jailing these two members under this tower, not really giving them any other way to get out.
And now KC have to look for the reset. They know that they're just so vulnerable underneath this tower, so Kalist's going to move down towards the bottom side, but it's going to be the reset on the opposite side. Actually, no, Targamas!
Flash out. Targamas, hungry to cancel some resets. Does stop them from resetting, but obviously has to burn his own flash in the process.
It's not the end of the world though. Oscar Innabet to take over to level 4. He's going to be fine in the matchup against Kana, so he can crash this wave, you can push in this bot wave, and then Fnatic just go for a slightly later reset on both these waves, so they can still opt out of these matchups. The only person I'm keeping my eyes on is Yike to maybe see if he wants to try and punish or take a bite out of Oscar in this top side as he looks to push in this wave. But okay, upset. I'm actually playing a little bit back. Razork will be spotted on this ward here.
Targamas has no flash.
Caught out.
I think
Targamas locked up for a moment, a little bit extra movement speed. The Razork now going in, big initial damage, lock up there, trying to finish the kill on Mickey. The bomb will pop, but it will not be enough to get it done as Razork takes a chunk out of Kalista as well. Kalista trying to get as much damage done as he can, knowing that there could be a dive coming.
Great start from Fnatic. They play immediately on the bottom side. Kalista actually looking for Mickey.
Flash early. The bait! Flash forward from Bumsek, can he finish the kill?
No. Misses the Q.
Okay, well.
what was that reaction?
It was kind of just, you know, it feels good when you flash in and it doesn't work, and then the enemy flashes in and it doesn't work. Because it's kind of just like a handshake on, like, if it was just me, it'd be embarrassing, but we went out together.
That's true. It's going to be very equal CS on both ADCs, but Upset coming in with the first blood.
And this is where I think you're in a position as Fnatic though to try and continue with this pressure, right? Upset already off to a great start. He's got the boots completed. He's going to be able to keep this wave, push in a bot and unlock Mickey to play towards mid. And if Vladdy isn't really able to keep control over Humanoid, he can get towards that level 6, really become a nuisance in these fights. So I think that's where you can see Mickey, especially with Dragon spawning, now starting to try and take over control of River.
And I think the support battle here is just a big talking point, right? Because both teams have gotten a lot of value in their big moments from their respective side, Mickey and Targamas. But Mickey, definitely more tools, more obvious impact on a champion like Rakan. Zillion can be that pick. We'll have to see if it comes through. As a bit of trading on the top side, Kana definitely winning out here as Oscar is forced to Searing Charge back. Good side step on the house. Means his life bar will be relatively intact.
Still though, you can see that Oscar Rinnan has that TP available, so he can just look for the reset and TP back in a great spot on that top side. So shouldn't be too much of an issue for Fnatic if they want to. I think the only reason he's sticking around is maybe a late reset if they look towards a potential dragon with Razork on this bottom side.
For now though,
pretty equal for Fnatic here. I don't think they can really look for the dive, but they might actually look for it. There's no sums on Targamas and no flash on Kalist.
Only cleanse on Kalist, not going to do too much work here on the initial play. A nice dash back out. Mickey needs to be careful not to get by the double bomb, and he'll make it work. Kalist taken down. Targamas can't do anything, and this is the struggle of the Zillion. This is a champion that's so greedy because it does so little early game, but it will have an impact late, but they might not get there.
And it's a disaster for KC. I'm surprised it's so rare these days that you see an early tower dive, as towers have just been so buffed now, but it's brilliantly played. Mickey starts with taking the aggro, and then he drops it with the Rakani, and it just ends up being...
Oh, flash in. Targamas no flash. Should be the route to follow up. Can't quite get the angle. Might not matter. No. Movement speed not enough. 6 minutes in. Fnatic already have the feet of warfare.
They caught the Zillion. Targamas went that little bit too far forward, and it's just an absolute disaster. Now, Yike kind of see what he can do, but spotted immediately by Fnatic. This bot lane has gone from bad to worse for KC.
Yeah, just Fnatic bot lane now being able to get this Drake. They can catch this bot wave and probably reset for the grubs, although it might just be given over. And now we get a replay of this tower dive. You can see, like, even though Kalist doesn't play it bad, he eased the Rakan W, but there's nothing he can do. Mickey sits at the edge of tower, and he doesn't even need to drop the aggro, because at that point, Kalist's already dead.
It's also a nice job from Upset there, right? He was like, look, I'm not going to use the pullback on the feathers because I know he has cleanse. Either I murder him with auto attacks, or he cleanses the ignite and tries to survive that a little bit longer, and then he goes for the extra damage. But Targamas trying to cancel the resets. Very greedy, yeah. Just ends up going down, thinks he's got enough in the movement speed, but Mickey catches him.
800 gold lead for the Xayah, already level 6. This is going to be so hard for them to play. Kana is keeping pressure on the top side. Maybe that is the glimmer of hope for KC in this early game, but a 1.6k gold lead before 8 minutes. Very difficult for KC to navigate. Is looking to cancel some backs here. Kalist still playing with confidence despite some of the earlier plays.
Yeah, still all they want is Mickey to start the reset, so Upset can now join him. Of course, the very nice thing about the Xayah Rakan Targamas was going to try and stop it.
Yeah, they
it's
really
a little bit too late.
these bases.
Yeah.
But Fnatic also really want to back in that spot. Like, they are not willing to recall anywhere else. That is their
Are you surprised by Fnatic's stubbornness now? After what we've seen
Again,
this
I'm still not convinced they can back up. They're just very good at going forward. That's what we've learned. Or at least very persistent at going forward.
Yeah. I do want to say, though, level 6 is when this Seri really comes online. And she is down quite a decent amount, but she still has this huge power spike with the level 6, able to kind of get this one-shot burst. Now, Upset actually decides to hold the wave here. I like this a lot. She's able to freeze it and will deny one wave from the Zeri and just build the CS up, lead up a bit bigger.
Good to have. Every little bit counts, and we've seen from Fnatic, even when they've had those leads, right, they still haven't always been able to play it clean, to close it out with confidence. Just holding on to whatever advantages they can get early on. As Mickey's caught out for a moment, Targamas looking to follow up with double bombs, but Mickey already using the entrance to make an exit.
I like what Mickey's trying to do here, though. Get that vision in deep on towards KC's bot side, because Yike having that ultimate available makes it very difficult to play around this bottom side and try and play towards your strengths. So knowing now that KC at least should have Yike moving towards the top side helps, but Razork is, for the moment, getting a lot of issues in his jungle as KC refused to give up the blue.
It is a little bit scary, right? Yike with the point-and-click CC. Targamas can instantly follow a double bomb, but it's level 6 for Mickey. Crucially, lockup is there. Razork instantly going to ult. Yike trying to get a bit more space to flash out to safety, keeping him standing. Humanoid does use ulti. It's only going to connect onto 1, but that is 5 extra stacks. It's Kana going for the all-in, or at the very least, a chunk onto Oscarinen.
You do get a huge amount out from Fnatic, though. That's 3 ultimates down, and they just secure their own blue buff. So for KC, yeah, you have to burn the flash and the heal from Targamas, but I think you actually open yourself up to now potentially making plays on this map with those ultimates not available anymore.
The problem, though, is that Targamas is still level 5, so they're still losing on bot. Mid lane wants to recall. They might even... Nah, they can't time again. Unless...
Sure about that?
Mickey.
They're gonna try.
Flash in, dashing back.
They get the TP, though. This is great for Humanoid. Feels terrible for Vladdy.
It's rough. And this is big for Humanoid, right? This is the A-Solo champion that we really haven't seen in the LEC. Obviously played by APA, played by Chovy. Need to see what he is able to do on it, because also going up against Vladdy on Victor is a tall task, right? This is a guy who, even against G2, I think was putting up some pretty solid numbers. And someone that... I didn't know what the numbers were before I ran that graphic. I just knew that they were good. Solid is the wrong word. Disgusting numbers versus G2. And so this is always going to be for KC, this kind of late game insurance policy. Vladdy, one of the few players in our league who, after that initial set of Victor nerfs, was still able to really make this champion work.
Yeah, and I think he, as you say, has looked great on it. And you get the side steps have been crucial to how he plays out these team fights, but bot side?
Flashing in.
Ulti coming down, still able to find the lockup. Double stun now coming in, but it's a double TP to respond. All on bottom. What year is it? Double TP bot lane for Fnatic, looking like 2018, but 2018 was a damn good year. Finding the turn. Double kill for Humanoid.
Avengers assemble on the bottom lane. There's a Comet, there's a Monkey, there's all the Fastions going everywhere, and there's nothing that KC can do. Fnatic 5-0 in this crucial game.
And it's a disaster for KC. As you see, they really want to make this play happen. They have the Pantheon ulti, but they forgot about the TPs. Due to the fact that Vladdy TP'd down earlier, and Kana has no TP, Fnatic can both TP in with no response and pick up 2 free kills.
And gifting them across as well to the carries. Humanoid picks up 1, picks up 2. This Asal now accelerated to a position where he's going to be significantly more of a threat, and this is the problem. KC, like Yike, kind of wants to get these successful early ganks off with the ultimate. He's not finding them. This bot lane is completely falling apart. And we said KC's composition doesn't really have ways to keep Fnatic at bay, and they're not going to stop.
Oh, Humanoid chasing, has the empowered ulti. We'll get some damage down onto Vladdy. That was a flash, but now the objective likely to fall here. Yike will grab that one right under their noses, but it's going to be traded. Back for another objective on the opposite side. 3 grubs to 3, 1 Drake to 1. The next objective, we have either side the first feat, but Tower, see who's able to grab that one to close it out.
Humanoid is moving down to protect this bottom side, but there are actually a lot of members of KC here. I don't know if they've realized that Fnatic have reset, but Humanoid going to just clear out the wave, so they're not going to be able to try and go for the play there.
The problem is Sarah just, I mean, she has a slingshot on Berserker Greaves. I think she's not doing nearly enough damage to take anyone down right now.
She's got a cull as well.
She's got a cull as well, that's true.
Slingshot versus a dragon, it feels very biblical, you know?
Yeah.
Just got to take them down.
But it's like Celestial Being versus Sundered Sky, you know? I feel like there's
that's true.
match here, you know?
To be fair, the nice thing for KC is that they're able to stop the Drake stacking from Fnatic. So they're able to buy themselves quite a bit more time now in this sole win con that Fnatic could be setting up for.
I think the struggle is with Fnatic building this kind of lead, getting better vision control down. It'll be really tough for KC to approach. They don't have the luxury of a traditional tanky support to face check every brush. They're going to be reliant on Yike and getting Prio in lanes to really help them fight or secure any of these objectives, but Fnatic can always just be lingering in the dark.
But I think there's a real win con for KC in the side lanes here with this Gnar pick. He's already gotten 3 plates, and it's only going to get worse and worse for the Ornn. It should be a good pressure point for them. Now we have a kind of a fight over red buff here.
Again, Fnatic forward, never backward. Not willing to give anything up here on the bottom side as Vladdy and Targum is moving down, but Humanoid already there. Ulti up.
Yeah, he might look to dive top lane here, actually. Oscar and it's very low on this top side, and Pantheon has ulti soon.
Kana going for the pushback to the wall, managed to connect, and just as you said, I didn't even think Yike was needed.
Oscar ended up using the Bellows Breath to try and clear the wave, so Kana was like, great, you're walking up from underneath the tower, I'll just ultimate to the wall and murder you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful crossbar for KC here. They actually are able to get some gold injected into this Gnar, and you can see this gold lead is now grown to 1.2k. It's the biggest gold lead in the game. I think this Gnar will be a real menace in side lane, especially because this Aurelion Soul would never really win 1v1 against the Gnar either. So he'll be able to win both sides and actually have real pressure for KC to play through.
And Kana, game 1, was incredibly clutch on the Cassante. Now set up to do the same thing again here, despite Fnatic being the ones on red side. The early Gnar pick, not countered, not something that Fnatic wanted to invest in. Instead, going for something stable, something reliable like the Ornn, but you can see that it's just suffering so much in the 1v1. Upset now matched up against the Gnar.
You're kind of just trying to escape away from here. Knows that if Upset's there, the rest of Fnatic are likely to follow very soon. Mickey going to try and establish some vision in towards this top side and give them a bit of protection. But again, Yike going to be able to stick around here. Still is his blue, still is his wolves, so can always move back up to contest the Rift Tower that's in about 50 seconds as Fnatic want to get the blue.
Targamas just threatening with bombs, but really can't walk up. This is a tough game for the Zilean. He needs to find somewhere where he can pop some of these stacks, get closer to his support item completion.
I like how KC are moving Vladdy around the map though. They're constantly putting him in the lane against Upset and he just insta-clears the wave. He doesn't even care about anything else, and it's making it very difficult for Fnatic to play through the strength of Upset. At least now, and you can see you're getting options on the opposite side for Fnatic to take towers, but Humanoid trying to now shift himself up towards top side, as that's the matchup Fnatic wants, Humanoid versus Vladdy.
Discipline in the lane assignments to stop Upset from taking over, but not able to free Oscarinen from the lane of torment that is matching up against Connor right now as he gets closer to what I assume will be Black Cleaver second. So if Oscar had any hope, it will dwindle pretty quickly after that second item completion. Can obviously look to outvalue him in the fights, but we're just not at that stage of the game yet. Again, 1-1 in defeats overall. Next objective, this Herald will decide who gets defeats, and it looks like the answer is Fnatic.
Yeah, so it is going to be the free Herald here for Fnatic. Makes sense, the enemy bot lane is just a bit too weak to really contest it. I'm curious if they'll be able to break this mid tower. It looks quite chunked, so they'll probably be able to use the Herald to break it. And with that, they might be able to alleviate some of this pressure Oscarinen is facing, as they can always then push mid and move into the side Oscarinen is on.
Close moving in though, we'll get a bit of tower damage down. Fnatic very willing to just give up large chunks of HP on their mid lane tower for these resets.
Well, this might get the full tower here.
He's gonna chase him out.
Nearly gets it. This is really nice for KC, being able to kind of sneak this, as Humanoid and Upset misplayed their reset timers there a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're in a position now as KC to try and play for either mid turret and counteract what is going to be the inevitable mid lane Rift Herald from Razork as this dragon starts to spawn, but actually just going to immediately move over towards that. So still Fnatic trying to play off of that mid pressure, but Yike now moving. I think they just play for mid turret.
I think Yike is going to play for top dive here. He has the ulti. Mickey's actually covering it quite nicely though, but Targamas can move up as well. I think they might be able to one-shot Humanoid, or at least they can try to hit tower. Oh, they're even keeping it with Dark.
He's just going to ult the wave immediately, bringing them back into the center. Mickey threatening, forcing Vladdy to flash out, and the wave now gone as uninvited Krug wanders into that one.
This is Aurelion Sol's specialty. He has such brilliant wave clear and such brilliant tower defense, and he just CCs you and slows you under the tower.
And that's why I thought we'd see them go for that mid lane play as KC. Like actually try and get that mid lane structure down, and then you can always gain access to that top side and look for the structure. But instead they try to play on towards Humanoid, and he just immediately clears out the wave.
I mean, the problem with trying to clear and go mid as well is you're up against a Xayah with all sums and incredible wave clear as well. So it's really two losing options for KC.
Yeah, it's just as they saw Mickey and Upset moving towards River to help out Razork, I thought they might have been able to zone them off, but here we go.
Mickey finding the initial lockup there. Now force
the Zillion
ult and make his way out to... I mean, the Zillion ult's going to fade away here. A bit awkward. No follow-up damage as the feathers are on the wrong side of the tower, but...
Razork does still have the Herald if he wants to pump it here, but Mickey ends up going for the base. This might just be nothing.
I do think while the gold is close, again, Kana feels really like the most important point on the map, while KC just play tower defense, both control mages, in so many circumstances trying to clear the wave, but they lack that proactive engage. Falling behind here is really, really tough. As Fnatic are pretty much just free to roam the map and do whatever they want. There's no immediate punish anytime Fnatic try to start a play. I mean, you saw Rakan lived under that tier 1 tower for like 20 seconds before it was time to leave.
Yeah, and this I feel like plays so well into Mickey's specialty. He's so good at being annoying, going for deep vision, and just, you know, doing crazy things. Rakan really allows him to do that, as he can just be wherever he wants to be, and he has so much mobility that he can always get out.
I think it's sick to see the symbiotic souls here from Mickey as well. Yeah. The ability to now very quickly move through the enemy jungle, rotate around the map, makes him even more of a nuisance, as Jack was already saying. Like, Upset controls mid-push, which just opens up Mickey to move so quickly around the map, so it's making it difficult for KC to even hold on to their own jungle right now.
Yeah, and I think the big question that I have in my mind, if we make it past this game, if Fnatic are able to bring us to a game 4, is this support pool is getting smaller and smaller. We're approaching the point where you're just going to have to play a ranged champion. We can see this game not going super hot for Targamas. And a battle of range supports, not where I wanted to be in this 1v1 matchup, but it's starting to feel pretty inevitable.
And if anyone looks at Mickey X's solo queue, you know he's got some funky support picks in there.
That's true.
So I'm kind of hoping we get to see a little bit more from him, but Oscarinen going to clear at the top wave.
Name of the game for Fnatic off to the side is wave clear. It's a nice dash back. We'll take Oscarinen for a second, but Pantheon is so damn fast moving in. Oscarinen should just fall here. Nice pick on the side lane. Humanoid trying to respond in the meantime. Herald used mid. And Humanoid uncontested in bot, but Fnatic looking to respond on top lane.
And it's such a good cross map for KC here, but Fnatic might be able to find something actually.
To be careful. Initial miss. Wall up there. Razork likely to get locked up. Flash in from Mickey. Multiple members CC'd. Finally, the grand entrance comes in. Upset following, trying to get the damage down. Nice block timing going in. Humanoid is here. Razork is here. Stars raining down. Resurrection coming in. KC, can they get anything back? Because Kliss is also in the area. Vladdy getting a decent amount of damage. Humanoid chasing a little bit too far. Kliss taking a lot of damage back. Humanoid likely to fall. Mickey probably going to fall as well. Kliss can just take over the fight. But Razork is chasing. The range still there. Kliss trying to hold on the flash away. He's so fast. Get away from the monkey, but he can't do it. Targamas now running in the end. Fnatic find the fight.
The collapse was great from Fnatic. KC tried to battle their way out of it, but again, you just have no way to stop the onslaught from Fnatic. Kana missing the ultimate at the start of this was a bit of an upsie, and then watch Mickey goes immediately on towards Kana, charms up Yike, jumps on towards Vladdy, which then sets up for Upset to move on through, but the ultimate connecting onto Vladdy, thanks to Razork, you do get the ultimate from the Zillion to keep him alive a little bit longer, but he's just popping up in the middle of so many Fnatic members, and Humanoid ends up jumping over the wall. Does regret it a little bit.
You can see the Seri damage here. It's just lacking, because normally when Humanoid does that, you'd expect he just dies, but the Seri damage is so low that it takes 10 years to finally kill the Cerulean Soul. On the bright side of K-Corp though, that was an 800 gold shutdown that Kalist got, but Fnatic just got the Altacan.
Well, 800 gold we'll see, because as you said, the Zeri did very little damage, but a 2-3 item Zeri, as she now has crested the 2 item point, might be enough if that circumstance presents itself again, but now you've got, you know, 5 false life buffs, so they might have to wait at least a few more minutes before the opportunity is there. Oscar Riddick calling the Ornhorn. Yike gonna get knocked up, double bomb not quite gonna hit as Yike starts to run, slowed up, locked down, Kalista off to the side. Ulti there, does good damage onto Upset, but the Feathers manage to come back, flies back into the air, Kana interrupted for a brief moment, it's not enough the wall, manages to side step, Upset's still there, ticking, but it's just a false life, just extra money for KC, Fnatic not getting very much done at all, the tower still standing as all of Fnatic are just sent packing.
They don't manage to get the structure, barely, Mickey. They just want to go in.
Going over, ulti there, trying to lock up Targamas, but they just get infinitely stunned. Kana hits him with the boomerang. Oh, it's a catastrophe. They get the tower at least in a couple stacks. Oh, they just threw money at KC.
Surely that was good for KC, right?
1,000 gold, surely.
That was good for KC, like money-wise.
Yeah.
So we need a calculator, I think.
Well, yeah.
But it is going to be the Drake for Fnatic due to the tempo gained from the Altacan. So that's a nice little redemption prize.
Yeah.
After all that. And it is still firmly Fnatic in control of this game. But as you said, Dracos, they only know one way, and that's forward.
Yeah, they went forward. Look, they try and go in onto this, and I think it's a nice play from Upset here and Razork, right, to keep Upset topped up for a little bit longer so they can deal with Kana, but you're still only 3 members. You have the push in mid, you've no TP for your Aurelian Sol, so this is always going to end poorly, but nice job here by Razork to keep Kana topped up. And Mickey kind of just being a nuisance off to the side, trying to put pressure on, but Kalist knows he can just go forward. There's not really enough left in the tank for Fnatic to follow up, and then they decide they want to go again. But a good double stun coming through from Targamas sets up nicely.
And to another stun from Vladdy, but Humanoid was mid with Kana. He could have just canceled the Gnar TP with ulti, instead wanted to stick around.
Humanoid?
Kalist caught for a second here. Razork trying to follow. Good damage, is going to get one shot. They at least managed to get the buff out from the Zillion, but now Razork is caught in the backline, and this is where it starts to get hard. Victor finding the reset. Yike running, got a little bit of space for the front line. Eyes on Kana. Can he find the angle to the back line? For now, the answer is no, because Vladdy's trying to 1v1 Upset, and so far the 1v1's going damn well. Victor, good damage, manages to find the kill. Looking to find a few more in the meantime as Humanoid finally starting to fly from the sky. Gets the reset, has the ulti ready to go. The sky's descending. But Kalist still escaping. Blast cone there. Humanoid can just ult for the slow, but wants to maybe save it for the next fight. Doesn't need to use it here.
40 seconds, so they just want to try and chase him down. They should be able to get it. There's the slow.
Dashing, chasing, yeah, can fly at him. There you go. Humanoid now on a rampage. 8-1-3. The Azir looking pretty damn good.
Kalist also dies so late that now he's not going to be available for the Baron, but we'll hop on into this replay.
Yeah, I mean, here, this fight from KC is actually really well played. Kalist buys so much space here, and it makes Oscar really think, okay, Kalist has no E, I want to engage, Razork tries to follow, but Cillian has the ulti, so that's Razork being down, but Yike at the same time is too deep in enemy lines, so he ends up falling as well, but then is the Vladdy show. As he 1v2s, Upset and Mickey here, flashes the Recon W, but now we got a Nash start.
Every time we come out of a replay, Fnatic are taking a major objective. We'll see if they're able to get this one. Yike trying to work his way in. This is the hard part for KC. Fnatic, though, conceding so much space. Eyes set on the objective. Upset off to the side. They want to kill Kana. Ulti now being used to zone. Massive slow. Humanoid unstoppable. And that probably spells the end of the fight. Fnatic a bit split on the call. Will turn back to Baron.
They have Kalista on the way, though, so how brave are KC feeling? They want to try and turn this. Ultimate's just half. Just look for Vladdy.
8K.
It's going down fast.
Vladdy ult could do a lot of work. Razor going in, Ornalt going in, only going to find one. Mickey going for the immediate follow-up. They want to take the jungler out of the equation. Mickey now chasing, trying to find it, but they're just too damn fast. He's forced to flash out and trying to take out Targamas. Targamas forced to self-ult, but Upset cannot get in range, and Kalist is unleashed. There's nothing left to take him down. He can start the chase. The movement speed is there. Upset trying to turn back. Maybe a desperate moment. Still fast, but can't quite chase them away. But the Baron denied. The Baron stopped.
Fnatic had a split call in the engage. Oscarinen went for the clump who were trying to escape upriver, whereas when you look at Mickey and Upset, they were turning on towards Vladdy. Keep your eyes here as you get disengaged from Oscarinen this way, but you have a completely different play going up. Actually, this is not the right vibe, but it's the development one. But this is where you're looking at as they chase them out. Yes, they get the pick, but it's the second part of this fight where it starts to get more interesting because Vladdy's sitting in the buff.
Draw the line again.
Vladdy goes in here as the engage comes down here from Oscarinen. So watch where Vladdy's position. He's keeping Upset out. That's where Humanoid and Upset are looking, but he just gets to fight away, and that's where Humanoid gets completely taken out of the equation. Now it's just to try and focus on Upset, and Vladdy's just reeling through this front line.
Man, Vladdy, even in this game, when things look lost for KC, he is putting in so much work in these team fights, and that was up against a 10-1 Aurelion Sol that he zoned out both carries.
He's
what a
dealt
masterclass.
more damage. I mean, to be fair, it's easier for Victor to just get that free poke, but
that's still pretty crazy.
It's still pretty crazy. And I think the thing is I mean, Victor is so terrifying as we get to these late stage points of the game because Upset's comparatively low range, right? If he has to walk forward, get Q auto-E'd, he's probably dead. But can't really afford to delay major item spikes. Does have Lord Dominix. We'll see what the next option is. Maybe it's just something defensive. Maybe it's just a Maw to stop Vladdy from being able to take these 1v1s.
I just don't know what you're supposed to do. Every single time we get this Victor for Vladdy, he is popped off. And Fnatic,
I feel like he's popping off on everything.
That is very true. Yeah. But it's kind of these like one or two mistakes from Fnatic though that are constantly plaguing them, right? They get off to a great start. It looks like Fnatic have it. You've a 10-1 Aurelion Sol, and you are struggling to close out this game. It doesn't feel like they understand how to play through their strengths, and KC, just good foundational League of Legends, coming back to it. I mean, you love the foundationalize.
I do love the foundationalize. So let's see how they can foundationalize this Drake fight, as this is Soul for Fnatic here, in case he wants to try to enter.
Marking Kana big as he just tries to stack up Mega. If you can get him to burn that, walk away, and reset the fight, it's certainly even better in your favor. But Kana just on the edge.
It's going to be Upset just starting the Drake here. They're taking this very fast.
Ornalty going in, Pantheon trying to get into the pit, Oscar starting to walk away, split fight as Mickey tries to zone away the entire team, but yeah, gets a bit more space. Dragon already down and Mickey still standing, that's crucial. Ulti goes in from Humanoid, does not connect. But they get the Drake, they got what they came for, that's Soul for the side of Fnatic.
And that just spells disaster for K-Corp as they get the Soul onto Fnatic, and now it's going to be so much harder for either Vladdy or Kalist to be carrying these fights like they have been.
And the Baron is there. Fnatic can just immediately transition over to that. They're coming back out of the base. Rabadon's death cap not quite completed for Humanoid just yet, but still, KC, wait, do they get Razork?
Kana chasing. Can't chase too far, however. And this is, again, the struggle. The lack of hard CC makes it so hard for them to approach in these fights.
Fnatic are very split here. Kana might be able to zone Razork more.
Humanoid just spitting on it over the wall. Vladdy, can he just try and go for the ulti? Low health bar. They do manage to get the Baron. Now they can turn and try to force the fight. But Razork is just getting chunked out. They're about to lose their jungler here. Kalist getting one. Ready to reset. Ready to keep going. Slow's going down. Upset has to be careful. They have to retreat. Oscarinen running. Victor not going to hit. Kana goes in! Finds two off to the side, but the rest of KC are still divided. Retreats now coming out. Humanoid might be able to find the reset. Flying over the wall. Godlike now. But Yike is just going to hit him. Knock him straight out of the sky. The battle of Mara Targon going very much in the favor of this Pantheon Humanoid. That is not where he wanted to be. Big shutdown. And the blinking health bars on KC do not matter. They still managed to find that kill.
Fnatic lose two. They do get the Baron though, but it's going to be very delayed on them getting out of the base with Humanoid going down so late. But you can see as we start to get into this, Kana threatening Razork and Humanoid, hoping that maybe he can keep him out of the pit, but Humanoid able to zone him away on the other side of the fight. Razork goes in onto the backside, but Upset just can't really get into position to do the damage.
And you can see the power of the Zeri ceiling here as Kalist is so damn fast, just running down Fnatic. He's just barely not able to finish up Upset, which would have maybe spelled a completely different fight for Fnatic, as Rakan also wouldn't have been able to E away, and they could have all died.
And just awkward for Humanoid because he starts the flight thinking he's not going to finish the kill, but then he starts it after the kill has gone through, so he doesn't have the reset.
Yeah.
So he can't just immediately stop and fly the other way.
Giggles from Kana on the screen as KC, they will end up losing, are getting 2 of the Barons off of Fnatic, but that does not mean you're out of the woods yet. Fnatic going to start pushing in this top side. Kana has pushed out that mid wave, so it's hyper focus from Fnatic on the top side of the map.
Yeah, a bit strange here that they're trying to only play one lane with this Nash. It's going to mean that they'll probably get this tier 2, but they won't be able to get anything more with it. And they also can't threaten the tier 2 mid either, so they'll just have to base and then try to reset up the map mid and bot.
And it's 3 minutes until Elder, 4 until the next spawn of Baron. Game likely not ending until that point. Probably will just come down to this Elder fight. And you mentioned it before, 3 items now for Clist, right? He is still a strong point. Vladdy's still powerful, while the gold lead belongs to Fnatic. The Soul as well. Still have to give respect to the carry duo on the side of KC, and still the potential Gnar angle, right? Kana's lane phase dominant. We really haven't seen that big Gnar team fight quite yet. Some of that is just because of the lack of setup on KC, but if he finds an angle, he can still be the difference maker in these fights.
There's Fnatic, who are the ones that have that CC, and they, in theory, should be able to choose their fights. Just hasn't been going their way, and once all of that initial upfront CC is used, that's when Kalista's been able to come alive. So Fnatic, they really need to land that knockout punch, or KC can start to bring it back. And as you say, it's going to be a case of pushing in these waves for Fnatic, trying to keep KC in their own base so they can't get access to that Elder Dragon that's in 2 minutes' time. I don't think they can really crack the base. They don't really have the range for that, but just keep KC away from their own jungle.
And it's a bit awkward for Fnatic here, because ideally you'd want to choke KC out of their own jungle by pushing both mid and bot.
Guys, why does Mickey have Medjai's?
He's a chat. By the way, have you ever seen that upgraded boot icon? The Symbiotic Soul upgrade? I've never seen that before.
I don't think it's
I played 100 plus games.
Only people who build it are supports, and they're broke. Like, they can't afford 750 gold.
Which is why you go for Medjai's, because it's cheap.
That's a distribution of resources. Like, bring it up, take it up with Riot, bro. It's like, I don't have control of how much money supports get in game.
They should get less.
No, don't do that. You weren't even like alive in the meta where supports only bought wards.
I was. I started in Season 2 when I was 9 years old.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's not fun.
Oh, that feels bad. Oh, that's a big coming to terms with reality moment for me and Rob here. Okay. Well, can you tell me what Anivia does?
Of course.
Okay, well then, all right. Just trying to understand. For players that started it at your age, you know, what's the knowledge pool like? It's still good.
I
at this
hope
point,
I have more knowledge than you.
Well, I meant like from historical things.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, never mind. This isn't about you. It's not my time to roast you. People will hear that many other times. Fnatic, big gold lead. And reminder, Ornn giving out items about 1,000 gold per upgrade.
So LDR for Kalist here. That's huge. Should allow him to play a lot more aggressive in these team fights and finally actually take down this Fnatic front line.
It's still so tough, right? 391 stacks on the Cerulean Soul. The E is going to be absolutely massive. You have the ult D2 on top of that, which is going to be the slow. Kalist does have the cleanse for that slow. Targamas has the reset.
And it's a 4k gold lead, but nearly 3,000 of that is on the support. So it's pretty much an even game.
That's a really good point.
I love what Kana's doing at the moment, though. He's constantly playing on the side and being a ward to spot out if Fnatic are going for some sort of flank angle, because Razork's not spotted. They didn't really know where Mickey was, and it's just constantly trying to keep his carry safe. Once more now in a position, trying to figure out where Fnatic are coming from.
You can see Vladdy and Kalist playing so far up, using that movement speed steroid from Targamas. The second Fnatic split up at all, they just start to get aggressive. Nice catch onto Kalist, though. Knock up there as well. Yes, he's going to get the reset, but Mickey's ready to fall off immediately. Charmed right as he respawns. He's got nowhere left to go. The kill is there. Yike finally coming in. He's going down from the sky. Kana needs to make the difference. But the ulti angle is just not going to be enough managed to push 3 back, but he will get locked up. Taken down. Sterik's not nearly enough as Humanoid is on the chase.
And that looks like it's going to be all she wrote, as Fnatic will be pushing down mid lane here. A big mistake from Kalist. He gets caught out despite the Zillion ult. It's not enough, and Fnatic are pushing down.
And that was the pressure on them, right? All it took was one mistake. Fnatic were so far ahead. Fnatic, disastrous first 2 games, but bringing it back with confidence in this game 3. In the bot lane, they made the difference in the team fights. They came in clutch, outplaying KC and bringing us to a game 4.
It was a hard-fought game for Fnatic, though. They had to
score a little close, but it was
not. There was so much they had to do, but I want to hear from Shox as she's going to interview Mickey to find out what's happening in the Fnatic camp.
Yeah, exclusive insight here at the sidelines. Mickey, finally the win. It was so hard fought. I don't know if I should ask what finally went right or what has been going wrong so far.
Well, I guess I just had to buy Magi's and like get some kills early on. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely a very drawn-out game. They had decent scaling, but we also just took it very slow. And yeah, let's see how the next game goes.
Yeah, who's gonna win the crazy support battle that's about to ensue now that you have to take really big risks in terms of the picks?
Yeah, I'm really not sure what the draft is gonna bring. Like even this one was a bit weird, so next one is gonna be for sure wild. Also, before this the third game, I asked Yike if he ever got reverse whipped, and maybe he might experience it today.
Oh, he's starting the all chat. That's what happened. You can join your team, Mickey. Thank you so much, and or you can stay here. That's fine too. But we're gonna go to a break. We'll be right back.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing twine, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing twine, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with
For Fnatic, looking like 2018, but 2018 was a damn good year. Finding the turn. Double kill for Humanoid.
No flashpoint then, okay? can go in soon, look.
Until no flash. I don't know.
Kill this guy. Okay, now he's dead.
No flash, Victor. No flash, Victor.
He should die, he should die.
I got one more.
Go more.
Until no flash.
Kill the plant, guys. Kill me with the plant. Plant is dead. He's holding. Keep it.
Big fast. Big don't now. Big don't
Kill the plant is rolling. Plant is rolling, guys.
Give me. I can give you in.
I can go in if you can follow Mickey soon.
No, I don't think. I have nothing. Chill. We go Nash, okay? Yeah.
Took them a bit of time, but they finally did it when it mattered. Fnatic is back here in this series, and we're actually going to have a series leading into Game 4, Unknown Territory, Fearless Draft, everything we love as we see KC backstage resetting, I feel, after this game. Guys, let's talk about Fnatic and their draft first, maybe. I feel like it was exactly what they needed and wanted to win. Honestly, no fault here.
To me, this is a draft that when the coach is like, okay, you guys don't know how to play, this is where we're gonna pick you. It's a simple draft, a lot of tools to start fights. There's a long-range Ornn engage, the Wukong ult, the Rakan ult. There's so many hard CCs that just is really easy to layer, and I feel like when you allow that to happen, together with the strong 2v2 that Mickey and Upset had, I think it was just a very simple game for them to play.
Yeah, I think this actually is a composition that leverages Fnatic's biggest weakness in this series right now, which has been that around these objectives, even if they have a lead, they find it really difficult to play the game, and they'll often throw it by getting picked. This composition should have been almost impossible to throw the game with, especially with what they're playing up against in KC's, because KC doesn't have that instant CC that you want. Like if Pantheon goes in alone, yeah, you can buy some time with E, but you're still against an Ornn, you're still against the Wukong, there's still the Rakan, and the same goes for now. I think KC's comp was exactly what they should never have done in this position, because they're not able to pick off Fnatic in a nice enough manner that we've seen earlier in this series.
Absolutely. Playing into their strength, and Finn, to follow up on what you were saying, everything started in the bottom lane. I feel like 2v2, but also a team play from the entirety of the team, Fnatic TPing at the right moments and getting the ball rolling for the team.
Yeah, and I feel like actually Fnatic's bot lane has been a very strong point this entire series. I feel like they got the 2 kills earlier in the series as well. They couldn't translate it into victory. But they constantly, after they got that first kill on Targamas, they kept coming bot and they kept funneling resources into Upset. They kept believing that he would be the one that would carry them. And I think that's what they have to keep doing. They need to keep drafting strong bot lanes, because I think really this is where Fnatic has their strong point right now. I think these are the people stepping up. It is Mickey and it is Upset. I think they're piloting their champions excellently, and they're not afraid to go for fights.
Yeah, and even as a team here, I think this moment was beautiful with the double TP. Nice flashback to earlier years of League of Legends. But it's also, as you say, Finn, Fnatic identifying that when we have this Sire Rakan, this is the lane that we're playing for, these are the people we need to get ahead, and that's how we should win the game.
Playing to their strength, almost, because as you said, GB, earlier, interesting choice of word, they should be able to easily pick up the win and finish the game. It feels like it was not that easy, actually. I got scared for them, honestly.
I did as well, and multiple times. I mean, you can even see it, like there is bumps in this gold grass where it's going kind of wrong, but from an objective point of view, they're still getting everything they need. But it's these small things, and I think with the composition that Fnatic have, how easy it should have been to just close this game out with what you're playing up against, I am a bit worried going forward into this game 4, because there's going to be less of these easy to access champions when you're playing around the team fights. So for Fnatic, I think they really need to find the most stable comps that will help them set up for the objectives. And for KC, they need to have a composition that lets them challenge that, because I don't think this comp did that.
Any reactions on the Zilean, Finn? Because I know that in Reddit check we set up Targamas' champion pool. What sets up KC for success? I don't feel like Zilean fits here. Even though it was a great pick.
It's hard to judge, because he actually just died level 3, and I think every champion will look bad when you die early like that. I actually like the concept of a Zilean into this draft, because they have so much hard engage, and having that ult just is really good to counteract that. But as you say, like I really feel like Targamas shines when he has these proactive ways to make plays. When he has some kind of melee champion with CCs who can walk together with Yike and together look for plays. And I feel like when he was playing on the Zilean, it was like it was always late to every play, and it was like ulting himself sometimes. It was a very weird game, and I want to see him with something that he's a bit more comfortable with.
Yeah, and I mean, we can have a look at the graphic and see what's actually still left, right? The Brom's still available in this scenario. We also have the Alistar as well that can still be picked up. And I think going into this game 4, these are the picks that I'm keeping my eyes on in terms of finding the right moment for them. But I mean, there's still some range champions that can make sense with the right pickup. We got a Renata. And I think, just speaking of bot lane pairings, AD carry goes with it. Caitlyn is up and available. I think that would be a very contested pick, because for Fnatic, it was about winning the 2v2. And if there's one pick that Opset is comfortable on, and or Kalisk has been comfortable, and Opset has been comfortable on, that has been the Caitlyn. So I think that's something that's going to be contested between the two teams.
Can we take a look at the champions that are going to be taken off the board here for this game 4? Because it's hard to make predictions, but knowing that KC chose blue side, I know that talking to them last week, they were telling me, Laure, when you enter game 4, there's no actual real clear value of this blue side. I'm actually surprised to see them still go blue side here. What does that say about the draft structure, what they have in mind here?
Yeah, I think probably what we're going to see is we're going to keep seeing these bans we've seen the entire series. Probably Zyra is going to stay banned, Skarner is going to stay banned, and then we're going to see like what they're going to be looking for, because I think now you got to go like to the tier B, tier C, tier junglers. Like a Nocturne is something that comes to my mind.
Right.
You just got to pick your comfort. You got to pick something that you know you can make work. What I like to do in a best of 5 when you go late in the draft is focus on these combos. Pick 2 champions early that work really well with each other. People that highlight each other's strengths and build upon each other, because I think that's where you really get the most value out of it.
Yeah, and I think that's where the Nocturne with a potential Orianna that you're talking about, that's still available. I think, though, if you are banning the Zyra, Vi, and Skarner on red side, you are leaving open these, like, a Caitlyn to come through that you can build a composition around. And I think that becomes key. Don't get lost in the sauce when you're getting into this game 4. Then you like find the key pieces that you know very early on that you want to build around, and then make sure that you don't get too scattered in your composition.
Any quick impressions on Fnatic? Because I'm looking at the KC players backstage right now. I see a lot of smiles. I see them laughing backstage. I see them still being in control. I wouldn't have the same guarantee of confidence on the side of Fnatic, though.
I mean, I would like to ask you, Finn, because you've been in a similar situation where it's a 2-1 against Fnatic, then it's a 1-game Fnatic takes, and then you end up being reversed.
That's a low blow.
I know.
That's a low blow.
You are the best person we can ask for this scenario, because they're still happy. Like, from a mindset of a pro player, what does it feel like when you've had the momentum, it gets ripped away, and it is a best of 5 series?
I think when you're up 2-0 and you lose 1 game, there's a little voice in the back of your head that's like, okay, maybe we're losing control of it. I think they're still happy, they're still in control, they're still 2-1 up, and I think they can actually bounce back. You just don't give in to your demons.
Let's see what happens here. We want to see 5 games. That's what we said at the beginning of the day. I am excited to see what both teams have in store for us in this game 4 Fearless Draft. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Laure. Yeah, not giving in to your demons. A story for both teams. For KC, the demon of doubt. For Fnatic, the demon of always going forward. Both of those things I'm worried about as we come to this next game. But to be honest, the most interesting part, like we can talk about the stories of the teams, of course, who will face G2 tomorrow. There's so many great stakes on a personal, kind of emotional level. But the draft is just going to be so weird between these two teams, whether it's the bot lane or the top side of the map. There's going to be so much cooking as we get ready for game 4.
I'm very excited. It's also just the amount of trust you have to place into some of these wacky picks that you're probably not really practicing in scrims, because for Fnatic, you're 1 loss away from being knocked out. For KC, at least you've got a kind of a safety net there, but going to a game 5 doesn't alleviate any of the stresses of the draft.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see where this one's going to go.
I mean, definitely when it's like an elimination match like this, and your supporter's like, I want Elise here. You're like, are you sure? It's a little bit more.
I mean, do you really think we're going to win the game in 10 minutes? Is that what you think when you say we're going to lock in Elise?
Mickey, will it win the game?
I was going to say, Mickey says yes to that every time.
You got to play for the, I guess, the player you believe yourself to be, even if the series has been a bit rocky.
That's how I approach solo queue.
Yeah. Some of the bans remaining the same, though. Again, side selection remains the same. It was KC who got choice this time, and they chose blue, just as Fnatic previously chose red. The Draven, the Skarner, Lulu, and Nocturne taken away.
Looking like exactly the same bans as last game, but actually the Nidalee ban setting up the Zyra first pick here for K-Corp.
That's what I was going to say. Zyra could potentially be the last ban here, but if that slips through, I think it becomes a no-brainer. It could go for things like the Yone on the follow-up. So I think Zyra, huge here, but we'll have to see if they decide to go for it.
I'm very curious here, what does Fnatic decide to answer? Because they actually prioritize banning the Aurora over the Zyra. I'm curious to see if they want to go for the AD jungle route, or if they want to try to match the clear speed of the Zyra with something like a Lilia or a Diana.
I'm going to be honest, I haven't been convinced by the Diana. I know you are a Diana merchant.
We start the 1 game, but it is a nice pick into it. But oh!
Okay!
This is the pick that has been taken away from Razork so consistently, and every time it hasn't, he's basically won the game.
Also, one of the big AD carry picks that we were talking about that's left open is that Kai'Sa, and this has been something that they paired so consistently together, the Vi and the Kai'Sa. So I'm curious now, do you try and take that away as Kalist, or do you just end up leaving it open in the hopes that you can deal with it by playing this very kite-back composition that, well, I was going to say with the Galio, absorbs that engage, but they're not going to go for it quite yet.
The problem, though, is you don't really want to take away the Kai'Sa because it kind of sucks with the Zyra.
Yeah,
Zyra wants to play very slow and doesn't really want to dive in like the Kai'Sa does. So I'm loving the 2 picks from Fnatic here with this Kai'Sa. I would presume that they're just going to look at the Jax, actually. Oh. They might think that this could be the Yone top, or they're just saying, you guys are going to have a dive comp. Jax is good into that no matter what.
It is going to be solid. Kai'Sa, the instant lock, and now Fnatic going to ban some things away. What is the option going to be? Technically, the Corki as well can still be flexed, although we've seen it just demolishes the Kai'Sa in that 1v1 matchup. So some room for Vladdy to opt for different picks if he so chooses.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly where this Corki is going. Is it just going to go towards Vladdy, or is it going to go for Kalist, or do we actually opt in towards some of the Senna matchups that we have seen? Civ are going to be taken off the board.
The problem, though, that I think with putting Corki bot lane here is you're kind of running out of AD picks on mid. So I would assume that it's most likely just going to go mid. I'm curious to see what support you can lock in with Kai'Sa here, because nearly all the traditional engage supports are gone.
Do you think you can still go for the Tristana mid for Vladdy in that case?
You could, yeah. It's good into the Vi and Yone. You can buff for the Vi ult, and it's a good matchup into Yone. But I don't know if I've seen much Vladdy Tristana.
Yeah, I know Nuke played the matchup and unfortunately ended up jumping into the Yone a few times, but I think, yeah, there's always an option there. Jace actually going to be taken off the board. I forgot that Jace kind of existed for so far deep into the pools, but yeah, I think there's still flexibility there, at least on both sides. You can put the Corki mid, or that Yone could go top.
It is going to be the Alistar ban here, which makes me think maybe they're just going to lock in support on 4. And then look to last pick and kind of keep this semi-Yone flex. Although Yone is 99% going mid, but just keep the top for last.
And Alistar, the last kind of real engage champ left in the support pool, right? You're starting to Braum left, ulti just not that reliable engage for us. So support pool shape is very real at this stage of the draft. Lulu and Alistar the only ones banned away, but so many removed already. Sion would be certainly a conservative option, may herald a lane swap.
Not in love with the Sion pick. It does dive in, but I feel like it plays a bit too slow for the rest of Fnatic's comp.
Yeah, I agree. He doesn't really have that like backline threat like the rest of the composition has, so I am kind of curious. I was wondering if KC might look at a Tahm Kench here. Just, it doesn't mean that you have a huge amount of engage, but just that safety net for the amount of dive that's there could be worthwhile.
There is a crazy combo they could play here. It's Aphelios Tahm Kench, and it would actually be super good because Aphelios is a great matchup with Kai'Sa. And with the added survivability of Tahm Kench, he can actually play these team fights. The only thing is, they would kind of be lacking in engage. They're going to opt to go for the Braum instead, another great disengage support. Curious to see what they pair up with them. Maybe a Jinx? That would be like a safe, fine option.
Without scale. An angle.
You kind of want something with mobility, but what is up and available with mobility? There's not much.
KC's certainly taking their time to figure that out. Caitlyn.
Okay.
Caitlyn does have mobility, but it's kind of fake.
Yeah, it's fake. 90 caliber net is fake mobility.
She does, however, pair up great with the Braum, as she procs the passive quite fast, and then she can trap on top of the stun. And she also works great with Zyra as she gets pushed, but one Pyke from Mickey, that would be very, very
Don't
exciting.
believe it until it's locked, my friend. Could be anything.
But it is a good pick. It's a good pick into the Braum. It's good with Kai'Sa. It has good engage champs for it.
Okay! I love Fearless after game 3. First 3 games, you get mostly normal stuff. Game 4 on, there is nothing normal left. You gotta start picking the weird stuff.
And this Pyke is so great because you have the tank in top, you have the setup from jungle, and you have a great matchup into the Braum.
And look at how many members there are just so vulnerable to that execution, right? You've got access onto the Zyra, onto the Corki, onto the Caitlyn with that point and click for buy, easy follow-up for Humanoid. The assassination potential is at an all-time high for Fnatic.
And what I especially like about this Pyke pick is if we remember last game, Mickey was so damn annoying on that Rakan. And Pyke does that, but even just a little bit better.
Yeah, it's so, I mean, if he hits a trap, he probably dies, right? But if he doesn't, oh, it's so annoying for the Zyra, for the Caitlyn. It's so hard to set up that defensive line against a champion who is just so slippery. Getting ready for our fourth game here. KC, strong composition. Kalist on the Caitlyn, Vladdy on the Corki. Once again, their carries set up for success. Can they bring it home here? Can they close this series out, or will we be heading to Silver Scrapes? That is the question.
And what I'm curious to see are essentially two things. One is, will it be a lane swap? I hope not. Second is, will Yike be able to punish this Vi early game? Because the biggest strength of Zyra is her clear speed. And Vi's biggest weakness is her clear speed. So I really want to see if Yike can get some early action going and try to steal some of Razor's camps to try to snowball his advantage.
Eyes on the jungle matchup. So get ready for this game. Both fan clubs feeling alive. Some faith restored for Fnatic fans. KC fans eager to see their team advance to the finals. Standard 5-point thus far. We'll see what the lanes end up looking like. Pyke with the Halo Blades, level 1, makes him pretty damn lethal. He's able to find a target.
We'll have to see how he does in the bottom side though, because again, Kalist does have a decent amount of range in the spot lane, so you have to get a little bit creative as Mickey to be able to get those hooks and try and play hyper aggressive in the lane, because you also don't want to get locked up by Targamas. But if you can manage to get out onto the map, that's where I think Mickey's really going to shine. I think Vladdy will struggle if Mickey's able to get that pressure in towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and essentially how this bot lane matchup works is that Caitlyn and Braum can push the lane faster, but Pyke and Kai'Sa have incredible damage level 1 in the all-in. So what Mickey wants to look for is a swap, actually. Never mind. Well, that's sad. That is ruined my whole momentum.
The thing is, like, we talk about how the Scion doesn't really work with what the rest of the composition wants to do, but if what the rest of the composition wants to do, or at least in the bot lane in this case, is not lane, then yeah, the Scion's pretty good, right? So this is the one strength of this pick, universally probably the best champion in lane swaps in terms of his ability to clear waves and pick up XP. Pretty impossible to dive as well without conceding something.
They're hiding the bush in top side though. KC want to make sure they know exactly where the spike is before they look for anything, but Mickey, I think, just walks out of the bush there in top side, so they won't. Oh, they will.
Nice hook. Counter-strike first. Not going to be able to get the follow-up auto as well, but just trying to zone Kana off that XP as Oscarinen stunned up, taking a decent chunk of damage.
So not going to be exactly the healthiest for Oscarinen on the start. Targamas trying to be a nuisance by invading on towards it. Would look for the steal, doesn't quite get it. Razork able to get both those camps and should be able to continue through the clear. So at least able to path away from Oscarinen means he should have help on that top side as he starts to go through onto it. I'm just a little nervous for Oscarinen with the health part he has if Zyra ends up making her way down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, they should be able to poke down Kana here. Oh, they actually are even wanting to kind of semi-dive him.
Getting a tower shot there, maybe not ideal, but keeping him relatively low. Kind of doing a good job of surviving and at the very least picking up XP even if he can't really approach the wave.
They are able to get him, zone him off a lot of these creeps, but Targamas has recalled here and is moving up.
I don't think Kana wants to try and go for the jump. They don't really know where the Pyke is right now, and Targamas hasn't been spotted.
I think he got spotted there by Mickey. Yeah.
That's going to be crucial.
Upset just chooses to respect. And Mickey's actually going to open up back towards top instead of opening bot lane. Nice move by Upset.
Good sidestep. I mean, that hits it so much more difficult, but playing for a long time there just to clear out the control ward. Upset.
He's playing with
using the fear of Pyke to just be like, yeah, he's right behind me, guys. They don't believe him, and yeah, that's going to cost him. Mickey on the way in, Yike on the way in as well. Hook back to try to create a little bit more space, but Mickey already used the dash, stunned up.
He's dead.
Now locked down. Yeah, cocky movement. Not
and it's too cocky. It's too cocky. I respect the initial trying to kind of bait it, but he keeps it going, and Kana calls the bluff.
They're coming back.
They're going to look to dive him here. He has no cleanse.
I think he just has to concede this wave. Razork, you don't want that fight.
Oh
Root
my
almost
God.
hitting. This is a disaster.
Oh no, it all went so wrong.
I mean,
I think they can fight them here. Not
level
let them
2.
enter.
Mickey going in for the hook, trying to pull him back, but just bring him into the stun. No, that is definitely not what you want. Flash out from Razork.
Oh, and they're able to catch some of the wave, but it's so much CS down on Upset. You can see he's down 10 CS already on Kalist. Mickey wants more.
Halo Blades, you can see good damage. He can just keep chasing if he wants to, but doesn't want to overcommit.
But Mickey also didn't commit the flash for that initial tumble stone, right? So it means that then you're just able to get that the Counter-Strike off his Kana, you get the hook in. It's been an absolute disaster. Kalista's getting the free farm, he's getting plates, may even get oscarina, who has to be a little careful on the health bar. Mickey now trying to be a nuisance again, but this is not the start that you want if you're a Fnatic fan.
Definitely not. 700 gold lead, 800 gold lead. We haven't really even seen much happen in this game, but List very quietly farming up, building a lead for himself. His upsets lost a decent amount of farm. Mid lane relatively close. Humanoid did manage to get through the first few levels okay. Will reset for the first time. See what he can pick up.
But if you look at the tempo of both junglers here, Yike is so far ahead. He's already going to run and clear his Raptors, while Vi hasn't even finished her Grump yet. So I think this can lead into either a free Dragon or just such a big tempo lead for the Zyra.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to wait and see exactly how that one's going to try and play out. When you're looking towards, at least on the bottom side of the map, Razork could try and work again his magic alongside upsetting Mickey here as they start to move down into that bottom side. Dragon is up and available. May just be looking for some sort of tower trade here, but KC are getting plates. They're getting these advantages, and it should be the Void Grubs, I think, for Yike as he looks for the reset from the bot lane.
Yeah,
excellent
Yike should have a great buy here. He's so strong, and I feel like he can do no wrong right now.
I mean, it's such a good position to be in when the enemy team is so far behind and you're the Zyra, who already clears faster. Mickey, ooh, that hook costs him a lot of life. Passive going to heal back a decent amount before to pop the pot as well.
We just haven't really seen Mickey be able to get out of this lane. Unfortunately, because of how badly it's gone, if he could actually start to roam, it'd be in a decent spot. But now Yike is bot lane. Mickey immediately disappears, but I think that'll be Razork now moving up towards Void Grubs in response.
The thing is as well, is if you look at XP, Kalist is about to hit level 6. Upset has not even hit level 5 yet. So it's so difficult for Fnatic to fight anywhere around this bot side right now, and which normally would be okay. But the problem is, you have a Pyke. If Pyke is not allowed to fight and not able to fight, the champion's just useless.
Yeah, and I mean, who are you going to hook at this point? As long as Targamas just steps forward in front of you, they're really hard to find the angle.
Wait,
no help. He just has to leave. He just has to leave. Maybe trying to bait. Decent amount of health being regenerated because of the passive there.
They can't even catch this wave. Corki's moving as well. Oh, Mickey?
Mickey has to wait as long as possible.
Oh, this is a disaster. Even though
Still
Mickey
roots him. K manages to at least walk away with his life, but they're losing plates in the meantime. Fnatic are getting dominated in this early game.
Yeah, the problem is though, even though Mickey doesn't actually end up dying, they're losing 2 waves here, and there's already only 2 plates left on this bot lane tower. It's a disaster for Fnatic.
And this is the dream situation for Caitlyn. You first back by a BF sword and just get to hit plates all day. Exactly what you want when you lock in a champion like this, and the lane swap very much working out better for KC overall, and thus far the Pyke pick hasn't done a lot. Of course, for Mickey, he's played 8 games on it over his career. It's only a 50% win rate, but now we're seeing the all in mid lane. Is Vladdy's still confident in that 1v1?
KC aren't going to let up the pressure on this bot lane though. Look, you get the swap from Upset and Mickey. Immediately, Kalist starts to move up towards the top side. He's just going to continue to put pressure on them. As long as they can keep this 2v2 matchup, you're perfectly happy as KC, because Kana's getting the freeze farm against Oscarinin. You're getting plates. Like, everything is going the way of KC now.
And I don't think the side lane gets any easier against the Jax, right? This is the struggle, is you have the Scion to kind of bail you out of some of these lane swap scenarios, but just really did not work as the Caitlyn was able to free farm so much, and the the Kai'Sa was just shut down because those early plays did not go in the favor of Fnatic.
But that's a nice thing, as you say, about the Jax, right? Because they picked it as soon as they saw the Yone. And the reason they did that is because it wins against the Yone so hard that it doesn't matter. Right now, it's only winning against the Scion. But normally, you'd hope that if your mid laner's doing well, and Humanoid's doing very well in this mid lane matchup, that eventually he'll be able to compete. But since it's a Jax, he never will.
This would be such a great win for KC if they can take down Fnatic though, kind of proving that they have come leaps and bounds from when they were last year. Like, this is still an organization that it has been best of ones, but has never been able to take down Fnatic. And now in this best of 5, moving on towards the potential finals, it will be huge for the French organization, but they have to try and continue this pressure through the early stages, continue to play through Kalist. And look, Vladdy just kind of gets the scale as Mickey disappears again.
Now trying to body block as Upset's canceled too. Could just go in on Yike, but just don't think the angle is there as Humanoid starts to get a little bit aggressive onto Vladdy. So the Soul Unbound. And first finals for KC, right? And in a very, I think, just incredible split overall. You talk about last year's expectations. I think people are just willing to let last year go. This is a fresh start for the team. Contesting top 2 now.
It's such an exciting roster, building around Kalist and Vladdy.
It just feels so exciting and fresh to watch them play. But Razork has an angle here.
Perhaps the caster curse. The Q flash is clean. The follow-up is instantaneous. And Targamas doesn't get to do anything as he watches his carry drop. The chase continues.
Man, Razork Vi, what a beauty to watch. That Q flash to go in between the Braum.
Flash auto. Flash back. Does manage to live. But as you said, the Q flash.
We need a replay.
But it was sick because look at the top side from Razork. He was about to go and do his red, and obviously the call came through from Fnatic. Look, we need to make this play happen on bot side. He immediately shifts his attention downwards, even bypassing all of that vision. Great play from Razork and answering a lot of that pressure that was on the bottom side.
Yeah, he might even be able to secure the crab here as well. And overall now, if we look at the CS of both junglers, he's back in the game. He's fine. He's actually even up in XP on the Zyra.
I think the big thing here is while there were a lot of parts of the map that lost for Fnatic, Yike was the one who kind of just got to quietly farm through all of that early game. Yike spent a lot of time trying to support some of those early plays, and that put him a bit behind, or at least allowed Razork to catch up.
We can get to see if this combo from Fnatic can continue to get going, because this feels like their best way back into the game. Now that Kalista has no flash and no barrier, if you could feed this gold onto upset, that execution, that assassination in the back line becomes a little bit easier for Fnatic. And you can see they're starting to move up towards this top half again as Void Group spawn, but I think it's more to try and keep...
Oh,
wait.
Ulti.
It's optimistic here, I think.
Does not hit. That's very close to the wall.
That's what I was going to say. I thought it was just to keep Oscar in safe so he could get the wave, but they end up investing the ultimate. Fnatic pushing on the bottom side with upset as well. Vadi not shown in lane yet, but KC will still end up getting these Void Groups.
The problem I have with this play from Fnatic here is I think it's very hard for them to get any plates around bot, unless... I don't think they can really get much done here bot, but I think Kalist can easily just keep hitting this top tower. But he's actually opting to go for the reset here. Maybe he wants to just immediately swap back into this bot lane, play for the Drake. Maybe he even has the item, actually. No, wait, no? Maybe? No, he had Berserker Miss.
You got Dragon in a couple of seconds, and I think that's what Fnatic are looking for. If Kalista ends up showing up on this bot side, I think it's a visit from Razork once again. You got Khan who's low, Mickey just trying to be a nuisance, but...
Razork going in on the Vladdy. Good initial damage. Yike ready to try to stop this from happening. Ulti use. Caitlyn going to follow up as well. Now going unstoppable, but we'll get the follow-up coming in from Humanoid to at least make it the 1-for-1. Good punish from KC, but Humanoid able to bail out the jungler.
But that's no jungler now for this Dragon. The Dragon is going to interrupt upsets. I don't think KC realized, but still should be able to start to move over if they want to. Dragon could have stopped it.
That feels
It's something again.
Oh my god. Paid actor, the Dragon, Yike.
That feels terrible for Upside. He's going to lose a full wave from this. And Caitlyn might even be able
I
to
thought
get another
Targamas was
blade.
about to spot him again, but he made it back.
I mean, well played by KC, right? They find that initial pick. Razork a bit over-eager, does manage to get the ult down to set up for Humanoid, so they get the kill onto the Yone. He gets the blade. That's great, but it's going to cost them the Drake. It's going to cost them that first feat. And if Mickey dies here, or anyone dies here, KC will immediately have the feats of strength in their favor.
To be fair, after this tragic early game from Fnatic in the top department and everything that happened, they are only down 200 gold, so it doesn't feel too bad. Here we have the replay of Razork kind of fighting Bled.
Yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate where Humanoid was positioned. He was getting the wave in mid, so couldn't really follow up, but Yike in a great position. You do eventually get the kill, which does work out, but with the jungler invested, KC are able to get the Dragon afterwards, so just unfortunate with where Humanoid was positioned, but KC making the most out of it.
Yeah, but with that blade now, life just gets a lot easier for Humanoid, and thus far hasn't had to match into that Jax, as you mentioned earlier, Jack. Mickey set up on the bottom side, just trying to make sure that he has control here, helping Humanoid push out. Level 11 on the Yone. Ult not too far off either.
Humanoid is having a great game this game, though. Like, being up a level up on this Corki now, and just overall surviving this laning phase. The thing is, when you play Yone into these range champions, usually the goal is to just not fall too far behind before Blade the Ring King, but he's actually ahead already, and he's only going to get stronger.
Hook does not hit. Razork there as well, but needs to get out. Still gets rooted, still gets caught up. Has the blast cone, should be able to walk away, but takes a big chunk of damage just for trying.
Not quite able to make that play happen. You can see the idea from Fnatic collapse on towards mid. Still when Kalist doesn't have that flash available, but doesn't make it work, so they'll just brush themselves off, go back out into these side lanes. No objective for 2 minutes, so Fnatic don't really lose out on too much for trying to make that play happen.
Yeah, and you can see that now the gold lead is very equal. We're just kind of chilling. Yone is able to get push against the Corki consistently, and Mickey can start to kind of emulate last game a little bit, being more annoying. The problem is that it's quite hard to play Pyke this game
because you have Zyra that who can block with the plants, and you have a pickled Oscar, maybe?
Oscar gonna use the ulti to escape.
Just sigh on things, eh?
Immediately walks away. Targamas caught out for a moment. Follow up there. They don't want to overcommit resources into Targamas, seeing that Vladdy is waiting.
Upset has move here with ulti. They might look to dive.
Unbreakable is down as well. Targamas use that to keep himself safe. So do they go? It looks like it.
Ulti gonna go in. Immediate ulti to follow. So much chain CC. Targamas tries to interrupt, but that's one execute coming down. Likely to be a second. That much more money going into the favor of Fnatic. Flash out from Targamas is good, and now it's Mickey who's in trouble because Kana on the chase. Yike waiting as well. He's gonna go invisible. Take his time. Walk back under the tower. Spotted out by Kalist, but not going to give his life as Oscarinen is there to body block.
Oscar might be in trouble. He has no ulti.
Tough fight. Will just be forced to flash. Kana now flash chasing. Hook there. Kana might be in trouble. Q back, but now Yike following up. Good knock up there. It will at least be the pick back. Oscarinen going to try and clear the wave. Extended exchange on the bot side.
Numbers advantage for KC. Razork wasn't in position to try and follow up. So at the moment, KC, they get the kill on towards Oscarinen. They'll get this tower as well. Nice answer from KC on the bot side dive.
Yeah, it ends up being just a 1-for-1 here. A bit of a, like, I like this idea from Fnatic here to go for this dive, but going for the Braum afterwards was what spelled their demise. Jax does a really good flanking TP here and is able to actually run down Mickey, and they really want to try to save Mickey, as Oscar also matches the TP. But the thing is, if you do all this, you delay your tempo so much, and you stick around for an unplayable fight. Upsets no ulti, they don't have any ults across the board, so they can't really fight them back, despite the fact that Kana flashes in with no E.
Yeah, you can see the Jax ulti, just a little bit of extra time fought, more than enough, and the second you're locked up like that, it's so easy for Yike to lay down the ultimate, but it looks like it will be Herald to the side of Fnatic.
I think KC can contest here.
No ult on Razork, so it's going to be a little dangerous.
Mickey trying to poke and prod with the hook down. Oh, you can see how much damage he takes. Razork, 50-50. Tries to make it over the wall. Tries to maybe get a smite, and he'll grab it on the way out. They're not going to get the eye. But they will deny it from the opposition. There's a trap right there. Will Pike die for it?
Oh, he's going for the... Yeah, he's going to die on the opposite side, though.
What? I think he's out.
Do you think?
He has symbiotic souls. He can do super fast recall.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, clever. Used the portal, able to grab it in mid-flight. Kana now in trouble as well. As Upset tries to chase him down, but then Jax is hitting hard. Still holding on for a second. Kana almost gets the kill.
Mickey was not out. Something.
Upset had that ultimate as well. Doesn't end up burning it. So he kind of knew exactly how much damage he was going to take. Nicely done by Upset, and it means that when you go for this play now with Razork, you still have that shotgun follow-up from the AD carry of Fnatic. Big swing, though, off the back of that for Fnatic.
Yeah, they're able to get the Herald and kind of a 1-for-1 trade. So it feels pretty good here. And Kaisa is still really far behind, but Yone is actually able to kind of start matching the Caitlyn's lead here. And it's going to be really hard for this Caitlyn to play teamfights later on against this Vi Yone.
Razork is being very sneaky here, though. He's got in it behind the ward line and is just looking to see if he can find Kalist. I think KC trying to find him now.
Maybe looking for Yike. Upset can immediately follow up. Good initial damage. They're just going to one-shot the Zyra. She does still manage to get the ult down. Crucially, Mickey getting the reset. A little bit extra money. Double knockup coming in, but Vladdy can't really do too much damage. Razork likely in trouble. Flashing back out to safety. In the meantime, they kill Targamas. Upset now on a killing spree. 3-0-1. Mickey blinking health bar, but walking away with his life intact.
And it's these creative plays from Fnatic that are lending them so much credence in this game. Might be able to look for a mid tower here as KC.
Bliss locked up. Humanoid going in with the soul unbound. Pulling away. But again, KC are just getting so many towers. 2-1. Top also pretty low, so likely they can reset and go up there as well.
I think they have the Herald on mid here. They might just do it to get mid tower.
For Fnatic, they have Herald, and I think they're pretty happy to just get some of these kills back on towards Upset, answering for what has been a pretty terrible early game from, but just going to be the charge. It won't get the tower off us.
Yeah.
But at least it's still some work for Fnatic. But KC, you can see, still not fully just out of the woodwork, even losing their jungler at the start of that. Their team fight's still pretty strong.
Yeah, they have so much, like they have 4 damage dealers in this game with the Caitlyn, Corki, Zyra, and the Jax. So they have a lot of tools, even despite the Zyra going down. And Zyra's a champ that, you know, if you die on, as long as you got off all your spells, you'll do the job.
Yep.
But it's this creativity from Razork that I really love, that he finds these type of angles, and look at how fast they pull the trigger. Instantly Upset ultis in. Mickey goes for to follow. Oscar in ultis as well. And it's the fact that they're so quick to pull the trigger that has gotten them this far.
Also, the fact that Upset held his ult on that play against Kana meant that it was available for that fight as well. So again, you're kind of seeing this forward thinking from a lot of the players on Fnatic, but they still have to think a little bit further ahead as KC now open up on the map. You've got side lanes that are very dangerous for KC, and it's going to make it a bit tough for Fnatic to hold on to them.
Yeah, KC's still in a good position, still strong on the sidelines, but you can see why so many teams do respect Razork on this fight. It's his signature pick. You talk about it, the Q flashes. He's the most consistent player in our league when it comes to finding those angles. We'll see if he can find another one again. This time, just an ulti, and once again, Yike caught up. The Zyra just killed over and over again. The flash, the follow from Mickey. Clean reaction from Callisto. Will not let himself get caught. Mickey ready to go. Another knockup going in. Upset trying to finish the job, and this is the power of that CC. The angle found for Fnatic. Another fight in their favor.
And it's just Razork on the buy that keeps giving and giving for Fnatic, and Mickey follows it up beautifully and just, it's a masterclass for Fnatic.
This was the combo that Fnatic used throughout the regular season to put themselves into first place, and by some miracle they've managed to draft it in game number 4 to put themselves potentially one step closer to the reverse sweep, but it is not over yet.
I really want us to focus on Mickey in this fight, because how he plays this is absolutely crazy. If we look at, he ultis onto the Zyra here, and then he E's and ultis behind Kalist, and Kalist matches the flash, but now Kalist has no flash against the Sion ult, which means he instantly goes down. And this type of quick fighting that Fnatic is permanently bringing, they're just outclassing KC in this game.
Now they have the Otacon. They get aggressive here, and Kana's strong on the side lane against one champion, but not so strong against 3. Chase coming in. Kana looks like he will escape, though. Yike there to cover. KC certainly not out of this yet. 4K gold lead is terrifying. The dive threat very real from the side of KC, but if they can protect their members, maybe they can get something done. But with Otacon alive...
No, they got us.
But I know, I'm saying with Otacon up, they can just play like psychos.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do for this top lane turn. You see the push in mid and on towards bot side as Humanoid. They really want to spread out this pressure. Raz are going to tank the Caitlyn ultimate, but I think the fact that you have so much pressure in the map and Fnatic control the jungle, Vladimir needs to be careful. Razork has the ult.
Yeah, the fact that they can play 3 lanes here just allows them to go wherever they want. I think they'll be able to get the mid tower here. Oh, maybe not. Targamas holding on.
Targamas, ulti onto 2 is big. Kalist now following up. Razork is going to be in trouble here. Mickey whipping the ultimate now. One member withdrawing.
Yeah, Otacons and Fnatic have not been very kind to them, to be honest, but still, they will just look for the reset. They get to hold on to it for a little bit longer, but they can continue to just push in these waves. Dragon in 1 minute and 10. The fallback there, the control that Fnatic have, should make things a little bit easier for them to continue to look for these picks and look for these fights. So it's going to be on KC, I think, to look for the cross map. They can't really go in towards Fnatic blind.
And the problem with the cross map is that the Jack's lead that we were promised never really cemented. He's down 800 gold and a full level to the Sion. So I don't think that they really have a realistic cross map. The Sion can just keep pushing waves, and worst case, he just needs to ulti.
Yep. Good options to clear the wave to just stop Kana from getting any towers or threatening on greater structures. Also just continuing to stack up that HP, which is going to make him so much more difficult to take out. No armor penetration for either the Caitlyn or the Corki quite yet. Humanoid, I mean, rapidly approaching a 3rd item.
Yeah, it is going to be the Manamune picked up for Vladdy as well. So across the board, items right now aren't too big of a difference. I think it's a good timer to fight for KC.
I think they're just trying to get Humanoid to level 16 though on this side lane. You can see how close he is to ticking over to that 3rd point in the ultimate, which could just spell disaster for KC in this window, because Vladdy only level 13. You've got the AD carries now equal. Fnatic, they have so much pressure on the map.
I think one of the big struggles is you can see this trap line set up, but all it takes is Razork to find a target. Upset can immediately follow. There's so many ways that they can just ignore it, just disregard a lot of the setup strength this Caitlyn has. And you see KC in the back,
but they're way too late.
Oscar gonna find the knock-up. Yike isolated. Yike forced to flash back. Ulti whips from Humanoid, but he should just be able to move back with the soul and bound. In the meantime, Callista's gonna be the one in trouble. Razork finding the ankle. Follow-up is good. Mickey going down, but Humanoid off to the side trying to find a way back in because Upset's health bar is blinking. But it's Vladdy and Yike standing tall. The top side of KC trying to get this work done. Vladdy free firing. Oscar trying to get 1 kill back, but Kana on the chase. Vladdy on the chase. He should just fall. Razork realizes his time is up, and KC are coming back because the Jax is online.
Kana picks up the triple, but it was all eyes on Humanoid in that fight. He TPs in, he doesn't get onto the key carries, and KC find a way to rally around and turn that fight.
And I'm actually shocked that KC somehow won this, because if we can look at the replay here, Vladdy is not TPing. Vladdy is not TPing. He's still not TPing. He's still not TPing.
He's still not TPing. He's now TPing. Doesn't it? The fight already looks lost, but Humanoid whiffs the ultimate and nearly gets solo killed by Kana. And therefore, that upset now is so chunked that Kana can clean up the whole fight.
A great call from Vladdy. He immediately Valkyries on towards Upset, realizing that this is the only person that can actually deal damage to us right now, as Humanoid has had to go back to the solo Unbound. And from that position, he tucks himself in behind the front line once more and can carry KC to a team fight win.
What a tense game we have in front of us. It's... I feel like either team can take it. It's incredibly close. This 2K gold lead might as well be 0, because whoever plays the fights the best are gonna win them.
Definitely true. Humanoid ticks over to 16, cannot afford to miss another ultimate. Just did not have the impact in the fight that he needed to, being the member on the team that's the furthest ahead outside of Mickey.
I think the furthest ahead might actually be jungle here, with Razork level 15 to level 13. Oh,
Wait, does find the angle on the Vladdy. Good damage. One more auto should finish it. Upset, I think a bit of overkill there. Probably had it without him, but wants to just make sure.
Needed to kind of show that he still had it in him. Manages to pick off Vladdy, which is such a massive one with Baron on the card. Targamas stepping too far forward. Still has the blast one to get out of there.
Right there. Mickey playing with fire here. Only has W. Kana, you can see is just chunking him. Upset now has to get involved just to try to stop that kill from going through. Phantom Undertow, you know, once it's gone, he's still very vulnerable.
The question is, can they actually start this Nash? Vladdy is still dead for 15 more seconds with no TP, but without the Kai'Sa and the Yone ult, they think the better of it.
Fnatic not in a great position to start that one. And again, it's 2 Drakes to do to 2. You talked about the goal lead. I mean, still matters in the sense that the Yone is very strong, but it does all come down to execution. You saw that, you know, you whiff a Q3, you whiff an ulti, and that gold lead might as well not exist.
At least though in this position, Humanoid having level 16, starting to work his way towards the 3rd item. He is now a massive threat on the side lane, and you can continue to put this pressure down with Upset shuffling mid and then meeting with Humanoid on that top side. You could always collapse. So effectively they do find Targamas, but it's 2v4, so they should just rally out of here.
An Infinity Edge picked up on Humanoid here. He is going to deal so much damage now.
Mickey forced back. You're right, that 3rd item big. Kana very steadily catching up here as the knockup goes down. Unbreakable, about to fade away from Targamas. He just gives his life. That was not the play that they needed. Ulti also coming in from Yike. It's a lot of cooldowns burned. KC don't really have a way to approach this objective anymore.
They still have the Vi, Yone, and the Kai'Sa ult, which is crucial to starting off this Nash. So I think Fnatic will just push in this mid wave and then look to start Nash and turn.
Kana going in. Mickey now retreating. Objective is there. No vision for KC, but they have to set up on the plants. Mickey off to the side. Kana, level 14. He's pretty powerful. Trying to zone away Mickey. Phantom Undertow, they know the support is not in the fight. Oscar and body blocking the Baron down. Now they have to be careful. Razork chasing down Kana. A bit of a split exchange. Kana about to find the CC. Mickey now following up, but Kana happy to take this fight. So much chain CC coming through. Humanoid waiting over the wall. Yikes, still trying to finish that job, but not able to get the kill. Crucially, KC want to keep this fight going, but it's the ultimate Humanoid once again. He might have missed the last one, but 2 back-to-back times. He's able to take out Vladdy. Clips, a blinking health bar. Another knockup coming through. Fnatic blinking health bars across the board, but only Upset will fall.
Fnatic just hold on. They get the Baron, the 3 kills, and Upset gives his life for it. But it's Fnatic who are now in control.
Oh my god, what is this game? Every fight looks so damn close. Fnatic are able to get the Nash, but Kana wants to keep fighting. Razork wants to keep it going as well. Mickey and Razork onto Kana here. Upset ultis over the wall, but it's a flash from Kana that's actually crucial, because Upset now, instead of running out, runs to help Razork and kill Kana, but then a beautiful ult from Humanoid allows him to kill Vladdy and nearly take down Kallisto.
I thought the Yike was going to get something here, but Razork and Oscar Rinnan timing that CC perfectly to keep Zyra from tossing out any of her spells. And now Dragon has spawned a 3rd Hex Tech Dragon for Fnatic. This series going the distance.
I mean, look, the 3K gold lead we could argue away. The 7K gold lead a lot harder to argue. You've got defensive items now coming in as well for Upset, so even if he does have to miss position, he's got a tool to keep him safe.
And the thing is now, even if you don't get an insane amount from this Nash, in 4.5 minutes, you have Hextech Soul, which is the most OP soul in the game and will surely spell KC's demise.
I mean, you just can't this many squishy champions against Hextech, like, you just cannot play the game.
Yeah.
It's also just the fact that Upset now, 8-2-5, picked up the Seeker's arm guard, 3 items on this Kai'Sa. He is huge and has so much backline threat that any CC lands at all, he could suddenly assassinate people. So for KC, it is about protecting so many of these carries. But you look across the map, Mickey is pushing in mid, Humanoid is pushing in that top side. They are spreading KC thin on the map, and KC just don't know what to do.
This is one of the most fun things when you have a Pyke, is you can play Nash like this. It reminds me of Hylesang, who would always do this with the Nash, just pushing a side lane and being so annoying.
I'm collapsing. Again, I think one mistake from KC in the game just ends against them. They cannot afford to take too many risks. While Fnatic have this Baron, but the tier 2 will fall. Yet another one. The gold lead just continues to grow, almost 10,000 in Fnatic's favor. KC aren't out of this game yet, but it's starting to feel impossible. One mistake, and it's all over.
The Red Bull Bar power play is about to fade, though. So at least for the moment, they've held on to their main structures in their base. Still, the amount of vision that Fnatic have, the threat of a pick makes it so difficult for KC to push out onto the map. As long as Fnatic can try and control this bot side jungle, they just play for this next dragon, play for that Hextech soul. And at that stage, I think it's lights out for KC.
Yeah, you really need third item here on the Vladdy and onto Zyra. I think otherwise, they just don't have enough damage right now. I think Kalist still does decent damage, but you look at the carries of Fnatic and they just are a whole lot richer.
And this is a Fnatic roster that has gone to Game 5s and won. And the terrifying thing for KC is they've been tested in so many ways, and they've managed to win out just about every time. But do they have the mental in a situation where you've gone 2-0 up and then dropped 2 games to clutch it out in a Game 5? That is a tall task for any player, and especially a lineup with so much rookie talent.
Especially in a game like this. Fnatic started off miserably in this game. They fought it back tooth and nail, playing through this combo that they know oh so well, bringing us now to a point where they are nearly 10,000 gold ahead, a soul on the cards. This has got to fill Fnatic with so much confidence going into a Game 5, whereas for KC, you were 2-0. Now you're going to a potential Game 5, and that has got to sting against this team.
Yeah, I don't remember who said it, but there was a pro player, very wise quote: whoever wins Game 4 wins the series. Because the momentum that you get from a game like this, it makes it so difficult. Those voices that Finn was talking about, the back in your head, telling you, maybe if we played the Game 3 a little bit better, we could have won it. They just start to creep in, and you get so scared of that reverse sweep.
Can't let forward to let that fear seep in. And we're not at Game 5 yet. It feels inevitable, but carries on the side of KC have items, 3.5 and 3 respectively. Yike also a big damage threat, but it's so tough to play the fights. But Fnatic don't have big range. They don't have a reliable siege, so they will still need to take at least one more objective if they want to close this.
I think the problem for KC is you just haven't really hit those breakpoints where, oh, hang on. Now they're able to walk out, but where you can kind of feel like a threat. It's like 3 items on the Corki, sure, you have 4 items on towards Humanoid, 3 and a bit on Kalist, yeah, but he kind of needs a 5 and a 6 to really be relevant on this Caitlyn. So you just don't have these big power breakpoints, whereas you have them almost across the board for Fnatic. Even the Guardian's Angel picked up for Humanoid as well. It's just going to be huge in these fights.
Yeah, they have so many of these luxury defensive items. The GA on mid jungle.
Going in, just trying to pick Targamas off, knowing the Unbreakable is crucial for the team. This pick might just seal the deal. Yike cannot save his support. Fall from Razork is there. Fnatic happy to have it. Again, it's not the bang, it's not the big 5v5, but they might not even need it. Happy to just settle for that pick. 20 seconds on the Baron, 50 on the Soul. Fnatic likely to get both and bring us to a Game 5.
Yeah, Targamas is dead for the Nash spawn. And it was already hard to contest 5v5. It's even harder 4v5. So KC is probably just gonna give up Nash here and look to fully commit onto this bot side to try to get some semblance of control so that they don't have to give up the soul as well.
This game is slipping away from KC. They can see, they just don't know where to go. You have Kalist opening in mid, hoping that maybe they can contest on towards Baron, but they don't want to. They look for a pick onto Humanoid and bot side, but it's nowhere to be found. They're sliding back further and further, and it's on now, Fnatic. Can they, with this Baron buff, with this Hextech soul in 10 seconds, push us to that Game 5?
But they went to the Baron. They took some time there, and it means that KC have been able to get some position on this objective, but the Scuttle Crab's already down. It's so frustrating. The vision control is there. They have to mark Razork. Kana trying to keep an eye on him. Maybe they can keep the backline safe, but against the Scion, against the Yone, Mickey waiting over the wall, being so damn annoying. Steal could come through. 8K. When is the fight going to start? Q3 there for Humanoid. Will he use it? Does bring it out. Targamas caught out here. Kana ready to go over the wall, but doesn't have a stun. That's a clear window of opportunity for Fanatics to get started, knowing the Jack's counter-strike is down. Yike trying to disengage with the Baron in their sights, but he manages to steal it. Crucially denying the Hextech Soul, but the instant follow-up is there. Fanatics still finding the fight, still finding the angles. KC buy themselves a bit of time by taking the objective, but Yike going golden, knowing that it's Silver scrapes right around the corner of freeze frame for upsetting Kana as he gets run down a TP into the mid lane. Fnatic on the cusp of the reverse sweep. One final game to see who will face G2 tomorrow.
It has been question mark after question mark posed to Fnatic, but in game number 4 they have answered with a roar, and now both these teams one game away from facing off against G2 in the finals.
I didn't think Fnatic could do it. I thought it would be a 3-0, but we are going to game 5.
Pressure on, Fnatic have shown up, Comfort carries them home. That man on your screen, Razork on the Vi, doing incredible. But reminder, while we get ready, tickets for the first weeks of LEC Spring are going to be available on EMEAtickets.lolesports.com Tuesday, March 4th at 6 CET. Sales for additional LEC weeks will be added every Tuesday starting from 11th of March 6th. But on of that, that's spring. That's more bangers.
You could be missing bangers like this.
You could be missing this. It's all best of 3s. This is the best of 5. We're going to game 5. It's Silver scrapes. Let's get hype. Let's go.
Había soldi de corquita. Jax kan inte pivota. Jax is tipping.
I'm tanking.
I'm tipping. Should we look at Syra?
I've got you. Look at Syra.
I'm looking. Look on the bottom here.
Side is dead. No flash. Yeah,
there's Syra. We have TP behind.
I can go side, guys. Here, look.
Yeah, I can follow up.
Crap. I'm getting two.
I'm going on the Caitlyn. Look on the Caitlyn.
I'm alive.
Look Caitlyn.
I'm dead. Oh, I'm fine.
Attack.
A couple hours ago, KC was one game away from getting to finals and facing off against G2 Esports yet again, and now they're on the verge of getting eliminated. Finn, what happened?
It felt like KC was the stronger team. They came in, they were drafting better, and they were playing better. But the more the series unraveled, it felt like the games turned into this more chaotic mess.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where Fnatic really came into their own. I felt like they were really thriving in this chaos and actually beating KC in the trenches. And I feel like the more KC kind of panicked and they were drafting weird champions, I feel like Fnatic just really found their footing. And we really need to see more from KC coming into this game 5.
I want to follow up on what Jack Spectra was saying on cast earlier, saying that usually whoever wins game 4 wins game 5. Do you agree on this statement, or do you believe in the mental fortitude of KC
I don't
to
believe
take
in
it
that
down?
statement. The stronger team wins game 5, always.
The stronger team wins game 5. I want to see what the fans think here. Les gars, comment ça va? What do you think about this game? What do you think about KC and what they need to do to bring this one back and get to finals?
I think we can clearly win.
Nous sommes la Carmine Corp! 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 Et nous allons gagner! Et nous allons gagner! Et nous allons gagner! Et nous allons gagner!
So the chants are here, but I want to know what the fans think now. Thank you so much, guys. What do you guys need to do to take this one home?
I don't know, but
You don't
last
know.
time we were... I don't know, I'm not coach, but
All right.
last time we were on 2-2, like we went in Montpellier like from 2-0 to 2-2.
Yeah.
We do like Yasuo with
Nila.
Sina,
Yeah.
and we win.
Who do you believe in the most? If you had to empower one player here.
I think like Voladi.
Vladi.
Voladi got
Voladi in the mid lane.
offer you the game, and I think Humanoid will troll it. So we will win.
I don't hear a lot of answers on Fnatic's side to this statement, Shux. What do you have to say?
What do I have to say? I got signs. I got a hat. Basically confident. And sorry, I might look ridiculous with this hat, but it's just all the atmosphere. And Alex, I have to say, I saw Fnatic really, waking up, I want to say. It's a little bit unfair maybe to the first 2 games, but I think the fans agree. And some things like Razork, who didn't have a good day yesterday, who didn't have a good first couple of games, he's awake, man. He's on that Vi. Mickey is on that Pyke. Don't ever give that man Pyke. And I feel like they've really woken up. And as you say, game 4 winners are game 5 winners, question mark?
I hear there are some Humanoid fans in the crowd as well.
Yes.
The Humor God himself.
Yes.
How are we feeling about him? I love how Fnatic made a play game 4 draft feel like a game 1 draft. It felt so comfortable for them. When you've been around this long, you've seen everything. This is what Fearless is for.
Yes, and it's also awe-inspiring, right? Because it feels like it could be a draft that they just pulled out, as you say in the beginning, meaning that they must have a lot of confidence. Did you feel like they had KC on the ropes from the draft?
Oh, I think they definitely helped, right? I think the gameplay as well mirrored that. They weren't shaken. I think they came in with a lot of confidence. The combos were working. Yeah, the Pyke didn't work well at the early levels, but Mickey stood there. He managed to stand with the rest of his team and combo up so well later. I'm loving the confidence coming through for Fnatic. And with this and so much momentum, who's to say they can't get the reverse sweep?
Yeah, I'd love to kick it over again with a question to the KC side, because now you have a couple of rookies who have done admirably, fantastically, but you know how it goes. You're 2-0 up, you lose that next one, you start thinking, is it gonna happen? You lose that next one, you think, oh my god, is it gonna happen? And Lore, we know what Mickey said. He asked Yike, have you ever gotten reverse swept?
Foreshadowing here maybe from Mickey, but that's not what we hope. And I believe in Yike's experience. I believe in all the success he had, and I believe in his leadership to take KC and bring this win home. Finn, what do you say?
Sure, you might be a rookie today.
Yeah.
But the champions of tomorrow are crafted today, and I don't think they should fear away from this game 5. I think today they should stand tall and pick what they believe in. I think they should pick what they are comfortable in, and they should pick what they think are gonna win the game for them.
Give them advice outside of the pick, outside of the draft, because Fearless draft game 5, it is gonna be mayhem between these two teams. What are the win conditions for KC? What do they need to do and what do they need to rely on, if not experience?
I want to see Targo on some playmaking. I want to see Kalis with a strong lane, and I want to see Yike with lanes that facilitate him. I want to let Yike play his game, because I think this is the beating heart of the team of KC. And when he is on a strong pick, when he has options, he makes magic happen.
Do you guys agree here? Empower Yike? Strong picks? A united blue wall yet again here in the Berlin studio. So what can Fnatic bring to the table today?
I don't know. We still have a minute to go, I guess. So let me ask some people that are around here. You've got a LEC, give me Ruinous Atakan, my life is yours. I don't think you want Atakan as a Fnatic fan.
Oh, we actually want Ruinous Atakan, Ruinous Atakan, Ruinous Atakan.
I love it. I think the jury is out on the Ruinous Atakan if it's good or not. I did get a sign from a fan that said I will not do that. Do not worry, I'm not here by myself. But Nymira, talk to me a little bit about kind of the momentum going into this. In an org like Fnatic, they have been in these games all the time. We don't talk about what might happen tomorrow. We only focus on today.
Hey, I'm just saying top esports qualified for first stand. We don't bring up that name often around here, but it incites some demons. Look, Fnatic have so much experience. I think that the champion pools work out so well for them too. And I really think that support champion pool is the thing which I'm focused on. I think Mickey pulling out that pike shows that confidence, and hopefully they can keep rolling with that.
Hopefully they can indeed when it comes to the individuals and the kind of grinta that they can show at a moment like this. Who would you bet your money on? Be honest.
Momentum means so much. The stats for reverse sweeps, they do really say it all. I think Fnatic have got this right now. Game 5 coming into, I think they look so good. The champion pools are looking better and better.
All right.
Fearless, show no fear.
I'll kick it over one more time to the other side because I did hear that KC picked red. Lore, what is the trump card here?
KC picking red? I see only one option here. Who should get the last pick? 1, 2, 3. I guess it's simple here. Finn, any last words? Any last word for KC? Any words of encouragement with this red side? We want to see. We want to see. Can I get one of his strong picks? What do you want to put him on?
I want him to pick anything that he thinks he can carry the game with. I'd like to see a Jace, anything that he will carry on. But I also want to see a Kalist Draven.
Kalist Draven. Can I last pick? Anything can happen here. It is Fearless Draft 5th game. We haven't seen what they're capable of, but we've seen a lot of things from both of these teams. KC versus Fnatic, one team only can go against G2 tomorrow. Casters, take it away for Game 5.
And what a crazy time to be alive. This is not where I thought we would be at the start of the day. I thought one of these teams would be more dominant. It might be a clean sweep or a 3-1, but here we are, 2-2 both sides. Game 5, you heard from the incredible KC fan base, incredible Fnatic fan base. Kana, red R5 counter pick, really bring that full power of a Korean top laner to bear. Hey, that's one option. But honestly, with 8 champions and every roll off the board, I think any option might be what they're looking for.
Well, here's the thing. Throughout playoffs, we have not seen any team pick red side until today. It was Fnatic that started picking red side, and suddenly they started having a great old time on that. And it looks like KC basically swapping now to try and change things up.
I just want to say what a pleasure to be an LEC fan in this year.
Oh, yes.
Like, Fearless, large fan bases clashing off, the rivalries, and it's so close as well. This series is delivering, and I cannot wait to see what they're drafting for this Game 5.
What do they have left? Are you ready for the Game 5? This is where the weirdest stuff that you've cooked up starts to come out. And already. Senna banned. Taking away a lot of bot lane options, right? There's numerous Senna combos. Fnatic don't want to see any of them.
And I think it makes sense, right? You just don't want anything that can throw a wrench into the works. Jungle, though, is also a big one for me because we've seen the Skarner ban last game. We got the Nidalee ban. Now we have the Nocturne ban as well. This, to me, says things like the Ahri that can play with like Ahri Viego, Ahri Lee Sin, kind of open up that jungle pool quite a bit. Even potential Jarvan could be something.
Blitzcrank ban might unironically be Lulu first pick. I'm not kidding.
Lulu could be the option. Hyper-scaling 80 carries are still up. We haven't seen a Jinx yet. We haven't seen an Aphelios. We haven't seen a Twitch. I mean, maybe we... the irony would be if Game 5 is just full front to back. I don't really want that, but
Might
a lot
happen.
of the picks are still on the table.
Yeah, I think there's not much engaged supports left, so you might just end up with double enchanter bot lane here.
There's also the option for something. There you go. Yeah.
Lulu first pick. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say there's still options for like an Alistar and F. Now Alistar obviously doesn't do too well into the Lulu, but you still have those potentials there. But Aurora hovered here.
This Aurora's been banned quite a few games. They even decided to ban it last game over the Zyra. Curious to see like why they feared it so much.
It's one of those picks we've seen in its best games that can find those flanks, that can just delete a key carry. And now with so many of the conventional options taken away, it's just generally a pretty strong laner.
I think the big question now for me is like, I almost feel like we're going to get two very dive heavy versus kite heavy essentially going to split. Because I think if I'm Fnatic, what I'm eyeing up is the Jinx on this next rotation, and maybe something like the Shogun for Oscar in that top lane and say, hey, we've got beefy front line, we just want to try and play it out. But that suddenly opens up things like the Camille potentially for Kana, a Galio with this J4. There is so much that you can go for here.
I love this J4. Lulu already says, hey, you're probably going to pair it with an immobile AD carry if you want to go for Jinx, if you want to go for Aphelios, and Jarvan makes that a very hard decision.
Yeah, the problem now is because the series is out, there's not really much picks you can pick here that are mobile into this Jarvan. I would presume that Sivir is the safest blind that they can have, but Volibear.
All right.
They want to fight.
International pick. We've seen it a lot in other regions. Haven't really seen it here in playoffs, but now we finally get to see it. Can be aggressive early, can match a lot of what the Jarvan can do.
Now, what ADC does Upset go for? I really want to see. Does he just say, I don't care about the Jarvan, I'm still going to look in a mobile ADC? Or does he think like he really needs some level of mobility?
Oh, okay.
MF is a strange one.
Yeah.
For me, MF is quite a strange pick here because it's not the greatest with Lulu. It doesn't have the greatest setup, and it's still immobile.
Yeah, it nearly feels like they're just trying to take away from Kalist rather than augmenting their own game plan, which I think would have been a Jinx, have that strong front line and play through it, but very worried about a potential MF ult over the top of the Jarvan ults, and now you get the Jhin on the opposite side, still kind of has that potential follow-up for a J4.
Yeah, when you look at KC, their composition clearly has goals, good tools. The Jarvan can lock people in place. The Jhin has good follow-up. Doesn't need to follow the dive threat the KC are putting together. Whereas on the side of Fnatic, you have Lulu, movement speed steroids, enhancing the auto attacks with the passive. MF's going to use none of that as we get later in the game.
I mean, one thing I do like about the MF, though, is that you have MF and Volibear, who are both incredibly strong in this early game. So, as we've seen, Fnatic do know how to click forward, and with these two champions, they will be able to do so.
I am curious what KC want to try and round out their draft with, though, because we've seen a lot of enchanters don't really go great with Jhin. My option could maybe be something like the Seraphine here, so you're just playing to essentially poke and push, or sorry, follow up on any sort of the Jarvan engages, but Alistar is kind of the only other engage pick that's still up and available, unless something weird like a the Elise comes through.
Yeah, I would like to see an Elise. I think you don't really want to go for something that's too heavy of an enchanter. You either want to go for something that's like a kill lane, like an Elise, or you go for a mage support. But I don't remember the last time I saw a mage support in competitive.
Targamas hasn't had the best track record, right? He won on Renata. Every other range support he's played so far, I believe he has lost on. Gwen actually going to be the takeaway. Not wanting to give another AP solo laner or another champion who can effectively just ignore what the MF does.
And that makes me think they want to draft tanks into this. Oh, the Karma actually. It makes a lot of sense. It's pokes, it's still an enchanter, and it's good with Jhin. Nice pickup here. But the Gwen ban makes me think they want to pick a tank on top here because they're into this Jhin. Wait, no, they're going Camille.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This is... I mean, we've got essentially 1-3-1 side lane setup. We've got excellent teamfight follow-up in the MF and just a lot of early game power. And KC, to a certain degree, are trying to match fire with fire. These early to mid-game skirmishes are going to be incredibly bloody.
But I'm so surprised here they banned the Gwen over the Renekton, when Renekton's typically been the go-to ban that you always need to do when you want to pick this Camille. So now you have a really tough top lane matchup. I'm curious to see how they'll play it, because the bot lane matchup is hard too into the Jhin Karma.
It also just kind of feels like the Lulu sticks out like a sore thumb in this composition, where she can kind of speed up the Volibear, but she isn't great at enabling a lot of the other picks. Sure, you can wall growth people as they jump in, but not really adding a huge amount to the composition. Whereas on KC, I think they've got a more of a easy draft to execute on. You got the Karma that can speed up people. You then just look to dive in the backline as Jhin opens up. It feels like there's more of a cohesive draft on KC's side, whereas maybe Fnatic can struggle a little bit.
There is one piece of cohesion that Fnatic has. Their draft screams fight. I want the fight. So if they do get the fights going, if Volibear can try to alleviate this top matchup and get some ganks going both on top and even mid lane, like, this Volibear has so many places he can go.
Definitely does. And I think this is a situation where the entire top side of Fnatic has so much agency with these champions. Volibear, the Sylas, the Camille, these are champions who can all start their own plays when they find those good angles. But the bot lane, as you said, if they're not able to win out, if they're not able to get pressured, that's the piece of the draft that won't necessarily fit if they're not able to find really confident team fights.
For me, the hard part, if I'm playing MF this game, I'm playing MF with really no hard CC setup for my ultimate at all. And also, Mikix is playing with Electrocute. He wants to fight.
Electrocute, press the attack. All right. Spoiler alert, let's get into game 5. You heard Silver Scripts. You know what time it is. You can hear KC fans and Fnatic fans alike. Berlin alive with the sounds of both teams. One shot for both of them. A match against G2 tomorrow. Revenge for Mickey or revenge for Yike. We'll have to see. Only one.
I need to go back to this Lulu. Just Ignite plus Electrocute. This is going to be the most psychopathic Lulu I think I've ever seen. And she's already looking for a cheese on mid.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, coming back to kind of the point you made about the MF, I think you're kind of hoping Humanoid has access to Yike's ultimate and Vladdy's ultimate to try and start off these fights. Yes, Oscarina also has that lockdown, but I think you're very dependent on what ultimates Humanoid has access to start off these fights. So for Fnatic, yes, they can fight, but it's a case of how and when they should fight is really the questions that are standing up for me.
He has Electrocute and Scorch. Yeah. my man is committed to these first couple of levels. That is aggressive. It looks like the flag will spot out Razork.
I do think, though, that Fnatic will want to swap here because this top lane matchup is really difficult level 1, and the bot matchup is quite hard with Karma being so good at getting push. And with the Electrocute, maybe you now actually have enough damage to dive this Renekton, but KC are not prepared for it. Yike is going to be forced out of the jungle.
Yeah, flag at least spots them, so he won't be caught unaware. Start for Razork as he starts to clean that one out. Vladdy getting a little bit of poke.
Oh,
Humanoid might be in trouble. Has to flash. Already used the abscond. So solid early exchange. Yes, Yike put a little bit behind, and that level 1 Jarvan clear not super strong, but it does mean Humanoid losing his flash.
You can see Mickey starting to drift in towards mid lane though, because you want Humanoid to get access to this wave. Little nervous about what might happen here, but at least you'll be able to keep Humanoid safe, and as Kana and Vladdy share XP, I think that also gives Mickey the opportunity to drift down to keep Oscarina safe on any sort of potential dive as well. But Yike starting to open mid, and now Razork
coming in from behind. Level 2 now available for Kana and Vladdy. Autos from Razork. Yike coming in as well. Razork, did he hit Q? Razork can't do anything, he just gets killed!
But this is a level 2 Renekton. What is Fnatic thinking here? They're getting way too greedy, trying to go for too much, and Razork is just one-shot.
What did he even skill? He started E level 1. What was his level 2 option? Upset, getting some good damage down to Kana, but Kana has a red buff now.
Yeah, the problem was that Razork was level 2, Humanoid was level 1, Mickey was level 1, and both Vladdy and Kana just hit 2, so there was just no way they were ever going to win out the fight because Yike also had shown up on the mid wave, so just very greedy, as Jack was saying, and just an overstep from Fnatic.
To be fair, last game, they also swapped, and it looked terrible. So,
give them false
maybe
hope.
this is all part of the formula.
Okay, that's a little bit too much copium for me in game 5, I think. This is a disadvantageous situation. I don't think we need to we don't need to cope too hard. But yes, you're right. Maybe history repeats itself here as Mickey starts to get aggressive. That's the Electrocute proc. You do not want to meet this Lulu in a dark alley. She's going to beat the heck out of you.
I thought you would say solo queue, but...
Yeah, also that. Whether on your team or against
the dark alley.
Yeah, it is the dark alley. The darkest alley, really. Humanoid gets a good abscond. Has the additional sustain. Oh, Vladdy taking a lot of damage, but now the extended plays where Morocco starts to take flash. Whoa, flash doesn't need it. Vladdy finishing the kill. That sucks for Humanoid.
Oh, Vladdy, man. What a joy to watch. This guy has just looked so phenomenal. Day after day, I feel like he's getting better and better. And I feel like finally, we have a mid laner that might be able to beat Caps.
A tall task to be certain, at least for right now. He's beating Humanoid in the 1v1. Losing the flash certainly did not help him. But Vladdy has a pot. He has 2 pots. He does not pop a pot in this exchange. Stone cold.
I think Humanoid just thought, look, Vladdy doesn't have an awful lot of mana left. Maybe I can look for the all-in and get the heal, but the auto's doing work, and it was for oh no.
Trying to find the angle. But again, that is a Renekton with red buff.
He's going to be out. Renekton's only 4 CS, but it's actually up in gold just due to the first blood kill. But the wave here is very bad for Oscar.
But the problem is, how do you try and fix this now as Fnatic? Because you try and run into mid lane as Razork, you get slowed, there's nothing really to follow up on, and you just kind of have to walk away. You go into the bot lane, kind of slices and dices his way out. This is where the Volibear does struggle if you don't have that setup to try and make it happen. And I don't think Oscar really wants to jump in on towards Kana right now with the way the matchup is tending.
No, the 0-1 Volibear is a very bad feeling, right? Similar to Jarvan, it can be very feast or famine. The difference is the Jarvan just offers so much more utility. Level 6 is rapidly approaching. Level 5 for Vladdy, slight XP lead over Humanoid. So for now, we're finally getting that 2v2 matchup. Fnatic at least avoided the first 2 levels, that initial push, but Targum is still very tough to lane against.
The problem is they have a pretty decent XP lead on the Jhin here, and they will be able to just keep getting this push.
Stun onto Oscar, good use of the adaptive defenses. But now, Pings going into the jungle, trying to get a bit more control on the top side of the map as Yike might fish for an angle.
You're trying to see if he can get in onto this top side, but for not really finding much of an opportunity. For KC though, if they can manage to take down Fnatic here, it has still been their best finish of all time. But if they can manage to push themselves forward to the finals, what a turnaround it can be. You can see the finishes there on your screen. It has not been the best of times in 2024 for KC, but it steadily improved and got better over the course of the splits. And now the first split of 2025 could be absolutely wondrous for them, but it's Fnatic that seem to just constantly find ways to hold on against every team they faced off against the playoffs.
And it's been so exciting to see KC's growth. You saw Summer last year, the addition of Vladdy, it looked like a completely new team. And now, with Kalist coming in, they've just leveled up even more. And for me, even if they lose today, I'm so excited to see how they'll do throughout the year, because I feel like this team has so much potential for further growth.
Definitely an impressive showing thus far this season, this year. Vladdy, really the pleasant surprise, right? Kalist felt like an inevitability. We were all just waiting to see when he would arrive to the league. Vladdy, another big standout though, and already doing well on the Aurora in that mid lane matchup. Has level 6, maybe can start to look to make a few more plays on the side lane as Yike and Targum is at least getting some control of the vision here.
On the opposite side, though, I think the biggest shout-out has been Oscar Ridden for Fnatic, right? This guy, a lot of people were saying was the weak point, the weak part of the chain for this team. But he has really held them close as they get in towards playoffs. And now Upset looking to just push Yike out, but he really has stepped up massively, whether it's the Mbessa, whether it's the Poppy or the Cassante. He's been great now. Humanoid going up against Kana.
Doing okay. Alt traded for Alt here. Humanoid, not a lot of ability haste, so really needs to be careful. Over-aggressive on that play. Cooldown just not low enough on the Kingslayer for him to heal back up.
The past repeats itself. He loses flash against this Renekton. Humanoid is having a really tough game so far. And this Aurora is doing so much damage.
I mean, Vladdy's sitting pretty. They swap lane assignments here. Camille also doesn't want to, no one wants to really play against this Aurora at this stage of the game. And Vladdy not even going to opt for boots, just trying to finish that first item as quickly as he can.
You can see the gold lead on mid is just growing and growing. 1k already now. And they can move mid here into top and look for a dive onto Oscar Ridden.
Oscar Ridden gets a decent chunk, but Yike is the big threat here. Alti, the flash. Alti still there for Oscar Ridden, but knew that it wouldn't really save him in that context.
Oscar's losing a lot of farm here, being zoned out. He's actually able to re-enter finally, but loses the full cannon wave. While on the other side, Renekton will lose a few minions. Oh, we'll actually opt to go all the way mid, and they'll look to swap back here and put the Renekton into the Camille.
Fnatic could grab some plates. Oscar Ridden, if he can stop it back here, will be big.
He can't see. He can't see. He doesn't know, right? But he's faking that he's going to eat a bush to try to make him cancel his base.
Humanoid gets on top of Vladdy. Can he find the solo kill? Goes in. Good damage. Conqueror proc, but Vladdy just not afraid.
Close, close. It's nice to still see, though, that Humanoid still has some fire left in him, and he keeps trying to go for these plays despite being 1,000 gold down.
Yeah, but the Lion still has some fire left. I thought we'd be saying that about Vladdy, right? He's supposed to be the rookie in the Game 5, super stressful, fearless situation. He's on face, 1-0-1, Hextech Revolver finished, styling on Humanoid in a lot of these circumstances. This is a guy who he just does not care.
And what a poetic way to start off a potential move on to his first finals in the LEC. For the longest time, it was Humanoid that people talked about as that potential upset in towards Caps, someone who could finally match what Caps has brought to the league. And now that same conversation is starting to happen for Vladdy, and taking down Humanoid feels like that passing of the torch potentially here for the KC side. But you do have to try and hold on to this lead and push it forward.
Definitely do. First down completion, Mickey forced to flash away.
This ridiculous, forcing flashes left and right.
Crocodiles are scary, man.
Look. It's not, 2016, 2017 anymore. The R5 Renekton is truly scary now.
I grew up in the LPL as B1 Renekton is scary there.
It's commitment.
But this was a bit of a disrespect to give this
Vladdy on the way in. Upset caught. Massive damage, instant ulti. Vladdy can take his time. Won't quite make it to the edge, though. That slow actually super crucial from Mickey.
Humanoid?
Teleport unleashed. Humanoid off to the side. Can steal away the Jarvan ultimate and look to lock somebody up. It looks like the target might be Vladdy, but they're backing away instead. Razork also flashing.
And now it's Jinbi.
Oh, target miss. Forced to flash.
But the problem is if you look at
chasing. Ulti, they are going to kill Targamas. There's certainly no way out of that one. But they committed a lot to this fight. Now Kalista can just open up with the ultimate, and it's Mickey's in trouble. They know that he's flashes from the previous fight. Meanwhile, the bot lane is a 1v1, but Razork is already dead. And Casey again finding the angle. We're 10 minutes in, and they're 2.5k.
And it's a tale as old as time. Fnatic keep wanting more and more. But during all of this, Jin was silently hitting mid, denying CS. And if you look at the gold lead in mid lane, it's just growing. 1.1k now with a 20 CS lead on this Aurora.
And you called it. It's miscommunication on the Fnatic side. Upset had gone back to the wave, didn't think he was needed. They overcommit then, trying to get Targamas, and the turnaround comes from KC. And it's the big thing about Jin is how effectively he can follow on any sort of play in River thanks to that ultimate. And now Fnatic find themselves a little bit further behind. We'll catch on the replay here. It's the engage on towards Targamas, and I was going to point out this is where it does get tough for Fnatic to try and find those plays, but Targamas just goes that bit too far, so they can actually get the engage they want. But it's the turnaround after with Kalista, who's already set up a mid. But look where Upset is. He's gone back to try and collect that wave. Now he has to try and move down, so he loses more of the wave. So it's not only the fact that you're losing in the fight, it's losing on the map state as well.
Yeah, and it's just this want for more that Fnatic keeps showing that's been both their biggest strength and their biggest weakness.
Yeah, sometimes that aggression has netted them so many advantages, but I mean, it's been back and forth today, right? There have been good moments, there have been bad moments, but certainly there's always been that aggression, and it's going to get hard, right? Jin, who's snowballed like this, who has a goalie like this, who can just sit back and snipe so many of these squishy members. The bottom side of the map, Oscar maybe can be the one to make the difference. Isolate, pick off people like Camille, or like Kalista, excuse me, like Vladdy.
And I think the first time we really saw people talking about Oscarinin was at those internationals where suddenly he takes the Camille, pops off against some of the LPL top laners, and everyone kind of goes, hang on a second, where has this Oscarinin been? So it's not like it's been the first time that he's had to take this Camille and try and carry across the finish line, but it is looking more and more difficult.
Wild Growth manages not to sidestep the route. Quick ulti and flash out from Yike. Mickey already taken down. I mean, it's a good call out, but right now, Fnatic just grasping at straws. Ulti used to clear the mid-wave. Razork in trouble here. Volibear, the early game terror, already feeling like he just does nothing. Curtains called upon him. 2-0-2 for Kalist. Feats already in favor of KC.
And K-Corp are dominating, punishing Fnatic wherever they strike. First onto Mickey, then onto Razork. Now they're onto Humanoid. They're going to be punishing and poking him down, but we got to fight on bot lane.
And Oscarinin just, I think, desperate to get something back, wants to extend his lead, but Khan is still powerful, forcing him away.
6 grubs as well for K-Corp, which just means that when both of these sides are losing, getting pushed in, it makes it even worse.
Kalista and KC sitting pretty. I mean, guys, at 13 minutes, it's a 4k gold lead.
Yeah.
And it's not a fake 4k gold lead where it's like on a support. It's 1.2, 1.1 for mid and bot.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want the narratives to click perfectly into place. I like it when people mix things up, but come on, it's like the two rookies, Vladdy and Kalista, and they're just popping off.
It's true. For me, the sad part a bit about this game is that, as we talked about Oscarinin, I feel like he's been left to dry, but it's not really his fault. The Renekton got an early kill and was able to pick up the call because of it as well. And now, due to those factors and the fact that he got 6 grubs, he's just able to extend this lead. When normally, if you play the matchup well as Camille, as he has done, you would be equal with the Renekton right now and winning on the Triforce spike. But he's now down 1.3k gold because of this call, because of this early kill, and
and these 6 grubs.
Now Renekton backs with the coal popped. Right as the plate gold comes up, you can see 10 times the plate gold going in favor of KC.
Yeah, that's rough.
And as we bring this down, we will see Renekton's items, and I imagine, yeah, that's a fast Black Cleaver on top of improved boots too. Or at least the partial upgrade, excuse me.
And the thing is, if you're constantly losing everywhere else in the map, Oscarina just never really gets a chance to be dominant in the side lane, no matter how good the scaling is, because he's always going to be playing on the defensive footing. So for Fnatic, they need to find some success elsewhere, and it looks like Oscarina's trying to help that by moving here.
Oscarina moving in, manages to find Targamas, wants to flash extend onto Kliss, but Kliss for Respect flash is out. Now it's going to be Oscarina who's in trouble. Yike going in, locks up Oscarina. Oscarina now managing to ulti back, but it just doesn't matter. Kliss on a killing spree. KC, again, just dismantling Fnatic.
Fnatic are desperate. They're trying everything to just get some gold into carries, but KC, they're always there. They're reading them and making sure that they just can't do anything in this game.
And they're mechanically playing so well as well. Kalist flashing the hook shot there, not giving Oscarina any chance for any sort of play. And yeah, as you said, it's desperation for Fnatic. They need to find some sort of miracle plays because they don't even have real cross-map availabilities because they have 0 grubs against 6.
0 against 6. They're trying to force topside. Kana already knocked the tower down, moving on to the next wave. Vladdy gonna clear here. There's no play. There's no angle.
And 30 seconds until the Rift Herald as well, so you just get to reset here as KC. You've already forced people off. Oscarina has to collect the tier 2, so you just move Kana into position on mid-wave and you're able to get the Rift Herald without any sort of pressure elsewhere. So KC, they're just constantly keeping the map in a favorable position. Humanoid is looking at Vladdy, saying, can I have it? Can I get to the tower?
And I mean, it's so tough for Upset too, right? He has Bloodthirster, so he should be able to take short trades with Kalist, but Renekton is always instantly in the fog of war. Suddenly he can't step up and do anything, and that's Collector, BF Sword, Swifties.
And the thing is, it's not just the Renekton, it's also the Jarvan. When you're playing in a mobile ADC, right now he has no flash. If he decides to contest any mid-wave and Jarvan's around, he's just dead.
Yeah, Fnatic are absolutely playing the game on hard mode. And they maybe didn't have to, but with how things have gone in the early game, the amount of the options
they have their identity and they stuck to it.
That they did, Mr. Spectra, that they did. All right, now KC gonna pick up most likely yet another objective. Good news for Fnatic is at least they've slowed the soul stacking by taking away an early dragon. Do get some poke onto Kalist, but if Fnatic try to force a fight here again, it feels like it might be the last Hail Mary, zoning them away, trying to get Yike out, forcing a fast play. But Vladdy's level 11.
Yeah.
3K. Does Yike want to go in? I think they can just concede this. They can just be happy with double TPs.
They need to base really fast here to not give Kana any of the spot lane tower because he takes it so damn fast with the 6 grubs.
But if you reset to protect Kana shifts to mid and you lose the mid lane tower, right? So this is where it just becomes an impossible feat for Fnatic. You can see Kana now moving. Should be able to force Upset and Mickey off this, and now you get that mid lane structure.
No, they want to keep him on it.
No flash.
They want to keep him on and take him out. Upset gets wild growth. I don't think it's going to be enough though. The instant flash from Kana. He's going to be able to go in as well. Razork forced to ult away. Humanoid will at least get 1 tower back, but again, KC holding on to and growing that gold lead even more as tier 2 is in their sights.
It's a disaster. Fnatic just can't keep pacing the map, and you can look at every single fight as it's happening the exact same way. Razork slowed, can't get into fights. Targamas speeding people away from Fnatic as they're desperate to chase them down. And Yike's just like, cool, I'll flag and drag in, I'll flag and drag out. We kill a Fnatic member. It's just, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, and it's really good macro here by KC, as you said, moving Kana into mid. Aurora also chooses to drop the top tower to be in this fight and just make sure that they can actually get this mid tower. And you see the power of 6 grubs. It allows you to just take all these towers so damn fast.
And I think that's been the most impressive part of KC to me, is that this is essentially a team of rookies, but their macro has been insane. Their objective setup is great. The foundation is here for a phenomenal team.
There, connects to Mickey. Razork finds the initial stun. Upset trying his own, has held on to ulti. Rank 2 as well. Humanoid sealing away 1 ultimate, but already 1 member falls. Razork taken out of the equation. Fnatic careful as they run back into the choke. KC happy to just walk in, take the dragon for themselves.
And Fnatic are just too far behind. They can't compete. Razork just gets completely...
Going in on Kalist. Instant ulti trying to punish Kalist. Getting chunked out. That's the shutdown. Now the follow-up. Wild growth coming in. Yike has he overcommitted, a bit of extra healing, but finally Vladdy joins the fray. 1 taken down. Upset now running. Shutdown is big, but it's going to cost him a lot to get it. Upset knows he's done. Mickey running for the hills. Yike wants a little bit more. Flash forward from Vladdy. Not going to connect. As Upset will eventually fall, but they're taking their time. KC potentially overeager because now Oscarina can just keep it going. trying to wait out the ultimate. Vladdy has no mana left. Shutdown is big. Oscar going to follow up. Good sidestep from Vladdy. KC still 6k gold ahead, but that was completely unnecessary.
That was a ton of shutdowns for Fnatic here. I don't want to say that they're quite back just yet, but if they get a few more fights like this going, their comp, I mean, this Camille this game can be quite the menace.
KC just didn't really tick off the boxes there. You can see, again, decent fight here where Razork just doesn't really get to do too much. They're able to push them back. Fnatic are very spread, and KC are able to immediately jump onto that back line. And Fnatic have to run for the hills. But as they come out of this, they think that they can easily kill off Humanoid. So it's a good pick. Shutdown goes across onto Calist. But then KC start to this front to back with Vladdy coming in. And they think, okay, we can finish off Humanoid. Now we get the slow onto Upset. So Yike ends up trying to get funky with it, where he goes for the flag and drag to get Mickey as well. Vladdy flashes thinking he can get on towards Mickey. But then this buys time for Upset to get the damage on Targamas. Mickey walks forward to give him the shield as well. And now Oscar Innen has come into the fight as well. So KC, trying to get greedy themselves, actually end up getting punished.
Fnatic earned the first shutdown. KC gave them the other kills, right? And that's the difficulty, is that KC, if they clean up their play, those opportunities don't exist as much for Fnatic. But KC still have to be diligent, still have to be disciplined. Objective in their sights. Vladdy has ultimate, Calist as well, but no flash. And you can see, I mean, he just cannot play the game. 2 items completed. Razork throws down the Herald. It's like some sort of desperate Pokemon battle on the top side of the map. Kana fishing for the flash. May have to give his life here. Wild growth there as well, but he is able to just dash out. He has 2 items. He has Sterix already.
It does pull KC off of the Atacon, though, which really wasn't what they wanted to do. You can get the Rift Herald actually make it to top side, but for KC, they would have liked to have completed the objective, but a little bit of a mistake from Kana now. They will just kill the Rift Herald as it goes through, but I don't think they can go back onto the objective very quickly.
I mean, now the problem is though that Kana was able to push in mid, and Oscar Innen is resetting for this bot wave. I think they'll have a really hard time re-entering here, and I just don't think they'd have the damage to kill Kana right now.
They also don't have great tools for face checking at this point. Another control ward going to be dropped, another ward. Won't result in much, and Kana.
Oh, Upset's caught.
Finding Upset in the 1v1. Upset, does he even want to flash here? Yes is the answer, but it just was not the right call. Now, Oscar Innen going in just into the waiting arms of 5 members of KC, goes in onto Calist, does nothing. Desperation again from Fnatic, just hoping, praying for that mistake or the misplay.
And it's a complete disaster for Fnatic here.
Humanoid tries to push in a side lane, but just Kana's on the chase. He's got Black Cleaver movement speed. He should just be able to walk him down, but realizes that Humanoid is still pretty strong.
I don't know about this one. I'm pretty sure Kana wins. Maybe not.
He doesn't have ulti. Fury is big. Otacon's still being taken, though, so if Humanoid wants to win the 1v1, he has a very brief window of time. It will fall. KC fans, full of energy, full of joy, and rightfully so. 7k gold lead, 22 minutes in.
Fnatic need a miracle.
You can see the coaching staff not looking too happy in the bottom of your screen either. They think they know.
That's the pressure.
Yeah. That this game is not exactly the way they would have liked it to play out. From this position now, KC, like, how do you try and answer back? They just push in mid, they set up vision bot side, they play for bot side turret, fall back for dragon in a minute. Like, it's so easy.
Guys, we're running out of straws to grasp at here. We're running out of silver linings for the Cloud. They have the Otacon buff. Jin almost has 3 items. I mean, Vladdy's probably just going to go death cap, doesn't even care about magic penetration at all.
Okay, so how does Fnatic win? They need, I think, Humanoid to have Jarvan ult, and they need to first blow the flashes of Calist and Vladdy and Targamas. Right now, Targamas and Vladdy are about to get their flashes up. So it needs to be 2 turns, right? First you blow the flashes, and then you get a fight a minute later with the Silas Jarvan ult into the MF ult. I think that's the only way. Or Razork makes a play on Oscar Innen side and they're able to get the Renekton shutdown, but I just don't think they have the damage.
I was going to say, I 100% agree with you, but it feels impossible to get access to Calist, to get access to Vladdy when they're just going to play this front to back style. And even on the top side now, you've got this kerfuffle going on as KC take that bot lane tower.
I'm going to be honest, that just sounded very complicated, Mr. Spectra. I just don't think that
when you're behind, you need a complicated game plan to get back. If it was that simple, just kill enemy, everybody would do it.
Well, why didn't you just say that was what they
just
needed
say,
to
just
do?
kill enemy. I got you now. It's just very hard. All right, KC keeping the siege up. We're close to Baron. Maybe the 50-50 steal will buy Fnatic some more time to just scale in this game. 2 items for Humanoid isn't too bad. 2 items for Upset. This is the Jarvan ult you talked about. They've locked down 1 target, locked him up under tower as well, and they're almost going to finish the kill. They will get Yankee flashes back in. but it's still just the withdrawal coming in.
Vladdy.
And now Vladdy ready to pop off, getting a decent amount of damage down on the first rotation of spells. Now going in, curtain call out, humanoid likely to fall. Mickey X has the body block, but it doesn't matter, they just line up for Vladdy.
Is this just it? Fnatic, do they go out with a whimper? Have KC just knocked themselves into the first finals ever for this organization in the LEC?
Seems damn likely. No ulti for upset. KC, what could be the final push of this series, 2-0. Fnatic managed to crawl their way back, but in game 5, KC have just been one step ahead every minute of the game. As we're still standing, holding on to a little bit longer. One last tower in their sights with him down. Vladdy dominating. Upset
Mickey's
doing
up.
what he can to survive. Mickey alive. KC, do they want to fully commit to this? Upset cleansing. Yike going in, trying to finish the kill. Yike maybe giving away too much, but the Nexus is exposed. Kalist, plenty of bullets left in the gun. KC look likely to end it, but Fnatic are on the way in. The Aurora ult stolen away. He got polymorph, and this wants to end it. KC, they're going to finals!
The Carmine Corp with a rookie mid laner and a rookie ADC will be the team that challenges G2 for the title.
They felt like the only team that even came close to challenging G2 in our playoffs. And now they will have another chance at redemption. KC moving to the finals is such an insane story for this roster.
I mean, just incredible mental fortitude to go through a series that was so agonizing, that was so bloody, where there were so many situations where they might have been able to close out in previous games and bring it home. Of course, you know, just across the board, incredible performances from so many individuals in this moment. Bow to the crowd, to the blue wall. A well-fought victory. You can, of course, vote for your key player of the series, Kana, Yike, or Vladdy.
Vladdy.
Not biased.
Vladdy versus Caps.
Vladdy versus
It's so
Caps.
sick. It's so sick. And look, I think Vladdy has now earned so many people's respect. You can see him there on your screen alongside Kana and Yike, who you can vote for the player of the series. But this was spectacular stuff. But commiserations to Fnatic. Unfortunately, playoffs has just not been friendly to them. But they will get a friendly clap as they leave the arena.
Hard fought.
I'm still very excited for this Fnatic roster as well throughout this year. I feel like they showed glimpses of brilliance at the start of the year, and I feel like they have so much more to show with this roster. And I hope that we can have an even more competitive spring split.
A lot more best of threes as well. It's going to be thrilling to watch. But Yike has made it. A tall challenge ahead of him tomorrow. There was already so much pressure today. It's going to be even greater.
Revenge.
Potential for KC redemption. That first series did not go the way that they wanted it to go. We heard it in just about every interview you could get your hands on. Another chance to fight back. The momentum now in their favor.
That series was the worst I've ever seen Kalist play. And today, he stepped up and played a lot better. And Vladdy as well, I feel like stepped up and played amazingly. I think if they show some of that form today, they can do a lot.
Well, enough from us. Let's send it down to Shox, who's standing by with the victorious Kalist.
Definitely so, with Kalist here in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in after a 5-game slugfest. And Kalist, in your very first split in the LEC, after all the pressure that was put on your shoulders, you make it to the grand final immediately. What does it mean to you to have that huge achievement straight off the bat?
Well, if I didn't went to final on my first split, I think I would be like really ashamed. I'm like it's at least going to final. For sure, the goal is to win the split and go to Korea. Well, I'm pretty happy. It was a banger series. Fnatic played pretty good, and yeah, tomorrow is the finals. I'm pretty excited.
I'm happy you are excited. We were super excited to see you there. We'll talk about the finals in a minute. I do want to talk about the series also as well. A lot of people say the team that wins Game 4, especially when it comes to reverse sweep territory, will win Game 5. You know, it's a lot of stress. So I'd love to know how you lived that and how you found kind of the courage and the motivation to get this over the line with the team in such a difficult situation.
I mean, when it comes to Game 5, it's just like 1-1, it's whatever. Both teams are equal, even though they won 2 times in a row and we lost 2 times in a row. Like, it doesn't mean they have mental edge or anything. It's just in the head of people. So we were really confident going into the Game 5, as usual. And yeah, we were just KC this time. We played aggressive. We were not scared of just going into them and fighting. And I'm pretty happy with
how we played today, but there is still a lot of things that we can fix for tomorrow, and I'm really excited for the final again.
Yeah, I can see it. And I love that you're so excited for it. We, of course, know what happened last week specifically, and I want to talk about kind of how open you were with the fans also, about how you were feeling about your own performance and what you were working towards. I'd love to know what kind of a help you have within the voices in your team to make sure that you're in the right headspace, and what are the things that you learned about yourself that will be so important for tomorrow?
Well, first, we are really like a group of friends together, so it's really easy to discuss with anyone. And like just after the BO, I was like, well, it's the worst. I've never played this worst in my career, and it's fine. And just we've tried to find a way for me to bounce back. Like first me individually, and then with the team, with discussion and talks about draft or anything, and just reviewing. How do I get better for? Like in few days for this final, for the semi-final and the finals.
I see. The work is showing this is a difficult situation to be in with Fearless Draft specifically. How much confidence does it give you that? Let me first ask, how comfortable were you going into a full 5 games in Fearless, not just in your position, right? But in terms of the flexibility that you felt you could still have in the team?
Well, first myself, I'm really happy with the Fearless Draft because I will rarely be out of champion pool. I have a lot of cards that I didn't show yet, and well, we keep them for the final, so now we will be able to show them. And well, as a team, we are working hard in scrims since already a few weeks to game 5. We are preparing for game 5 to always have picks and to always have a good draft. Well, maybe we did some weird things against G2, but this time we are way more prepared. Like we have way more preparation, and we also know what G2 wants to do. So, like I think it will be a banger series.
How do you avoid that something like last week happens again, right? Because I get it. You know, you had the Cho'Gath situation, the Anivia situation, right? Is it fight fire with fire? Make sure that you have the same cards now.
I mean, we can fight fire with fire, yeah, and just don't fall into the traps because now we know most of the traps they use, and like we are also not the same team, kinda. I think we mega choked against G2. We were not ourselves gameplay-wise, and then in draft, I think we are just not playing what we wanted to play. Truly.
Okay, 2 more short questions. First, a message to G2 tomorrow. The work has been done. You have defeated the opponents that you were supposed to, but what do they have to expect from Kalist and Casey tomorrow?
I mean, we are not the same team as last time. It's only been a few days that we didn't play against them, I guess. But now we know them way more. We are not the same team anymore. And they should expect a really hungry Casey that will just make everything to win the finals. And then individually, I'm not going to show the same performance. Like, it's not acceptable. So good luck to G2 boss lane.
I love it. Finally, Vladdy is waiting on the other side in PGL as well, and I think you have gotten a lot of the praise, rightfully so, this split. But do you have a couple of words for your mid laner who is just blossoming and really owned the series?
I mean, it's really cool. I'm really happy to be able to play with Vladdy because we are both really aggressive players, and it's always the same. Like when he plays aggressive, like they need to punish him, and it's the same. If I play aggressive, they need to punish me. So we will always be the two main threats, and it's really hard for enemy team to play against us. And yeah, he's just a really good player. I think he's showing up that he can be the best mid laner in the league. Now we just have to make sure we are in good conditions and we are not choking to get the finals trophy against G2.
I love it. It's really exciting. I hope you get a good night's sleep, that you can look back on a wonderful series with the cheers of the fans. Merci beaucoup. Bonne chance demain. Thank you. And in PGL, we will be talking to the master himself, Vladdy and Reha, with lore.
Thank you so much, Sharks. Amazing to hear from Kalist. As always, Casey made it to finals. There we have the revenge match against G2 tomorrow, and I have the man in the mid lane and a stressed coach with me to talk about all this. First things first, guys, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll come to you later. Yeah, how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel good, I feel relieved.
Yeah.
I think there was, in the preparation, there was like a lot of improvement from last week. So that's Like I think the discussion in between games and the drafts that we had like 3, 4, 5, I was happy with. Which last week I think we had a lot of struggle with. So I'm just really happy with this. After that, like gameplay-wise, there are a lot of things we can rewatch. But obviously it's the best of 5. And it's what I told them before the games. Like it's about who showed up, you know. And then we showed mega up on game 5. So that's what counts, you know.
And that's the thing. And I had 2 opinions on the desk, Vladi, before this game 5. Some casters were saying usually when you win game 4, it gives you the momentum to win game 5, and they were like, and the other side of the casters were like, absolutely not. They're gonna want to fight. They don't want to get reverse swept. Tell me about the mindset you had coming into this game 5.
I mean, I think it's both.
Yeah.
When you are 2-0 up, like you feel a bit relieved, I would say. I mean, obviously you still have you are still locked in. But yeah, when you lose 2 in a row, I think the pressure comes at you, and you feel the pressure. But obviously, I think the mindset doesn't change, and we are still playing for the win.
You drink the pressure in the end. That's a strength for you guys. Rhea, what is the process actually between the games to reset mentally, especially after going 2-0 and seeing things unravel after that?
So you mean like how did I prepare all this time? I think mostly it's like I'm only focused on the strategic approach, right? And then it's like if there are important things that I need to talk about before the game that we didn't do in the previous game, I'll try to talk about it, or I have my assistant coaches who can do it really well as well. But most important, I know my players as well, and I think I know they like those type of moments and they are able to bounce back. I guess the only one, I mean, there are some players that I've been already in this situation with, so I knew we want to be in a fine spot, and with the new ones, I could see how they reacted. And I know, like, from the DNA they had in their career that they could bounce back, so I was not really, like, surprised, I'd say. I think it's more about, okay, what do we need to focus on in the last game, you know? What do we need to focus on to make sure that we win the game? And then we talked about it, and yeah, I think they did well.
How did you know what was going to be the good approach here in game 5? Because again, we don't see a lot of game 5s, in the LEC especially, unknown territory when it comes to draft, and especially mindset, again, to keep the players focused, so...
I mean, I think it's all about draft, especially with Fearless, because it's really different from the previous formats. So it's mostly like, as long as we find solution as a group, I think we're always going to be in a fine spot, especially with the group we have. We know, like, if we have good champions and we are in a good spot and then we can fight, then we're going to be in a fine spot. And I think as long as we talk, as long as we find solution, it's going to be fine with us. Like, we're not going to be a team that is surprisingly down or surprisingly euphoric, maybe euphoric sometimes. But I know, like, we're going to try to stay calm. Maybe this guy sometimes doesn't stay calm, but it's fine.
You don't stay calm?
He does.
He's lying.
He's lying? Okay, so some beef to settle between you two.
He's calm.
Vladi, did you play well today? Do you feel like you played well?
I think I played better than anyone
in your team.
Exactly.
Would you say that you deserve the Kia player of the series?
When we were hitting the Nexus, I told to Yike, if I'm not the MVP, I'm getting robbed. It's cocky, but it's the reality, you know?
You got it! You got it. Why is it so important for you, though?
It's not important, it's just...
No, that's a lie.
I think,
because I saw videos and you complain about this all the times when your teammates get it.
I think I got robbed a lot of times, that's why. I think at least it's because, you know, he's the upcoming star.
All right.
So he's overhyped and he gets the MVPs.
And you were the star today. And to be honest, I don't know if you hear so much what we say on the desk about you, but we've been praising you all splits. The way you came into the LEC last year in a difficult situation, and the fact that you've been able not just to perform this year, but to outclass most of your opponents. Do you see the improvements in your gameplay from last year to this year? And what do you think have been these improvements?
Yeah, I can definitely see it from the LFL to the LEC last year. Like, I had very experienced players. Upset, he was my ex-teammate. I have Targamas, who is helping me a lot. I have my coaches. And Closer, who played in LCS for 3 years and even won a championship. So yeah, I got to learn a lot. And then coming to this split, I think I improved a lot of stuff that I was lacking in the previous one. For example, I think my laning phase was a bit rough. And yeah, I think Targamas has helped me a lot in this kind of stuff, I would say.
Anything you want to add, Rhea, about your prodigy here in the mid lane?
I mean, he's doing great, you know. I've said
cover your
it's
ears.
been a long time, you know. It's been a long time I've said that he's a great player and we tell him every day, right? But it means that we have also a lot of expectations from him, you know?
Yeah.
And like being in the finals and like I said that we need to stomp the guy in front of him, right? And he did today. So I'm really happy because everything we say, we need to see it in actions. And I'm just really proud of him, you know, because he's putting the work. He's the highest in solo queue in Europe, highest elo. Maybe Scumon is maybe higher, but you know,
Time will come.
He's putting a lot of effort, you know.
Yeah.
And just it's like the definition of just okay. There's talent, of course, you're talented, but you worked hard, and then it pays off.
Yeah, it pays off. And the road is not done, the job is not done, of course. One last opponent for you guys tomorrow. Let's take a look at the bracket, shall we? G2 Esports and KC facing off yet again. We know what happened last week, guys. So my question is simple. How do we make sure that it doesn't happen again? What are the learnings, Vladi, from last week's series?
I think one of the things that we talked, I would say, last series was the draft. I think in a lot of games, I mean, I wouldn't blame the coaches. I think some of the mistakes in the draft was me. Like I think I called for the. I was the one who called the Rise Viego on Game 4, and obviously it was terrible because we are a full closed range jump against Caitlyn and Nivea. But yeah, I think we will make sure we don't do these mistakes on draft, and yeah, look to beat them.
You had some reactions, Reha, that we sadly couldn't see on air to the criticism about the draft last week.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like, let's be honest, Game 4 draft is unplayable. Like, my players can't do anything, so it's on me. Like, obviously, we can always talk about it, but I think the preparation was not good for that. So I think, I still think, like, the draft 1, 2, 3 are a good draft, though. That's what happened, but in the gameplay, like, we know how they play, right? They're actually really similar to Fnatic, I think, the way they want to play early game. So we need to be ready to fight. That's basically it, or ready to have a plan against them. We already talked the whole week. We screamed them again. We know how they play. Like, it's just about, you know, showing up now and doing the things that we talked about so much. And it's a final. And finally, you gotta win.
You gotta win. You gotta win, and you gotta be ready. And it's the form in the moment that matters, not so much the work that you're gonna be able to do overnight. You were mentioning Fnatic. I do believe we have an interview ready with Grabs and Shock. So yeah, let's listen to what he had to say.
So Grabs, the end of the road after a gruesome Game 5 or 5 games, I'd rather say. Why were things more difficult than they should be today?
I don't think it's only today, right? I think we've shown that we are just not consistent, which is, I think, something that we knew coming into the split. It's something Fnatic is known for.
Yeah.
And I just think that it's a hard balance between not making enough progress, but also accepting that there is progress.
Yeah.
Because I think we also, the games we play well, we play more often well. But then also, of course, like Game 5 shows us a slow death, right? And we die early game really easily, take fights we don't have to take. It's a bit disappointing how we lost. Ultimately, though, we also said in the beginning we don't want to define this season by winter. Like, we still want to improve and have a long-term growth. And we did lots of things good, lots of things bad, and all we can do is learn from it, right?
Absolutely, that's a good approach to have because there are 2 more splits. There is so much more to prove. But as a coach, I feel like there's probably a couple of things that you want rectified quickly. Could you give me a little insight into what those may be?
I think most of it is a bit internal. I think just in general, the approach to how we scrim and how much energy we put in daily. I think compared, for example, shout out to KC. I know the coaching staff, the team does a ton of work, good work. And I think sometimes, of course, we had some sicknesses, but we could have done more, I think, as a team. Also, of course, the balance between hard work and fun, where I think sometimes, for example, me and Gax are a bit more on the stricter side.
Yeah.
Which also, of course, especially after being 8-1, might have had a negative impact at some point. So we still have to like jive as a team and see what is actually the expectation we have. And I think that's the work we have to put in to actually understand each other better and make sure that we have the right balance and not, I don't want to say burn out because I think that's kind of sad to say in winter, but also enjoy our time a bit more in scrims.
Okay, I see. Thank you for being so candid with me. The road is long. It's a marathon, not a sprint, as we know. Thank you so much, Grabs.
Thank you for having me.
Back to you.
Thank you, Jacques. Amazing to hear. Grab's perspective here, because Rhea, that's something we've discussed earlier today in All Split. Actually, when you have a roster like Fnatic with this caliber of players, that is not the kind of results that is expected. What has been your read on Fnatic and their, I want to say, collapse from regular season until what we've seen lately?
I think they're actually very one-dimensional. It seems like very harsh to say, but like the only thing that, I mean, they are really good at at fighting. I think they are the best probably team in LEC or finding like quick windows to engage and BS5 on the screen where you're not supposed to be. And the thing is, I think maybe that's not enough. But I think they're really good at when they have like this comp like that. We give them like I think it's game 4 when they have Uneva Kesa. It shouldn't be that good into our champions, but they are so good at finding these right windows, getting a flank on Vi, and just engaging on you, and you're surprised. You're not aware that it's going to happen, and for sure that's always a tough opponent that we need to play against. Always, whether it's scrims, whether it's competitive, when we play them in regular season, like they completely smashed us because we were not ready to fight at Rift, and then suddenly you're 6k behind. And there's many games today which happen the same way. Even also one thing that, I mean, you have to say though, because I think it's a huge quality. They are actually a mega resilient team as well. Like if you look at game 2, I almost had a heart attack when I saw that we're going to lose the game, and then I saw they're going to finish. So I was like, okay, fine, we can actually clutch it. But for sure, that's one of the quality, and I think it's come from the experience, obviously, but also because they have players who have really good sense. You know, I think for sure they have really good sense, and it will always be like the whole year, like a tough opponent to prepare, tough opponent to beat. But yeah, we're ready for the fight.
So much glazing.
I mean, yeah,
glazing cards that much.
Yeah, because you don't deserve it yet.
We'll see if you deserve it tomorrow, Vladi. But yeah, a lot of talents, a lot of things to work on, and a lot of resilience on this side of Fnatic. We will see them in spring. But, well, you wanted to talk, Vladi, so I'm going to leave you the final thoughts here. G2 picked blue side. Big surprise here, I know. Anything, any message you want to send G2 ahead of tomorrow?
Any message?
Yeah.
I'm talking to Bibi. I think he got too cocky when we beat them. I will beat you. You are very bad.
Very bad to beat you. All right. Words to the top, father. Thank you so much. Maybe you're gonna have another kid tomorrow. Who knows? And it's gonna be Broken Blade. Vladi, thank you so much for PGL, and Rhea. Merci beaucoup as usual. And thank you all for watching this banger best of 5 today. We have one more tomorrow. It's gonna be the very first LEC finals for Carmine Corp facing off against the champions G2 Esports. You do not want to miss it. Pre-show will start at 5:30. Games at 6 p.m. CET. You have to be there. You have to be there. Get a good night's sleep, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I'm not gonna lie, like, I think I'm gonna completely 1v9. Like, I'm not joking, by the way.
Carlo's going all in. Him and the Grubs trying to tag team Radler. Radler going
I can still look.
Maybe go in?
There's one. Yeah, go in. I'm strong. I'm coming quick.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, just go. I have stacks.
I'm ulting on barrels.
Yeah. Kill barrels. Very good.
Cassandra.
Nice.
Jupiter has flash.
Flash forward. Volley gets him. Extra damage on going in. Oscar in it needs to get out. Scrap shield. What's the cooldown left? Finally gonna get a little bit of health back. Trying to get away from the door. He torches it down. It's the edge.
No flash boost. Good up. No flash. Yeah, it's carry. Yeah, he's she's losing the tags, by the way. Let them tag it. Lumber note. She lost tags.
I'm low.
I got it.
Good up.
Flash, yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
For Fnatic, looking like 2018, but 2018 was a damn good year. Finding the turn. Double kill for Humanoid.
Keep it fast.
I can give you.
I can go in if you can follow me, Kisu.
No, I have nothing. Chill.
I will just ulti the Corki.
Jax can TP bot, okay. Jax is TP.
I'm tanking.
Should we look at Syria? I have ulti.
Look at Syria. I'm looking. Side dead, no flash.
Yeah, where's Syria? We TP.
I can go outside, guys. Here, look.
I can follow up.
Crap.
Get to tower.
Lexus.
They're stacked, by the way.
Lexus.
Nice! Good job.
Guys, I'm getting MVP.
Good job, Vladi. Well played, bro.